Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse. My name is Callum Helliwell. I'm here to bring you 9 wonderful races here from Saudi Arabia. And we've got plenty to look forward to. However, I'm not here on my own. I am joined by the man on my right, a man who has been with me now for just over a week and still hasn't complained to HR. Rory Delagi, how are you?
Every waking minute, hasn't it been? Yeah, it's been a wonderful week for me, Callum, both at the races and away from them as well. And I'm really looking forward to today's card.
Yes, you and me both, Rory. Looking forward to plenty to get our teeth stuck into, specifically race 8 as well, which looks a fascinating contest. But let's just look at 3 horses I am very excited to see today. The first is Jcsa. This horse goes in our opener. He's 1 from 1 after this impressive win in meeting 25. He only faces 5 rivals today, but 2 of them are previous winners this season. He'll have it all to do in our opening contest. The next horse is In No Time. This horse runs in race 4, and he has been a revelation since Roberto Ramos took the reins. He's now looking for back-to-back wins for horse and jockey. And the final horse we've got to look forward to is Amati on the left of your screen here in the red cap. This horse runs in race 8, our feature contest today. He was an unlucky second last time out behind Bajira. You can see Bajira in the white blinkers there. Bajira dominated next time out, and this horse goes in our cracking race 8, and that is something I'm really looking forward to, Rory. One thing we've also got to look forward to going forward is Saturday, because it's a true Super Saturday. Have a look at this.
Dramatic evening of cup racing awaits, culminating in the King Faisal Cup, a fitting tribute to the beloved former Saudi ruler. Which horse will follow Flying Grey Asfan Al Khalidiyah in achieving ultimate glory? Don't miss all the action. Saturday, September the 2nd, live on the Saudi Jockey Club YouTube channel.
Ooh, doesn't that just get you excited, Rory? A beautiful promo with another beautiful voiceover as well. Talk to me about what you're looking forward to on Saturday, because we've got Food to Pine that runs in the King Faisal Cup. We've also got Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who was mentioned in that promo as well. 2 very exciting horses.
Yeah, I know you're a massive fan of Food to Pie, but I think might just be up against Asfan Al Khalidiyah. But you've been trying to spread the word that the Food to Pie is the horse to be with. So we'll see if you're right come the day.
Hopefully I'll be right come the day. But that's not just all of our team. We've got the hardest working woman in the racecourse today, Shamila. She's down in the parade ring. How are you getting on?
Thanks very much, Callum. I'm doing really well. And can I just say today is significantly cooler than it was last week. I don't feel like I'm going to pass out at all. I got my eyes firmly on race number 4. It's a competitive race. And in particular, a lot of strong fillies in that race. One who could scratch her way to victory is number 14, Sophia Cat, trained by Mamdou Al Ali, ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. She has a fantastic turn of foot. If you look at her previous race, she won last time out over a mile. She has that speed, so I think that this distance could suit her really well.
Thank you very much, Shamila. She doesn't just do paddock picks, she's also pouring through form as well. Now, there's not just the 3 of us. We're going to make it an awesome foursome, because we've got Darren Owen making his Saudi debut today. Darren, how are you getting on?
Yes, I'm good, Callum. Yes, hello, everybody. And it's good to be on board what promises to be an exciting programme of racing. 9 races to look forward to. We begin very shortly with that race for 2-year-olds. That is over 1,200 metres, followed by a 1,400-metre race there for the locally bred thoroughbreds, a maiden. And ditto for race 3 over 1,400 metres. Moving on to the 4th race, another 1,400-metre affair for horses who have won up to 2 races. And then we see the Arabian-bred fillies, a maiden for them over 1,400, followed by a fillies maiden over 1,600, another maiden over 1,600, followed by race number 8, the locally bred horses there in open class over 2,000 metres. And the finale is a 2,000-metre race for the Arabian-bred, and that is a maiden for 4-year-olds and upwards. So they are the 9 races we're looking forward to today. Okay, let's move on to the first race of the day. It's over 1,200 metres, a race for the 2-year-olds, the locally and imported thoroughbreds. Let's have a look at the lineup. Number 1 is Rivera, and Rivera is partnered by Rahid Al Farouz. Number 2 is Haya, and Abdullah Al Farouz takes the ride. 3, Tarouk Najad and Khalid Al Mimoni. Number 4 is Judea and Naif Al Nazi. 5 is Malame Al Majid and Abdullah Al Karidis. And number 6 is Hamoud Al Khair, and Hamoud Al Khair is partnered by Mohammed Al Jami. They are the 6 thoroughbreds, locally and imported thoroughbreds, 2-year-olds in action, and they're going 1,200 metres in race 1.
Thank you very much, Darren. And I can't believe I'm saying this. A 6-runner field here at King Khalid Racecourse, Rory. Don't see that very often.
It's almost unheard of outside of the purebred Arabian races. But yeah, 6 runners to start with. But a fascinating contest with 3 winners over course and distance. So it looks a nice head-to-head between those. And you never know where you're going to get an above-average newcomer as well. So, you know, the likes of Rivera or Hamoud Al Khair at the bottom could be surprise packages.
Yes, newcomers are always ones to watch. Clearly, Darren has been talking to the race schedulers here in King Khalid Racecourse. He's managed to get a 6-runner race to start with. Quite a nice easing him into it. Not the 18 runners that some of our other commentators have had to deal with.
No, we had one card last Friday where it seemed to be 18 runners all the way through the card. So Darren hasn't drawn the short straw by any means.
No, we've got plenty to look forward to. But just looking at this field alone, we mentioned Judea right at the top of the show. Surely that's the horse to really beat in this after that really good performance last time out on debut.
Yeah, Judea won by quite a wide margin on debut. And the interesting thing here is because the 3 main contenders were all winners over course and distance, you can compare those times. Races tend to be run the same way, so he's got the best time of the 3.
And about the 2 other winners, Haya as well. Haya is probably the one I'm most intrigued about. These powerful connections, always ones to watch out for. What did you make of Haya's debut in comparison to that performance where Haya finished 7th in meeting 33? A bit of a gap between those runs.
Bit of a gap between them, but it was a tough ask last time out off a break. This is much more like it in a non-winners of 2. Her winning time was 1:21.23 on debut. Judea, the other filly, was 1:20.89. So about half a second, 2.5 lengths thereabouts between the pair of them in terms of that form. But of course, they were only beaten what was put in front of them. So I'd imagine that Haya could step up a little bit. And of course has had the benefit of an extra run. Even though she was well beaten there, that will probably help her development.
Yeah, we certainly see horses coming on for the experience for sure. That's Malame Amjad, who's just in picture there, and horse number 6, Hamoud Al Khair. Of the 2 debutants, who are you most excited to see, Hamoud Al Khair or Rivera?
It's not that easy to tell, to be perfectly honest. Rivera's by Roaring Fever. As I said, a very unknown stallion, but a full brother to Raging Fever, who was a very nearly champion 2-year-old filly in the States a few years ago. So he's got the right sort of bloodlines, been doing okay with his offspring here. Hamoud Al Khair is by Camacho, a sire we're a lot more familiar with in the UK. 7 furlong specialist himself, gets winners, plenty winners between 6 furlongs and the 2,000 metres. So Hamoud Al Khair could be all right. I would probably just favour that over Rivera, partially because of the draw. I'd rather be drawn widest of all than drawn right next to the inside rail in races like this over this trip.
For those who are just joining us, if you are just joining us, they're the 3 Musketeers, the 3 coolest men in racing. They're not even holding on to the reins. And make sure you are watching us live on YouTube. We've already got a few comments as well, which is just wonderful to see. So keep your comments coming, keep your views coming as well. Remember to like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications. Thank you for everyone jumping on the comments early. And remember, you can always give us your selections throughout the day. We had a lot of support for Dance Fever. I don't know whether you remember Dance Fever last week, Rory. Awful lot of support in the comments. Didn't quite go so well in the race course, but it's great to see people getting involved.
It is indeed, and again, we've got quite a few. There aren't that many races open to imported horses today, but quite a few ex-British, ex-Irish runners in those races that are open to the imported horses. So again, a little bit of interest for those who follow British racing.
Yes, imported horses will be certainly ones we'll look forward to taking a good long look at, as we can just see Haya getting a little bit bucky and kicky in the parade ring, ready to go. You mentioned earlier on about being drawn 1 compared to being drawn 6. Those who are just joining us for the first time maybe today, talk to me about what is the issue with being drawn in stall 1 over 1,200 metres, surely shortest way round.
Indeed, it is the shortest way round, and there tends to be an assumption that if you're drawn low, you're at an advantage. But we see winners from all across the track here. The key is generally getting a good break and being able to get track position. It's a big, wide track, so actually the runs to the bends, you can, if you've got the speed to take a position, doesn't matter so much where you're drawn. But inexperienced horses drawn in stall 1 do tend to shift out to the left, leaving the stalls, that gap between the inside stall and the rail. As a result, they automatically lose about half a length. And they often recover immediately, but if you lose that half a length and the horse in front of you jumps straight, then it's difficult to get past it. And we've seen that multiple times here already.
This is Rivera, one of our debutants. Rory, good looking in the parade ring, nice walk.
Nice walk, shorter tail than ideal, but I think that's probably crabbing him a little bit, or her rather, I should say, Rivera, the Roaring Fever filly. She looks well enough. She's one to bear in mind.
Haya was bucking and kicking around the parade ring, and is still bucking and kicking around the parade ring.
Yeah, looks in really good terms with herself. She was a winner here in week 10 over course and distance. Bit disappointing after a break last time out, but that was in a tougher race. She's back in her right company here.
Big, strapping type of horse, certainly one to keep an eye on in this race, and I imagine she'll just get better with time. She's still filling in. Tarouk Najd is horse number 3. Rory, what do you make of this one?
Well, Tarouk Najd didn't beat anything home on his debut, the son of Brana, so there's not an awful lot to say positively about him, other than you don't want to judge horses too early, even from a poor run on debut.
Horse number 4, Jcsa, a horse we mentioned in the menu. I had a quick view of Jcsa, and she looked like she was walking around like a little Shetland pony. So hopefully we'll get a look at Jcsa and say, oh no, she picked up a little bit now. You'll be happy to see that.
Yeah, you always like to see them look a little bit more lively when they're mounted, don't you? Jcsa is the one with the best time of these over course and distance. Very impressive on debut. Daughter of City of Light, who of course won the Breeders' Cup Mile and the Pegasus. Liam's Map, who's the sire of Haya, also Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner.
Yeah, so good, strong pedigree there, and looks great going around the parade ring. You just see quite built forward. You can see got strong shoulders, very strong neck, not particularly effeminate looking for a filly. We'll go to Shamila, who's got an eye catcher in the parade ring.
The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount in the first race of the day, and a horse that initially took my eye as soon as she came in the parade ring was horse number 2, Heya, by Liam's Map. She's just so well in her coat, and all of these King Abdulaziz horses are always impeccably turned out. And by their coats, when they're shiny, her tail is full, you can tell she's in good condition.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Go with number 2, Heya. That's certainly the horse that I'll be keeping an eye on. But do you think Heya's good enough to take on Jcsa as we look at Hamoud Al-Khair, our final debutant?
You're going to talk about Heya?
Yeah,
I think
let's talk about Heya.
Her second run was over 1,600. It was a non-winners of 3. So it was a higher class race than this. It's one step up the ladder. And the trip was possibly beyond her. She's back to the distance she won over on debut. On pedigree, she should stay in time, but she's only a 2-year-old. She's still got a bit of growing up to do. So the drop back and trip will suit her. I'd still fancy Jcsa, but Heya clearly looks well and doesn't have an awful lot to find.
No, not much to find at all. Hamoud Al-Khair, the last horse we saw, that didn't particularly catch my eye in the parade ring. I'm surprised because I knew you were more drawn to that Camacho line than the Roaring Fever line with the other debutant.
Yeah, in terms of whether they should be suited by dirt, Roaring Fever probably comes from a better family. But Camacho's obviously a high-class horse, Royal Ascot winner as a 3-year-old. So you expect him to be just decent sorts. That's kind of a more sort of British pedigree, if you like, Hamoud Al-Khair, whereas Rivera's got a sort of a typical Saudi Arabian pedigree with the US dirt horses being imported as sires here.
Yeah, we'll have an influence for sure. We've seen plenty of horses. We've got Premium Tap coming up later on. That horse actually ran in Saudi Arabia before standing at the sire. So do you believe that's something that we could see in the future, seeing more high-class horses actually being brought over here to end their racing careers in Saudi Arabia before then standing at stud here? Because there's plenty of aptitude, so I should say, for breeding.
Indeed. I mean, at the moment, the issue is that you can't breed commercially here. So you can't charge stud fees, and therefore bring in a Dubai World Cup winner or a Triple Crown horse over here. There's no great benefit to do that at the moment. Maybe down the line that might be an issue. But bring in horses who would be less commercially viable in the States or in the UK. You know, horses who would be very high class, but maybe would only command the stud fee of $5,000 to $10,000 or UK pounds. They would be the type you'll see coming here on a regular basis.
Yes, and I think that breeding industry that we've just mentioned is just growing and growing with each passing year. The local races are certainly not to be sniffed at all. Let's take a look at the form. This is Jcsa winning on debut and having to come about 4 horses wide. Really impressive.
Yeah, Jordan stole 9 this day, and she seems to join the VT. Jcsa has already hit the front and quickly goes well clear. This wasn't a particularly strong contest, it's worth bearing in mind. Just a maiden, probably not a particularly high-class maiden at that, but Jcsa impresses with how quickly she goes clear, and at the 150 mark she's 5 lengths ahead and not stopping. She gallops all the way to the line, shows a very willing head courage as well, and although she's eased close home, she still puts up a pretty good time in the context of this race.
And we're yet to talk about the man on board, Naif Al-Anazi, one of the true superstar jockeys here in Saudi Arabia, and he'll be looking to get his season back on track, really, because he struggled, to be honest. The last months we've been here, he's not particularly been banging in the winners. I remember when the English broadcast first started, before we all got out here, he banged in a 4-timer on day 1. So he's clearly a jockey to follow, and he's got such a great personality. I know Shamila's a big fan, so she wanted him to win so they can get an interview straight away.
Yeah, he was the first jockey I heard about when I was looking to come out here, but we haven't seen much of him in the winners' enclosure in the last couple of weeks. So, but he's a big personality here and a very good rider, and hopefully he can get himself back in the winners' enclosure.
Yes, he could top and tail the card as well, because he's got a very good chance in the last. My selection here is I'm going to stay with Jcsa. I was really impressed with that debut performance, and although I'm tempted to go with Shamila and Heya, I'm going to stay with Jcsa. Rory, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Jcsa and Heya should have the beating of Heya, and Heya should have the beating of Malame Al-Majd, of those with form, but Jcsa is the definite pick.
So it's Jcsa for me, it's Jcsa for Rory, it's Heya for Shamila. Darren, over to you.
Yes, I'm going to be boring. I'm going to go with Jcsa as well to make it 2 from 2. Certainly did it the hard way on the debut, going 4 wide into the straight, but was certainly well on top right at the finish. Won very nicely, an emphatic winner on debut. So Jcsa, number 4, bidding to make it 2 from 2. Opening race coming up then, 1,200 metres. We're looking at the juveniles, the locally and imported thoroughbreds, runners milling around down at the start, and they'll be loading the starting stalls very shortly. The one in shot there is Tarouk Najd, number 3, runs in the maroon colours with the green cap. Has had that 1 start so far, and then in the white colours, red striped sleeves, that is Heya. Heya is looking for that second win, 3rd career start for Heya today. That is there in shot. There is Judea, who's looking to maintain that unbeaten record. In the background there, in the green sleeves, that is Rivera. Rivera is one of 2 debutants in the race. The other debutant is Hamoud Al-Khair. So numbers 1 and 6 are the debutants in this field. As we look at the runners just milling around down the stall. It was interesting to see in the prelims that Heya was full of life, full of beans. So was jig-jogging around in the parade ring. Now the loading up process getting underway. So the runners going into the starting stalls for race number 1. Tarouk Najd has gone in, and Malama Al-Majd, number 5, is in. Debutant Hamoud Al-Khair, number 6, in the red and black jacket, is about to load, as is number 2, Heya. It was very, very edgy, as I was saying before the race. So just looking at Hamoud Al-Khair, just backing away from stall number 6. Now slots into position. Now Jcsa is still out of line. This is Jcsa. Very popular among the pundits. Jcsa bidding to make it 2 from 2 then. Jcsa going in. 1,200 metres in front of them for race 1. And they are all in. Flags up and they're racing. So 1,200 metres, Jcsa being bustled along to get a nice position in the early stages, with Heya up along the inside and between horses, Tarouk Najd. Going forward from a wide berth is Hamoud Al-Khair, the newcomer, and it is Hamoud Al-Khair is now coming through to take over. Goes on by a clear length and a half, almost 2 lengths to Jcsa. Then a break of around about 3 lengths to Malama Al-Majid, and then a gap of another couple of lengths or so to Tarouk Najd, who's being followed by Heya. And the back marker as they leave the back straight is Rivera. They're well spaced out, must be a good 12 lengths or so, first to last. And the lead is with this newcomer, Hamoud Al-Khair. Hamoud Al-Khair by around about 3 lengths. They're going at around about 34 miles per hour as they head back towards the turn. So it is Hamoud Al-Khair coming back to the field. Jcsa now coming with a big run. Driven along to get competitive is Malama Al-Majd, and then the green cap of Heya just in behind the principals. They've kicked away from Tarouk Najd, and Rivera is totally outpaced, but Jcsa is going for home down the straight. Jcsa's gone about 3 lengths clear inside the last 200 metres. It's Jcsa from Heya. Those two are being followed by Hamoud Al-Khair, but Jcsa is 4 or 5 lengths in advance, and it's 2 from 2. Jcsa is the winner. Heya takes second place, and then there's a yawning gap to the third, and that is Hamoud Al-Khair. So Jcsa was really impressive. Didn't win on the bridle, but in the end asserted and was well in command to make it 2 straight wins from 2 starts. Number 4, Jcsa, then the winner. Second place goes to number 2, Heya, who certainly has run a decent enough race there on its 3rd career start. And I'm sure number 6, Hamoud Al-Khair, will come on for that initial run, displaying quite a bit of promise there first time at 1 minute 18.60. 1 minute 18.60 winner's time, wins by 3 1/4 lengths. That is number 4, Jcsa. 4.26 the numbers.
It's our man Naif Al-Anadi starting this week as he means to go on with a bang and a winner, and a very impressive winner as well. Jcsa was far too good.
Yeah, we saw speed from Hamoud Al-Khair earlier on to actually get to the front ahead of Jcsa, and for a second you were wondering whether she would struggle, because she clearly wanted to get out.
Naif holding on to the microphone. Naif's like an MC, isn't he? Just taking control of everything. Awesome goggles, awesome beard, and an all-round very good guy.
And those silver colours of Faisal Al-Qahtani glistening in the sun, weren't they?
Yes,
nice
yes.
to see when they're winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are, Faisal Al-Qahtani, powerful owner as well. Certainly has plenty of good horses. Naif doesn't ride all of them either. They do chop and change the jockeys a little bit, but I'm pretty sure Naif gets first dibs, and when he's on one, he tends to be ones to watch out for.
Yeah, well, let's hope that Naif can top and tail the card. He's got a very strong-looking ride in the Arab fillies, the Arabian fillies maiden that finishes the card, and hopefully he can get a double up there. We'll get a chance to have a chat to him.
Yeah, hopefully he can get the treble as well, get some winners in between as well. Hopefully it could be a very big day for Naif. But as we talk about how that race panned out, Hamoud Al-Khair jumped out quicker from a wide draw and took out that running. But we saw Jcsa getting really rousted along by Naif early on, almost as if he wanted the lead, but then conceded and allowed the horse to sit second. Do you think the plan was to try and make it from the front?
I think he didn't want it to be a false pace, so he wanted to make sure that he was up there. And Heya didn't show a great deal of toe last time out. over further. So Jcsa was the obvious speed in the race. And when you're on the horse with the best chance on the book, you don't want to mess around too much. So he wanted to get out there. But once he saw that Hamoud Al-Khair was setting a fast pace, that's ideal. You want to sit off that, get a little target to aim at. And when the signs were that the leader was flagging, he sent his filly to the front. And as I said, she's won in good style here. Be interested to see how the times hold up. I think the track's a little bit quicker than it was a few weeks ago.
Yes.
That's still a good time.
1:18.6 is not changing the track record by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not slow either. We see much slower times over that trip too. We talk about the way the race panned out. I got a little bit concerned when Heya actually started rolling, and you can clearly see that horse went further in time, but Heya started to roll around that top bend and begin to close, and for a minute I thought, oh no, we're in danger here, but no danger really in the end. Heya just stuck on nicely for second and came over the line without being fully exerted either.
Yeah, Jcsa, I mean, she should stay further anyway in time. She doesn't look like a sprinter. She's not the biggest, but she should keep developing, and her sire, as we said, won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So a step up and trip to 1400 next time out looks on the cards.
Shamila in the winners enclosure with our winning jockey.
Naif Al-Anazi starts off the weekend strong with the winner. Congratulations, Naif.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks God about this week.
And she's such a strong filly. Obviously, you won on her last time out over the same distance. Do you think she could go a bit further as well?
Yeah, Shamila. First time before she win, she little scared, first time. Today more better, my filly. From 800, I starting go, and I know today, inshallah, she's more better than race before. And thanks God for this beauty. I love this filly, this queen filly, mashallah.
And I just love how you love your horses. Every time you have a winner, you're hugging them, kissing them. The horses mean a lot.
Yeah, Shamila, I have to do it. Some horses, I work them every day. I have a good friend with the horses, like this filly. And thanks God today, she's more better. And I think, inshallah, the future for this filly, inshallah, more better and big story, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Naif. I hope you have a few more winners over the week.
Thank you, Princess. Thank you.
Great to hear that horse has improved from last time. But you can just see how serious Naif is coming out the gates. He's really rousting her along.
Yeah, he wants to take a good pitch. And I think at this stage, he thinks he's going to get the lead. So it's a little bit of a surprise to see the newcomer come over the top of him. But it doesn't bother him when that does happen. He allows his filly to settle in second place, knowing that he's going the pace that he wanted to go in the first place. The daft thing to do at that stage would be to try to get the better of the Trailblazer early on and burn himself out. He's happy to sit 3 or 4 lengths off there. And then you'll see that the leader just burns himself out fairly quickly in terms of that raw speed. He does keep going again. But the raw speed he's showing early on just beginning to ebb away at this stage, and she moves up on his outside, going very well. Heya's just behind him, and she's not going so well. Comes under pressure, and she just she throws down a challenge briefly, but the leader just keeps going really well to the line, and there's no question about her not staying this trip fully. But I take nothing away from the second, who's also progressed belatedly from her debut. And the pair of them look above average recruits. The other winner first time out did so in a slow time, and that was Malame Al-Majd, and she's struggled here. She hasn't been able to back that up.
Yes, Malame Al-Majd came fourth in this contest. Came off the bend looking like that she was going to throw down a challenge, but unfortunately she wasn't able to maintain that effort. Jcsa, though, did maintain the effort and looked very, very easy. You see a very relaxed Naif Al-Anazi in the saddle here, just enjoying this moment, giving the horse a big pat down the neck as they come cruising through, very much like the last start. What would impress me the most is you brought it up earlier that Naif didn't chase the leader. Using his experience, he knows times. We see the jockeys here, Adele Alfredi is another one, can tell these times really quickly, can tell whether they're going too fast or too slow. And that's when you see these two guys running against each other. It's fascinating to see because they're both kind of feeling each other out and feeling the race out. And if Naif thinks, oh, they're going too quick, I'll let them go and come back to me. And they always tend to come back to him, unless Hamoud Al-Khair was a rocket and we're going to keep on going, but that wasn't the case today. So the jockey timed it perfectly. The horse was all giving. Really interesting to see the fact that she galloped all the way around the back stretch and came with a long way home before being able to be pulled up. So I think she certainly got further in the future. Where would you send her next?
Well, I'm going to obviously non-winners of 3 is an option straight away, but she could step into open company on the back of that, I would have thought. 1400, even 1600 should be fine for her. As you said, she didn't stop galloping when she hit the line. Hit the line very hard and took a long time to pull up. That's always a good sign. Another good sign here as well, and you've mentioned sort of negatives about head courage with a few horses here. Her head courage is terrific.
Oh, it's wonderful.
She holds her head low, she sticks her nose out, she really gives the impression that she's very willing and she wants to win. And you can't really buy that sort of attitude, can you?
No, not at all. She's trying her hardest and she's going away and doing it nicely. I think I'm in agreement with you. I think non-winners of 3 would be the race to go. I think to center there. Open Company might be a bit too hot.
Possibly. I mean, as she's improved on what she did on debut, she needs to improve a lot to step into Open Company. This is a big step forward in terms of her winning time, and you wouldn't want to gauge what her limit might be at this stage. But she's very lightly raced, and you don't want to overface them too young. The other issue in terms of where they go next is understanding the program, and the program is still fairly new to me. So I know that if you have non-winners of 3, non-winners of 4 races, those are ideal. Obviously, if you've won twice from 2 starts, you can find a race that rules out anything with better winning form than that. It's clearly going to be a good opportunity.
Yeah, but you will also find yourself bumping into a lot more experienced runners as well. There'll certainly be some tough old animals in that contest in those non-winners of 3. Shamila's got the racing manager, so let's hear from him.
I'm with the racing manager of Faisal Mohammed Al Qahtani. Judia wins this race. I've been screaming for all of your horses to win. You haven't been very lucky, but today is the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your screaming. This time, the filly listened to you, and she made it.
And tell me about this filly. Obviously, she won last time out. She's a super strong sprinter. Is that the campaign that you're going to go for with her?
She is a really great filly. She is one of the yearling we got last year from Kiel in September. And she has been doing really well back home in her training. Even prior, like the first race, she gave us a really good signs that she's going to be a quality filly, but you will always never know until the horses run. And she showed a really good class in her debut, and we decided today to run her again to have her to take a good rate and to settle for the Riyadh season. The plan for her is to see how she turns out from this race. Probably she's gonna rest until Riyadh season, and we will go from there.
And from what I've seen from your horses already this season, they're so strong. And like you said, you bought her from Keelan Sales. So are there any other horses that you're looking forward to this season, and especially for Riyadh?
Yeah, we really do. We have a group of 2 years old. Same thing. We got the majority of them from Kiel in September, and also we got several horses from Breeze Up Sales. We've been lucky, really, to have this quality of horses. Because everybody is doing a really hard job in buying the right horses, but you always need something is not with your hand, is the luck. So we've been really blessed with the amount of luck that we've been having since we started. So we have several 2 years old. They haven't run yet, and some of them maybe will race in the end of Taif season, and the others, which is late, we call them like late bloomers, they will come in the beginning of Riyadh season.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a lot more winners during the season.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you.
That was the racing manager for Faisal Al Qahtani, and I think there's so much to take away from that interview. Firstly, they're going to the sales all over the world, so the September sales at Keeneland is just around the corner. It's coming up pretty quick, so certainly they'll be dipping their toe in the market again with the success. And again, mentioning they've still got plenty of other 2-year-olds who they're going to show in Riyadh. So there's just so much to get excited about.
Yeah, really good to say. We talked about her pedigree, her being by City of Light, who won that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and the the Pegasus World Cup. So really good sire, City of Light, out of a mare called Moondreamer, who was a multiple winner. She's produced 2 multiple winners at stud already, including a mare called Media Luna, who's gone to Puerto Rico. She won 9 times from 11 starts, and Princess Malime, also a multiple winner there. So a good family, very precocious, and plenty more of these to come, which is great to see.
Plenty to get excited about, and I think we had Tattersalls here only last week, and they came in discussing how they were trying to bring buyers over and give them the experience to buy in the UK markets, and the American markets will be just the same. If you were to purchase a yearling to run here, are you looking at European pedigrees or American-based pedigrees?
Well, listen, the American pedigrees make a little bit more sense, but of course we've got plenty of Saudi-British involvement, so a lot of Saudi owners, Middle East owners in the UK who've been having horses there for years and years and years, and those horses are sometimes being imported here, and so that market makes an awful lot of sense because you've got the option of running them on turf in the UK, coming here and racing them in the dirt. But if you're looking for a pure dirt pedigrees, then it makes a little bit more sense to go to Keeneland.
Absolutely, and it's great to see that they're looking at the breeze ups as well, so it's not just yearling sales, they're going all over, really working hard to unearth these winners. Now, Darren can give us the runners and riders for our next race here at King Khalid Racecourse.
So we're moving on to our second race, 1,400 metres here for the 2-year-olds. And let's have a look at the line. At number 1 is Yabri, and Luis Morales takes the ride. Number 2 is Mana, and Mana is partnered by Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 3 is Sam Tawake and Ayad Al-Truzi. Number 4 is Tarud Al-Majid, and this horse is partnered by Thurb Al-Tamiat. Number 5 is Palance and Luis Viquez. Number 6 is Karibo and Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 7 on the card is Garam Al Ward, and Garam Al Ward is partnered by Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Number 8, Midrak and Fahad Al Furedi. Number 9. Moving on to number 9, that is Shabha. Shabha is a debutante, and Rodriguez Jose takes the mount. Number 10 is Shiblat Kamend and Abdulaziz Al Yesa. Number 11 is Sahab Al Saad and Alexis Marino. Number 12, Here We Go. And Here We Go is the ride of Rakan Al Obeid. Number 13 is Atshar and Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 14 is Morasil, and Morasil is partnered by Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 15 is Al Dabi, another debutante, and Asil Al Sahani is the jockey. 16 is Matahil and Camilo Ospina, and number 17 is Khalid Al Muhammadiyah, and Abdulaziz Al Faredi takes the ride. Just to confirm, number 18 is an absentee, so Lucas is a non-runner. Number 18 has been scratched, and the reserves are not taking part. So a field of 17 go into post. Maiden 2-year-olds here, and this race is for the locally bred thoroughbreds.
Thank you very much. As we look straight at number 6, Karibo, 0 from 3 and hasn't shown much.
Best effort when 9th, looks poor at this stage.
Garam Al Ward is horse number 7. If we just focus on Karibo a little bit more, certainly not a bad looker, but this is number 7, Garam Al Ward, 0 from 2.
Yeah, showed a bit of ability on debut and meeting 22, but failed badly to build in that last time, finishing 16th.
Midrak is horse number 8, another horse who's 0 from 2, but certainly showed more promise last time.
Yeah, well beaten on debut, but stepped up into open company last time out and ran a cracker to be 3rd. Badly outpaced before plugging on. Didn't get particularly close there, but that was a much, much better race than this, and this is a good spot for Midrak.
Yeah, Midrak certainly looks up and ready to go, really tugging on that bit and pulling the 2 handlers along who are in the colours of the jockeys. One of the key things we love about racing here in Saudi Arabia is it's so easy to spot who your selections are with different colour saddlecloths and grooms in the jockeys' colours. The next horse is Shaba, who is horse number 9. This horse is making debut. What do you make of this one?
Not a particularly taking pedigree. Shaba she's making her debut, a daughter of top music. I think this will be tough for her.
Shiblat Commend is number 10 on your race card. 16th on debut. Will need to step up massively to feature here.
Yeah, looks again a tough ask, finishing 16th and meeting 31. This comes up quick enough. I think she's one for further down the line, if anything.
Sahab Al Saad is horse number 11. This horse is making debut. Will be interesting to see how this looks in the parade ring. Nice flat back, but not the biggest of types.
Not the biggest, but not badly bred by Astrology, who was 3rd in the Preakness Stakes. So a better pedigree than some of this colt, although he doesn't really take the eye in the parade ring.
Yes, it's still getting a good look at that runner as well. As Here We Are is horse number 12, another debutant, half brother to a couple of winners.
You have brother to 2 winners by Patriot Act, 2-year-old bay colt. He's, you know, if you had to rank these, you'd have him in your top 5 in terms of the interest of the pedigree.
Yeah, and the look as well, had that nice high dirt style back. Jcsa is 0 from 1, horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Lacked the pace to challenge over 1,400 metres last time out, but should improve and not badly bred.
As the horses go around the parade room, we can jump back with Shamila, who's got one that's really caught her eye.
Well, there are a lot of lovely big horses in this race, and I probably said this before, but the local bred horses tend to be a lot smaller than normal bred thoroughbreds. However, loads of nice horses in this race. One that stuck out to me is horse number 8, Madrak. Usually he gets really wound up in the parade ring and the pre-parade ring and has to get taken out, but he's behaving really well today. He's got cotton wool in his ears just to keep him a bit more calm, to, you know, cancel out all the noise that would usually make him wound up. But he's going round today and he's looking really, really nice.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for giving us that update. And yes, Madrak must have a massive chance today, surely, if he can build on that open form. But this is Aldabi, horse number 15, another one making debut. And it's followed by Matahill, a horse I'm quite keen on.
Yeah, outpaced before staying on for 3rd over 1,200 on debut Matahill. Should appreciate the step up and trip. One of the more interesting ones, representing Top Connections.
Yeah, so powerful connections, always ones to watch, and they'll be looking to go one better than they did in our last race. Khaled Al Muhammadia is horse number 17 and the bottom horse on our field, without number 18 making debut.
Yeah, a son of distorted humour. That's a good US pedigree. Again, one of the nicer pedigrees in here, representing Top Connections. You'd have to note him strongly.
Yes, you would. He'll certainly be one to keep an eye on in this race. As one of those real dirt eye catchers. Here we are with one that really did catch my eye as well. So hopefully we'll see both of those horses run with some credit. Rory, anything else caught your eye?
No, there's a few debutants in here, and there's a few who haven't shown an awful lot. So without doubt, the form horse is Midrak, but there's certainly two or three with nice pedigrees, including the one we just looked at, Khaled Al Muhammadia, representing Top Connections. Matahill caught the eye, as we said, over the 1,200 last time out. He's bred to once 2,000 in time, so the step up to 1,400 will definitely be a help to him. And if Midrak, I'd like to think he won't get outpaced here because he's racing against weaker opposition. He did in an open last time out. But this is a big drop in grade, so he should travel better through the race in the early stages. Just able to plug on at one pace last time out. But if he can conserve energy earlier on, which he wasn't able to do last time, he really ought to have the class to go very close indeed here.
Yeah, Midrock jumps out of 8 as well, which is a nice draw as well, just to keep involved in the race, and certainly won't be crushed on the rail, unlike horses like Yabri and Mane, who are horse number 1 and 2. They're both going to struggle with just this early speed and everyone trying to get across early.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, stall one particularly with inexperienced horses, I think, is a tricky one. The low draws should be good, but if you don't have the know-how on the pace to go forward, you will find horses coming across looking for that rail, and if you're between them and the rail, then you're liable to take a bit of a bump.
One we didn't get a chance to mention was Psalm to Wake, horse number 3, only rated 43, so we'll probably have a lot to file against some of these, and is a lot more exposed, but at least you've got some form to go with.
Yeah, rating of 43, plenty of runs, been kept busy this season. Last seen at meeting 32 when 9th. A lot more needed to win a race like this.
The bell goes, so jockeys will be mounting soon. Tarud Al Majd, horse number 4. What do you make of that only running career, 14th last?
Yeah, I don't like to judge a horse on one run. So that 14th or 20, there wasn't an awful lot of immediate promise, but a lot of horses on their first start, it's just a bit of shell shock. They frequently don't show what they're capable of because they freeze a little bit. He could easily be a lot better than that, but we don't know until we get a race or two more to form that opinion.
And the other thing we can often see is that bounce feature as well, where horses run really well first time up and then absolutely blow up next time. So it can be different for each animal.
Yeah, and if you have a hard race here, I don't like to see them turned out too quickly because they can often, they can often feel the effects of that. It's a training surface, the dirt here. You'll see that they tend to go hard earlier on. They're not finishing as fast because of the nature of the surface, and clearly that drains their energy. It's not that easy to bounce back from a quick debut. So obviously horses with plenty of experience, you expect them to carry their form, but I don't like to see horses on the second start having a run within a week of their debut. That can be a little bit too much for most of them.
Camille Ospina will ride Matahill. We just saw him in shot, the Iceman. He always looks so calm and collected. That horse lacks early speed, but with Camille on board, you know he's going to be bang up there, don't you?
Yeah, the great thing about Camilo, and we said this before, if you watch, he's from stall 16. If you watch him, he's got this uncanny knack of getting horses just going forward with him from the stalls. And without having to ask them to race into the bridle, they tend to be able to take a good position. You'll see him leaning further forward than most jockeys, sitting over the withers. And it's wonderful to see how horses sort of go forward and they're able to sort of move over towards the rails without having to do an awful lot. I find that one of the most remarkable aspects of racing here so far, the way Camilo does that in his horses. Whether he's good enough today, I don't know. But in fairness, this looks, again, an easier task than last time out for Mata Hill. Should avoid trouble from that wide draw as well. And if Camilo can take a good position, he's one of the most obvious players in form times.
I don't like to show my hand early, but I'm a big fan of Mata Hill in this contest. Palance, the horse that was withdrawn last time we were meant to see that horse make its debut, comes back here, went through the whole rigmarole of a race and then never got to race. Is that sometimes a bit of a negative?
No, well, it can be a positive. It depends on whether the horse has a bad experience, and obviously had to be withdrawn. So frequently horses have to be withdrawn because they play up, they get above themselves, or maybe they get a knock. So that can be a negative experience. But actually being to the races, plenty of trainers are happy to bring their horses to the races who run race and then just bring them home again, just so they know about travelling and what racing's about. It just gets them more accustomed to what's expected of them on the track. So sometimes it's a positive, but obviously if you panic and you have that experience on debut where you have to be withdrawn, it can be something that the horses remember for the future.
Yeah, it can certainly scar them. I know there's plenty of trainers talk about sometimes the best thing to do is have a barrier trial. I know that's something that's getting very big in Ireland all the time. It's really most known for the US and Australia, Hong Kong, and those sorts of racing jurisdictions where they actually get a day at the races and it doesn't mean anything. And I think it's one of those things that's great for horses.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Obviously, the logistics of it are something that needs to be looked at. We do it in the UK as well. You have barrier trials at Lingfield on a regular basis, but they tend to be completely ignored. I'd like to see them publicised a little bit more. I'd like you to be able to see footage of them. I'd like you to know what the horses are, and then you can make your mind up about them. There's always someone who has that knowledge, and I'd like the knowledge to be shared among everyone. I think it's always a bit of a negative when you get the impression that there are people more in the know than you. I'm all for dispersing that information widely, as widely as possible, so people have all the tools they need to know what to expect.
And they always think that if you are a spectator at the races, you should be as much in the know as you can, but you also shouldn't expect to be spoon-fed information as well. If the information is out there and available, which it isn't at the moment regarding a lot of barrier trials.
That's the thing. You need to look for stuff in the first place, but a cursory look should give you the information that you need. You shouldn't have to be a genius at sort of digging away to find out this information. And we're not always, particularly in the UK, we're not particularly good at disseminating information. We're a little bit jealous of what we have, and I think that's a negative. All right, it's difficult to change that culture, but Saudi Arabia has the benefit of being able to push that forward from the start.
Yes, they do, and I think one of the things I took away from the Australian model and the New Zealand model is that they were so easy to access. It was so clear to see on the race card, online, both in paper form and online, to see that a horse would run well at a barrier trial. If a horse would run badly at a barrier trial, there's plenty of stories about horses. I remember in Hong Kong, Golden 60 running a really bad barrier trial, and that footage going viral because everyone was like, that horse has run no sort of race, and then it ends up going on to do whatever he's got to do in the future.
And actually, with Golden 60, it's not just unraced horses you're seeing as well. It's horses who are prepping for their first run after a break or first run of the season, after a spell, as they say in Australia.
Yes.
And it's nice to see how ready they might be for that.
People who certainly won't be having a spell are all those involved in the YouTube chat as well. Continue to get involved in the conversation. Continue to keep watching. We've got plenty more to get excited about. I see we've got a few casual watchers today, those that are not getting involved midway through while we're jabbering away and are only watching the racing, but that's not a concern either. Please continue to watch these races. For me, I'm going to go with number 16, Mata Hill. I just think that horse will build on debut. I think these connections are very powerful and they'll be looking to go one better than last time. Rory, how about you?
I'm going to go with Midrack. I mean, both of them have got the same sort of profile in that they're fairly lightly raced. They ran their best race last time out. Both of them were outpaced in better company. I'd imagine they'll be a little bit more prominent here. But Midrack, I think, has just got the strongest form.
So Rory and Shamila are teaming up with Midrack. We did get to look at Morrisil. Now, this horse ran a really good race on debut. I think experienced the bounce factor next time out in meeting 29. Returns quite quickly again.
Yeah.
Would imagine to run a better race.
Yeah, ran over 1,200 on debut, stepped up to the 1,600 second time out, but was beaten long before stamina came into play. Just showed early speed and then stopped very quickly as if there was something amiss there. As you said, it might just have come too soon, and he just wasn't recovered from the debut run. It was long enough. It was 3 weeks between the two of them, so it shouldn't have been that much of an issue. But clearly didn't give his running for whatever reason last time out. If he's back to the debut form, this trip should be fine. I don't think his defeat last time out was trip-related at all. It was too bad to be true, and therefore he may well step forward at the second time of asking.
I think it's one of those that if that run didn't exist and that run never happened, we'd be really keen on that horse after the form that it showed on debut. So it's hard to be totally against that runner when it's only had one bad run. And remember, these are all still very inexperienced, only 2-year-olds, plenty to look forward to. The seasons are very different here, so these are really quite precocious 2-year-olds, really, because the slower burners are all going to be seen at Riyadh. So we certainly will see better and more exciting horses maybe later on in the season, but these horses will certainly come on for the experience. Midrock for you and Shamila, Matter Hill for me. Any of the debutants catch your eye? I'm a big fan of Here We Are. I thought that horse looked really nice.
Yes, Here We Are was, I thought Lucas was interesting, but he's a very late scratch. But Here We Are is a half-brother to 2 winners by Patriotite. He was the one that I'd marked up as most interesting of those without racecourse experience.
Yes, indeed. So you are going for horse number 8 with Shamila. I am going for horse number 16, Matter Hill, taking you all on. But the man to describe it all for us is Darren up in the commentary box. Now, have you got a selection to take both of us on?
I'm not going to take you both on because I'm going to side with Midrock. Midrock is a horse with a bit of experience. Midrock having its third career start here today. So runners down at the start. Just to remind you, number 18, Lucas, is a non-runner. No reserves in the lineup. So field of 17 over the 1,400 metres, maiden 2-year-olds, locally bred thoroughbreds, and they'll start the loading up process shortly. So let's just identify a few of the horses, shall we, as they circle down at the start. There is Garam Al Ward, who's in the green and blue jacket, white with the red embellishments, Tarud Al Majd, number 4 on the card. And the 9 horse there, with sheepskin noseband, green and white halved jacket, is Shabar, number 9. That is Shabar. Number 3 in the maroon colours with the white square, that's Sam Taif, number 3 on the card, followed by number 1, Yabri, who's got the blue with the orange star, and then the 2 shades of blue there, Mane, number 2. Number 15, Al-Dabia is in the dark blue with the white epaulets, or white shoulders if you prefer. So runners then moving up into the starting stalls for race 2, 1,400 metres. There is Sam Taif. That horse has gone in. Karibo has just joined the lineup. Here We Are, drawn in stall 12, has just moved into place there in the black and gold jacket. Or wide of that one is Al-Dabia. That's Al-Dabia there in the blue and white. Al-Dabia, a debutante, number 4, white with the red embellishments, Tarud Al Majd, red headgear as well for Tarud Al Majd. That's number 4 with the red blinkers or red headgear going in. So number 4 is in the starting stalls. So continuing to load. Still quite a few runners to move into place. The Shiblat Commend, number 10 here. This one in the purple with the white hoop and armlets has gone in. So those in the starting stalls, and bearing in mind these are 2-year-olds, they're taking the loading up process quite well. Dare one say it. Garam Al Ward, number 7, is the latest one to load. This is number 1, Yabri, drawn on the inside. Yabri going in, and with the red bridle there, Palance, number 5. There are more in there now, so still to go is Mane, number 2, and also the 8-horse Midrock. Midrock about to move into place. Mane going in. Midrock is about to move into position as well. So stand by for a start. 17 of them, 1,400 metres, 2-year-olds, race 2. I think the last one's probably just about to go in now as we look at the head-on shot. Flags up, and they're racing. 1,400 meters the journey. Khalid Al Muhammadiyah went sideways coming out of the starting stalls as they jostle for their early positions. Garam Al Ward began sharply in the center, and right there with the leaders is Shabar as they form their early order. The leaders are being followed by Tarud Al Majid is up along the inside, and also shifting forward in the early strides towards the outside is Here We Are as they now go on down the back. So getting their positions, and Yabri, who drew pole position. Yabri's up along the inside of Garam Al Ward in second place, and those two are being followed very closely to their outside by Midrak. Midrak is on the speed, and right there is a Shiblat Commend as they leave the back straight behind them. To the wide outside is Shabar. Leaders are being hunted up then by Khalid Al Muhammadiyah and Morrisil, and now they're preparing to turn in, and Yabri has got the lead. It's Yabri by about a half length to Garam Al Ward in second place as they now prepare to face the judge. Wide outside is Khalid Al Muhammadiyah, but Yabri is trying to slip the field there as they turn into the straight. 300 to go. Yabri the leader. In second place to the outside is Garam Al Ward, and then beginning to run on is Atshar, who's up along the inside running rail as they head down towards the last 100 meters. Now Yabri's getting the wobbles. Here comes Atshar to the outside. Atshar's claimed the lead inside the last 50. It's Atshar from Yabri, and there's a distance of ground to the others. We'll just wait on third to be confirmed. So it was Atshar, number 13 on the card, who's come through to claim the advantage. Now Yabri really did slip the field, that debutant, off the final bend, but the 13 horse Atshar's come through to claim top honours, beating number 1 Yabri. There were quite a few, to be fair, who really didn't get into the race. That has to be said. Midrak was up there before fading. So number 13 Atshar the winner. Number 1 Yabri was in second. We're just going to get third confirmed, and third was 16. That was Matterhill on its second run, staying on, and never nearer third place for Matterhill. 2 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 13 Atshar the winner, 1 Yabri second. But just look at that distance there between second and third. That is always a good sign. That's a positive for the first 2 horses home. You've got to say that. So Atshar, number 13, the winner. Number 1, Yabri second, and they were well clear of number 16, Matterhill, who took third.
Abdullah Alorfi is a man in absolutely flying form, Rory. He's been banging in the winners left, right and centre, and continues to start this week with a bang, and makes the most of a leader who is making debut, drawn stall 1, did everything right, bar finish off his race. But certainly the top 2 are 2 nice horses.
Yeah, Atshar showed ability on debut, this son of Closing Bell. Liked the pace to challenge over this trip on debut, but travelled well, held up from an early stage here, appreciated the typically strong pace, and has come forward a lot for that debut experience. But I thought it was a massive run from Yabri on debut. Looked like he was going to go all the way, and only got run down late in the day. I would take plenty from that performance. Luis Morales on board, the debutant, who is a half-brother by Maximus Mischief to about 6 winners, and generally around, mostly in the States, 1 in Russia. But yeah, plenty of winners in that family, but we didn't get much of a chat to Jabri before the race. That was a good performance.
Yes, Jabri, very nice indeed. We did get to talk about Jcsa, who was a very good winner as well. And I think that's a horse that's come on from the first start, using the experience, not getting too concerned when the field starts falling back into his lap and just weaving through traffic and then coming and attacking a target, which is what you want to see really with the horse going forward.
Yeah, you could see that Jcsa was going well, but Abdullah Al-Lofi was in no great hurry to launch a challenge. Waited until turning for home before setting off after Jabri. And the first two have come quite a long way clear off one of the form horses in the race, and Hill, who had an awkward start and didn't get a particularly good position, but then ran on well late on. I'm afraid that Midrak broke perfectly well, was right on terms with the leaders going into the bend, but dropped away really quickly and ran no sort of race at all.
Yeah, it's disappointing if you were a supporter of Midrock. If, like me, you were with Hill, you knew your fate pretty early on, always drawn wide. Wasn't helped by the fact that the horse outside Hill had an awful start, nearly ran into the opposing rail. So that didn't help that horse at all. Hill then gets into position, end up about 6 wide on the turn, and then as they swing in, there's so much pace early on that inside that you just never had a chance to get across and really make inroads.
No, but that's still promising enough going forward for that. The horse who ended up in the outside stall in the end with a non-runner, Khalid Al Mohammedia, as often happens with a horse on debut, ducked out to the right. They look for daylight debutants. That's the thing. If they're on the extremes, you can expect them to duck away, and that's exactly what happened here.
And a lot of them, because we do have we have 17 runners here, but because we usually have these full fields of 18, despite the fact that a lot of the horses are very well behaved, you can be left in those stalls for a long time if you're one of the early ones to go forward. And that can't help if you're broken wide.
Yeah, it's no benefit to you in a field like this. We said the stall one can be a difficult one, but Jabri showed plenty of early toe to get to the front and didn't have the issue with that. They've gone hard here and they haven't finished especially strongly. Time of 1:33.93 is okay without being absolutely outstanding, but for two horses with very little experience, you'd be happy enough with that. But they haven't smashed the clock.
The winner, as you can see, has got the flare strip on the nose as well, just to aid with breathing in the dirt. As we could just see, the horse drawn wide of the ball. That was quite a good sit by the jockey, and another slow break from a horse down on the inside as well, Rory. And there you mentioned, Midrak got an absolute perler of a start and was right up there.
Got a really good. So actually, looking back at the replay, Jabri actually got a bad break, but has rushed up very quickly. So he's actually, Luis Morales said he used a lot of horse to get to the front. He was probably one from last, two from last after 50 yards, and he's managed to get a seam up the inside and get himself to the front. So that was a good move to stop him getting trapped behind horses. But you'd have to say that with a normal sort of break, he'd been able to save a lot more horse for the finish, and that was a very, very good performance.
The horse the eventual winner is right at the bottom of your screen right now. It'd be great to follow this horse's passage. It's almost out of TV shot, and Midrock, your eventual, not Midrock, Hill, your eventual third is always out wide, scrubbed along in that green cap. You can see, just as your winner here, just gets a little bit squeezed up there. These drone shots are just so fantastic to get a good shot at how these horses are getting on. It's a real weaving battle here, Rory, because it's not the easiest of passageways.
It isn't, but he travelled well, and he waited until gaps began to open. In fairness, those gaps ended up being very narrow in the end, but he's got through on the inside. The leader's still got 3 or 4 lengths in hand at this stage, but he's done so much work in the early stages that that's beginning to tell late on, and the winner comes with a wet sail to come and run him down. I still maintain that the runner-up must be the best horse in this race, but as we've seen before, a lot of horses run big on debut and can't back it up immediately, so you don't want to get too carried away with that. But I thought I've actually put first next to Jabri's name on my card. I was so impressed with his performance.
And now I'm going to ask you to get your crystal ball out again. I know it's your favourite thing to do when I'm in the chair. If Jabri gets the good start, it doesn't use that excess energy to get that position, does Jabri win this race?
Well, see, I think he does. You can't be absolutely adamant about that, but for him to have made a move past the entire field in the first 2 furlongs into the apex of the opening bend, that's an awful lot of energy to use up. He must have been going 3 or 4 kilometres per hour too fast, and that must count against him in the finish.
Just but he's still here.
Yeah, he's the only horse who breaks worse than him is the one who was drawn in stall 17, Khalid Al Mohammedia, who ducked out to his right. But the speed he shows to come through a gap on the inside and pass pretty much the entire field is remarkable. And to have that speed, you have to be a good horse. Now the question is he going to be an habitual slow breaker? I'd say no, because this is
Learning
a debut
experience,
effort.
yeah.
And as I said, you tend to break slower from stall 1 than you would do from the stalls next to it, as a rule. So I think he's done remarkably well to get to the front here. Again, I wouldn't want him turned down quickly on the basis of this, because this is a hard race he's had on debut. I'd be looking to give him a break and find a similar race next time to find out how good he really is.
Yes, I'd totally agree with you on that. Just a moment on that draw. Mane, the horse that came out of stall 2, also fell out, giving that horse an ideal opportunity to get that gap on the rail because there was no one in stall 2. Som Tawake also didn't break particularly strongly, and Tarud Al-Mash was another horse that struggled out the break. So that's why Palance ended up showing so much early speed, and Midrak as well showed early speed, and they could get across early because horses in 1, 2, 3 and 4 didn't get out, and they had this clear path to get to the rail. And this horse 1 and ended up being fired up by Lou Morales, who gives it a really good ride and is just unfortunate enough to get wheeled in the end. Shamila is down in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
I am indeed with our winning trainer, Aid Al-Shaybani. Congratulations. Tell me about the race, what you think, and if you think this is the perfect distance for him.
Firstly, thanks for your feeling, and Alhamdulillah, we do it today. This is what the second race for this horse. And the first one, it was as a test, and he was okay on that time, and today he's win. And Alhamdulillah.
And Abdullah gave him such a good ride. He let Yabri do all the hard work, and he came the last moment to win.
Yeah, Abdullah is a good rider. He's from the best riders here in Saudi Arabia, and he did a good job.
And what is your plans for this horse in the future?
I think he will go to Riyadh at the moment. We will check the horse. We will see what's going on with him. After that, maybe we are going to Riyadh.
And do you have any other horses for the rest of the weekend that you're looking forward to?
No, not yet. It's next week, inshallah.
Next week and for the rest of the season, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Congratulations again.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much to our winning trainers. You'll see some of the more poor breaks coming out of 1, 2, 3 and 4. They all struggled here. Great to see these fantastic camera angles we get here at King Khalid Racecourse. 32 in total, and we use all 32 of them. Rory, Abdullah Al-Orfi creeping up the Jockeys Championship.
Yeah, that's 11 winners now for the season for Abdullah Al-Lofi. Takes him level with Ali Al-Mamoni. And as we hear, we've seen it often enough. He is one of the most talented of the local jockeys. We obviously have the likes of Wigberto Ramos and Camilo Espino, Luis Morales here, but the locals very much hold their own.
Yes, I think he's probably one of the more underrated riders. Certainly wasn't one who, when I first arrived, I heard much about, but just watching him ride, all he does is get winners, and that's what you need to do as a jockey. It's all fine and well riding nice races, but Abdullah Al-Orfi is banging in the winners, and he doesn't always have the strongest rides on paper.
No, and he's, like I said, you watch him riding, and he is very impressive. He's a fair way behind Adel Al-Faredi, who leads the Jockeys Championship here, but plenty of time to go as well.
Yes, we've still got to get into Riyadh, and we'll certainly see a swinging pendulum when we get to Riyadh. Plenty of jockeys, owners and trainers who will be prepping their teams just for Riyadh and really get involved when we get to the higher class of racing. But take nothing away from this winner today, Atasha, who was very, very impressive, and also Yabri, our second here, who's probably the one you're going to take out of this race, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, that's my way, really. I might start doing Rory's runner-ups.
I was about to say, that sounds like a Rory's runner-up.
Sorry, Rory's runners-up, I should say. Let's get our grammar correct.
No, there's going to be no grammar please here. You'll be fine with me because mine is just as bad as yours. So nothing to worry about there. But certainly a Rory's runner-up to look forward to. Palance, I thought, ran a really nice race coming out still 5. I was really interested to see, firstly, how that horse loaded up and how the horse finished. I didn't think that was a bad performance on debut. Here we are with another horse who struggled a little bit on debut, but will certainly come on for that. Broke well, which I thought was key.
Yeah, that's obviously promising, but let's crack on now with the rest of the card, shall we?
Darren is our man in the sky, and he will take us through the runners and riders for race 3. We're flying along, Darren.
Yes, cheers, Callum. Yeah, 1,400 metres, the journey for the locally bred thoroughbreds, maiden 3-year-olds here. There is one jockey change. We'll come to that shortly. Number 1 is Nayazi. Number 2 is Wafi Al Zauk. Number 3 is Lahiba. Here's your jockey change. Number 4, Raid Al Wasil. This is not on the race card. With Berto Ramos takes the ride. Number 5 is Najmat Al Sati. 6 is Al Harsha. 7, Mike. 8, Bab Al Hazam. Number 9 is Shuk Al Said. 10 is Masoom Al Nayaf. 11 is Jawaha Al Jazeera. 12 is Majd Salah. 13 is Al Zalmawi. 14 Khaliji Anna. 15 Ansana. 16 Basil Noemet. Number 17 is Ya Ajab, and 18 is Sam El Kubal. All 18 go. Remember the jockey change with Berto Ramos. Rides number 4, Raid Al Wasil. Locally bred maiden 3-year-old thoroughbreds coming up over 1,400 metres.
Thank you very much, Darren. I'm going to try and survive the choking fit I just suffered in between Darren reading the numbers and runners and riders here. But this is a tricky little maiden. I think this is probably harder than our last one, Rory.
It is. There's a bit more quality through the field in this race. Most of these have ratings. Some of them have proven themselves to be not up to winning at this level, but plenty with a degree of form in the race.
Yes, and they're already in the parade ring. Like I said, we are absolutely rattling along today. Any of these first ones that catch you out before we catch your eye, sorry, not catch you out, catch your eye, as we look forward to this race before we see them in the parade ring?
There's a couple who've got good enough form to go close, but I've got question marks against them. Wafi Al Zouk, number 2, has the best form on offer, but tends to travel strongly in his races and doesn't always find as much as looks likely off the bridle. He's been in the frame in his last 3 starts. He's had 2 recent runs, so fitness not an issue. The question today is whether he can put a race to bed when he gets a chance. He's travelled up really well in his last 2 starts, just hasn't put it to bed as you thought he might have. But this is probably his best opportunity, but I'm not sure I trust him 100%.
Yes, and we've got some video form of Wafi Al Zouk as well to keep an eye on. That'll be good to see. A couple of others that I like. Masoom Alanay is another horse I want to keep an eye on as well. That's horse number 10. That horse drops in trip, and I thought with a bit of an eye catcher back in Riyadh, we'll see that Riyadh form as well, making first start of the season at King Khalid Racecourse. Not easy. This is a tough course to get, and you do kind of need to be race fit.
No, that is a bit of a question for Masoom Al Nayaf, making his seasonal reappearance. He does good late work in his races. He's raced it up to 1,800 metres, so 1,400 probably a minimum trip for him. I have made a note that he does carry his head awkwardly in his races, and it's another one who's got, again, has the class. He's rated a pound inferior to Wafi Al Zouk. With the pair of them, I'm just asking questions about whether they're the type to win races, whether they're always going to run there or thereabouts in maidens, and he needs to show that he can stick his head out and actually win.
Yes, maybe not the trying type, certainly not like we saw in race 1. Basil Noaimat, who is horse number 16 in your race card, is one that I'm interested in with just 1 run. And I just saw Sam Al Kabal, horse number 18, getting a little bit warm in the parade ring, which is a surprise considering it's not really hot here today. It's certainly warm enough for you and I, but it's not baking, and that horse has experience. So that would be a bit of a negative for me.
Yeah, has had 4 runs, just behind Ya Ajab, who's number 17 last time out. But the balance of Sam Al Kabal's form isn't good enough to win this, and the fact that it's getting particularly warm, probably another negative as well.
We can see Sam Al Kabal's jockey there in shot as well. Certainly, probably that's what the concerned face was for there. Not looking overly excited to get on board, thinking, oh no, that horse is running his race before we even start. Najmat Al Sati, horse number 5, rated 48, a very low rating. But meeting 11, that ran 6. That was surely better than the 48 rating we see now.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad run, but turned out in meeting 21 and finished behind Bab Al Zam with no obvious excuses that day, Najmat Al Sati. I thought that was a step in the right direction, as you said, first time out, but didn't back it up and needs to do better to turn the tables with number 8, Bab Al Zam.
And this is Nayazi for Camilo Espina, horse number 1, rated 56.
I thought that this colt hadn't trained on, showed a bit of ability in his first couple of starts last year, but recent efforts have been disappointing.
Wafi Al Zouk is horse number 2. We've got video form for this one.
We do indeed. This is on his toes, but you'd have to take that as a positive with him. 2 recent runs, so will be fitter than most of these, and definitely has the form to win this race. It's just a case of whether he finds as much off the bridle, given that he travels very strongly through it.
Liba, horse number 3.
Yeah, ran into a real charger in the shape of Sam Naif last time out. Winner again since. Had no chance with that one, who's stepped up markedly in grade. A rating of 60 means that she has solid place claims.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's your eye catcher, Shamila?
The 3-year-old colt by Trajectory, number 10, Marsoum Al Naif has caught my eye. It's only his first start this season. He was last seen in January in Riyadh, and he was super consistent then on 4 runs. And as we've seen before, it'll take the horses a few runs to get used to here, but he could just be having, his first few starts here in Taif to get warmed up for Riyadh, but he's looking really, really well in the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila. I thought that was the case with that horse as well. This is probably a warm-up for Riyadh, but don't be surprised if he runs a big race. Horse number 9, Shouk Al Said. What do you make of this one?
Number 9, Shouk Al Said. Made most when second at Riyadh in March. That was actually quite a promising performance. Hasn't built on it since, and maybe was flattered by being able to get to the front that day.
Here's Shamila's eye catcher we've already spoken about, but we'll go straight to Jawa Al Jazeera. Making debut today. Number 11.
making his debut. You wouldn't say he particularly takes the eye in the paddock, and the pedigree is nothing special.
Maj Salah is 0 from 5, but came 14th last time.
Yeah, disappointing last time out. Was third over 1,200 metres at Riyadh, but that's his only solid form to date and has been inconsistent.
Al Zalmawi is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Yeah, run well enough, won 5th over this course and distance at meeting 14, but 2 runs since have been underwhelming.
Carliana, 14.
Started off okay, Kaligiana, but his form has tailed off and it's hard to fancy here.
And Sana is number 15, 0 from 3, first time out this season.
Yeah, didn't stay when tried over 1,800 last time out at Riyadh, but did show the speed to lead that day, so may well be able to get the front rank, and is one to bear in mind.
Basil Noemat is horse number 16, one we mentioned earlier. Got the eye shields on.
Not seen since meeting 7 when finishing 16th. Probably didn't appreciate the kickback that day, but hard to fancy.
Ya Ajab is horse number 17, 0 from 8, but has shown form.
Yeah, only just ahead of Sam Al-Kabal last time out, which is not particularly good form, but had shaped pretty well the previous start. Has no early pace, tends to show gears mid-race, so there's ability there for Ya Ajab. Maybe a lower grade handicap for him.
Sam Al-Kabal was horse number 18, who we just saw in there, who has not calmed down since the jockeys got on board. That would be a massive negative for me. I think Sam Al-Kabal is getting too warm. Now, it'll be no surprise now, Sam Al-Kabal will absolutely bolt up and make me look very silly. Of the horses we didn't get to have a good look at, Najma Al-Zati we've already spoken about. We haven't spoken about Al-Asa, horse number 6, 0 from 4, and has had 2 runs this season, disappointed last time out.
Yeah, very, very disappointing last time out, having run reasonably well at meeting 16 when finishing 6th. She has an official rating of 39, which is probably generous on balance. But the fact that even if she's running above 39, she's going to struggle to win this race.
Yeah, Mike is horse number 7, 0 from 2, 13th last time out.
13th last time out. That was the first run of the season for Mike, but he's not shown enough to be of serious interest here.
Bab Al-Zam is horse number 8, 0 from 7, but 4th last time and first time up this season.
Yeah, can look a hard ride. It's got slightly awkward head carriage. Was behind Winspree on his return. That was a good race. Winspree, quite a promising time. This is definitely an easier task for Bab Al-Zam. Only has a rating of 57, but probably a little bit better than that.
I think we're going to have selections all over the place in this race. I know Shamila is a fan of horse number 10, Marsoum Al Naif, who is certainly one we'll have a look at. Unfortunately, we've got the video form for that horse as well. And you know what happens when the VT team get involved with a runner. It usually runs very well. So I'm sure the VT team will be excited. Here is Wafi Al Zouk, horse number 2 on your race card, finishing 3rd. You mentioned travels like a dream, but just doesn't find anything.
Yeah, you see him on the outside in about 6th place here with the noseband moving up quickly to challenge, and you think when you pick him up here that he's going to go all the way through and win this race, but when push comes to shove, when he's asked to back up that initial effort, he just paddles a little bit, doesn't he? He does keep on, but he keeps on very one pace. It looked like, as I said, 200 metres out he was going to sail straight past, and he's got 2 or 3 runs which are very similar to that, so I'm a little bit concerned.
This is Marsoum Al Nayef looking at this head carriage, and this is form from Riyadh, always ones to watch.
Yeah, this is a stronger contest than the one we've just seen. Marsoum Al Nayef just gets nabbed for fourth later on. You see when he comes under pressure, the head carriage is a little bit ungainly, but he shows speed to much better horses than he meets here. This is a better performance than it looks on paper.
I'm going to take both of those horses on. I'm quite keen on Libar, horse number 3. I think that filly has a very good chance. We can see horse number 10 in short here, and you can see why Shamila was such a big fan. Gorgeous grey, Rory.
Yeah, he's a good looker, and he definitely has decent form from Riyadh last season. Arguably the pick of these at the weights. The question is, again, just whether he'll get it done. That slight awkward head carriage is the only concern with him.
I love some of the shots that you can see here, the life and times of an outrider pony just sitting there getting nibbled on by Al Zalmawi, who's gone down the post there, horse number 13. It was unlucky for that outrider pony who had just been nibbled all the way down to start. Never the best place to be. I think I remember in America, wasn't it the Kentucky Derby winner? Absolutely tried to take a chunk out the lead pony when it came in, and when they tried to do the interview at the end, I thought that was wonderful to see. You just see horses all having their own personalities.
It shows you need to have a particular personality to be a lead pony in the first place, and they are remarkable horses.
Yeah, they are. They're totally and utterly shock-proof, aren't they? For me, I like Libar. I'm going to stick with my selection, number 3, Libar. Rory, who do you like and why?
I'm going to go for one from left field. I've got slight question marks against the form horses. Shuk Al Said has got something to find on paper, but she showed speed to make most when second at Riyadh in March, and I think if she comes back to that form, she'll be hard to beat.
I knew we would be all over the place in this one. So it's Libar, number 3 for me. It's Shuk Al Said, number 9 for Rory. It's Marsoum Al Nayef, number 10 for Shamila. We've also got the VT team who are very keen on number 2, Wafay Al Zouk, and also number 10, Marshal Al Nayef. Try and pick a winner out of those lots. I am going to stop talking and hand you right back over to Darren in the commentary box.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, this is an open race. Lots of question marks across the board here for this 1400-metre race for the maiden 3-year-olds, locally bred thoroughbreds, and they are about to go into the starting stalls. 18 of them, just to remind you, Wigberto Ramos rides number 4, Raid Al Wasil, who I don't think's out of this, looking at the ratings that the horses have been allotted. So runners then about to move into place. You can see the aerial shot of them down at the start for our third race today, and the loading up process just getting underway. Identifying a few of them for you, there is Wafi Al Zouk in the blue and black jacket, 2 shades of blue of Lahiba, number 3. In the black and gold is Ya Ajab, number 17. So they're moving into place, going into the starting stalls here. So first of them moving forward, Al Harsha, number 6, has loaded. This is number 14, one of the greys, Khaliji Anna. Khaliji Anna in the diamond jacket. Mike, number 7. I like that name, Mike. Rolls off the tongue. Goes forward. Number 11 in the white and blue is Jawaha Al Jazir, number 11. Then the red and white quarters, Bab Al Hazm, number 8. And Wafi Al Zouk goes in stall number 2. Guys were focusing on that horse a moment ago. Lahiba is the next one. Drawn to the far side, number 13, Al Zalmawi. Number 13 has just loaded. Al Zalmawi. Majd Salah has gone in. So the last 5 or 6 they're moving into play. Screen in yellow colours of Shuk Al Said goes forward. Nayazi, number 1, drawn on the inside in the blue and white checks, has moved into the starting stalls. Last 3 to go. In yellow noseband on Najmat Al Zati, number 5. In the maroon and yellow stripes, has the yellow cheek pieces and noseband. That's the 5 horse. Here's the 4 horse. This is Raid Al Wasil, who might have a bit of a squeak here. Black and white colours for Raid Al Wasil. And the last one is about to move into place for this race. The last one going in is Marsoum Al Nayef, number 10. All in, 1400 metres. Stand by. Starter holds the field. And they're racing. So they're going over 1,400 metres. Masoum Al Nayef began sharply. That one is racing in the centre with Shouk Al Said also racing prominently as they form their early order from a wide draw. Basil Noyamat is shifting forward. So too is Majd Seller, who's come from an outside draw to take on Niazi for the lead. Mike's not too far off the leaders as well as they move on down the far side. Just behind them is Ansana, who's in around about third place. And then on the wide outside is Ajab, who's that one's going 3 wide at present, with Lahiba going the shortest way to the inside running rail. Further back to Raid Al Wasil, and then a midfield shout for Al Zalmawi. Further back to Najmat Al Zati. That one's back in mid pack. Looking to the rear, back markers Kaliji Anna as they head towards the final bend, and it's Niazi the leader. Niazi by around about a half length here to Shouk Al Said in second place. To the outside is Ajab in third. Leaders are being chased to the turn by Lahiba, and then comes Raid Al Wasil as they head down towards the last 300 metres, and the leader is Shouk Al Said, but here comes Lahiba and also Raid Al Wasil, black jackets, and over the far side Wafi Al Zawak has also come in with a run. 200 metres left to go. Lahiba is the leader from Wafi Al Zawak in second place, but it's Lahiba from Wafi Al Zawak. Wahiba Al second place goes to Wafi Al Zawak, and third was Shouk Al Said. So Lahiba number 3 and Alexis Marino has taken out the third race here. Number 3, Lahiba beats number 2, Wafi Al Zawak, who had to switch in the closing stages, maybe just cajoled into action. The 2-horse finishing in second place. And back in third was number 9, Shouk Al Said. I know Callum will be doing a victory dance at the moment in the studio. Number 3, Lahiba, the winner. 2, Wafi Al Zawak second. Number 9, Shouk Al Said in third. Winners won by a length there. Front 3 were a few lengths on from the others, who were held in by Al Zalmawi, number 13, who looks to have got 4th place. No doubt about the winner. That was Lahiba in a time of 1 minute 32.33. 1 minute 32.33. 3, 2 and 9. The numbers in the frame. Take a bow, Callum.
الخيال أليكسيس مورينيو. Congrats, Alex.
Thank you, Saleh. مبروك to the owner, the trainer Hazem, the team, to me, and thanks God, we did the first.
Third time with him, how it's changed?
Well, she's changed a lot, she beat the horses. She's a filly, so she's a good performer right now. So.
First time with him, you.
Yeah, it's her first. The first time I finished second, and then finished 4, and now she did it. Good. What I can say. Thank you, man.
Well, that is a very confident Alex Moreno, who is riding at the top of his game right now. And to be honest, we can comfortably say we gave you the 1, 2 and 3. Liba, horse number 3, was your winner. Wafi Al Zawak for the VT team. And Rory, I think Shouk Al Said was a great selection from you as well. Certainly one that would probably going under the radar.
Yeah, she's been no better than 8th this season, but as I said, she showed plenty of speed to be second at Riyadh in March, and maybe it's just taken a little bit of time to acclimatise to the track at Taif.
But take nothing away from the winner. Alex Moreno took a beautiful pass down the rail and then ended up having to come a little bit wider to pass Shuk Al Sayed. And then there was also a little bit of trouble in running for Wafi Al Zouk. But those front three pulled a long way clear of your fourth place horse, who was Al Zalmalwi, who was finished in fourth, number 13 on your race card. And also a big shout out to T. Kiros, who put up number 3 in the YouTube comments and was clearly giving us the old wave emoji. Double wave for you. Well done, T. Kiros. Congratulations on selecting the winner of our third contest. But talk to me about that winning ride, because that was mustard down the rail.
Themistocles. No, you're not familiar with Themistocles at first.
I was really struggling. I was saying, how am I going to say this name? I didn't want to get it wrong, so I went T.
Yeah, good shout there. And this is a good race compared to the previous one. We had a lot of lowly rated horses in the previous race. 132.33 is over a second and a half faster than the previous race over the same trip.
Shamila is with our winning jockey.
Alex Moreno's off to a winning start. Congratulations. That was a really good ride.
Thank you, Shim. Yeah, a good ride, you know. I used to be behind the pace, so I just asked my filly to laugh on, and she responded me well, you know.
And it's the third time you've ridden this filly. How has she improved since the first time you've ridden her?
Well, the first time when I ride her, she finished second behind a nice filly from the King stable. And today I think the horse was the same level, so I just give her a chance to warm her up. So on the last 100, she responded me well.
Do you think it would be good to keep her at 7 furlongs?
I think she's a good filly in short distance, not too far. He tried before, but she didn't need nothing, so she's nice.
And it's a big weekend coming up. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I hope I can win some races. One of them, I think, gonna be Cup, so we'll see Saturday.
Which horse do you think is going to win the Cup?
Well, I like until now For the Pine. For me, it's the favorite horse I got. So, inshallah.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Alex, indeed. And I am also looking forward to For the Pine. Very excited to see this horse. But let's talk about the break, because unlike the last race over 1,400 metres, stall 1, 2 and 3 all jump out well.
Yeah, these are generally slightly more experienced horses. Stall 1, 10 runs. Stall 2, 8 runs. Stall 3, 4 runs and good form. So these were horses who knew what they were doing and were able to take a good position. And again, that rail draw is beneficial as a rule, as long as you're able to get a clear run through. Fairly congested in the early stages. There were quite a lot of horses going forward, and not easy to pick them out at this stage. But I noticed that Wafi Al Zouk was typically held up midfield on the rail and tried to gradually make ground. He always looks dangerous in his races. You could argue he was slightly unlucky not to finish closer because he was checked close home, but that is very much his thing. You see him coming up at the bottom of the picture there. But Liba in the blue cap, a little bit wider, is tracking the leader. Now that's Shuk Al Sayed, who goes on taking over from Nayazi at this stage. And briefly, she looks like she might go all the way. But after going a length or so clear, she's only able to find one pace from this stage and is vulnerable. And you see on the outside there, Liba is coming at her hard with Wafi Al Zouk looking for space and having to switch in behind. Hasn't cost him the race. And as we've seen with him before, you know, he can flatter a little bit off the bridle, but he's run a solid race. It helps give you an idea of the level of the competition. But the winner was rated 60 coming into this, coming off a career best effort, has probably stepped forward a few pounds. And Shuk Al Sayed, although only rated 57, she'd have been rated higher based on that Riyadh run last season.
Yes, she would have been rated high, and I think she's run right back to form today. I think the key element of this is when Marj Saleh, horse number 12 on your race cards, who broke really, really quickly, was front rank throughout, faded and gave Liba a gap up that inside and gave Liba that chance to make that ground, and just pure luck of the draw and luck and where that horse began to fall away. Liba gets that plum run. I think you're absolutely right. The horse who came second, Wafi Al Zouk, was certainly not the race wasn't taken away from Wafi Al Zouk because he had to check. I think that horse still flatters to deceive a lot, and I can't get over Shuk Al Sayed. What a return to form, and I think you spotted it before everybody else did, Rory, and certainly a very good run to your selection as well.
She'll if she gets a chance, she'll benefit from a return to 1200 as well. She's got sharp speed, and she got to the front easily enough, but couldn't maintain that speed to the line. So 1200 next time, I think, for her.
Yeah, 1200 maiden written all over her, isn't it? To be honest, I think she's got a massive chance if she's seen again here. And again, you mentioned earlier on when you first got here about fillies, and when they're running well, keep them going, because if they're in good form, they've got the sun on their back, they tend to fire forward and run well. Yeah,
we always talk back home about how fillies can really come to themselves with the sun on the back, especially late summer sun. And if you get that sort of Indian summer we tend to get in the autumn, they tend to do really well. And you only got to look at the record of the Arc de Triomphe, for example. 3-year-old fillies do outstandingly well there, even if they aren't the form picks going into it. Obviously, they get all the allowances as well, but it just tends to be a time of year, as long as the weather doesn't change, doesn't get cold, they do tend to thrive late in the season, these good fillies.
And you'll just see Maj Salah there in the two-tone blue, who will come right across. That's Lee in your shot there, but you just see Maj Salah will come across shot now. Just see making that darting move across the left to get to the rail. That horse broke exceptionally quickly and was able to really dictate the race, but was unfortunately unable to keep up that challenge, which again boosts the form for Shu Kalfed, who was bang up there as well, and was the only one who was right up their front rank to maintain that position.
Yes, interestingly, of both of those, Maj Salah has only shown his form over the 1200 metres, so he's got rather mixed record, but the one good piece of form was over 6 furlongs, 1200 metres at Riyadh, and when dropped in trip again, I think he might show a little bit more. He's certainly got plenty of early dash.
Yeah, plenty of early speed indeed. But let's take nothing away from Alex Moreno, who is riding at the top of his game after taking such a scary fall only last month. He's bounced back. He was back the next day. He's an absolutely iron rider. And these jockeys all are. They're phenomenal athletes. But he's back the next day. He's riding through Dubai, and he's already mentioned that horse. I'm so excited. I am so excited for Super Saturday, because I think it's a superstar, and I think it's going to be a very good winner of the Al Faisal Cup, which it runs in the feature race on Saturday. But we've got plenty other races to look forward to before then, and hopefully Alex Moreno can keep up the good work. And it's been big name jockeys all the way so far. We started off with Naif Al-Anazi, Abdullah Al-Orfi as well, and now Alex Moreno as well. All the big names coming to the party early here at the big race week.
Yeah, good sign really. That's Alex Moreno, one of 13 winners for the season, and he'll be keen to step things up a gear as we move towards the beginning of the Riyadh season as well.
Yeah, I certainly think he'll be one to watch in the Riyadh. When you mentioned he's only had 13 winners, you think that's not too many, but he doesn't often get some of the best opportunities in the saddle. He's not attached to a specific yard or owner, so that sometimes works against him.
And yeah, that's a good point. There's a lot of competition for rides. It's not like because of his pedigree as a jockey that he's first in line for these rides. A lot of trainers will look to have local jockeys as their number one guys, and sometimes he's looking just to pick up bits and pieces.
Yes, and he is making the most of what he can pick up. And he mentioned when we spoke to him last week in that wonderful interview we had with him at the end of the week, we spoke to Alex, and he said to us that I had to come back from injury quickly because people were going to take my rides. And he needs people. You know how competitive it is here. It's got a very Hong Kong vibe feel to it. They haven't got agents. It's all about riding winners and keeping up that good form. And if you're out for a week, that's it. You're forgotten about.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'll be delighted he's ridden a winner, and hopefully the phone will be metaphorically ringing on the back of that.
Yes, hopefully it will be, as we move swiftly on to race 4, and the man to take us through it is Darren in the sky.
So let's take a look at this full field for the fourth race, 1400 metres. Number 1 is Wanham. Number 2 is Haas. 3 in no time, 4 matching socks. 5 is the jockey change, not on the race cards on the website. Abdullah Al-Credis rides number 5, Jama Al-Muhammadiyah. Number 6 is Al-Thahab. Number 7, as it was. 8 is Azam Badawi. Number 9 is Mosafare, 10 Amarillo Gold, 11 Rose of Ithaca, 12 Miyagi, 13 is Masaya, 14 Sophia Cat, 15 Good Connection, 16 is Hill Cove. Number 17 is Bashawat and 18 is Mahalik. All the other jockeys, as per the website, except for number 5, Jama Al-Muhammadiyah, Abdullah Al-Credis takes the ride. Reserves not required. All 18 go to post.
Thank you very much, Darren. And we go straight into looking at the first horse is Haas, horse number 2, Powerful Connections, who'll be looking for a winner.
Yeah, dominated over 6 furlongs on debut. Hasn't been in the same sort of form since, and I think that might be important for him to get prominence.
This is one of our menu horses in no time, certainly have a chance.
drops from 1600, having won a fillies maiden last time out. So the drop and trip is a little bit of a question mark, but goes very well for Wigberto Ramos.
Such an imposing animal, and Wiggy in the saddle is always one to watch. One horse who hasn't shown much on debut after not showing much in the UK is Matching Socks.
Well, Matching Socks should have been there. He was a winner on debut for Andrew Boulding. Didn't really progress from that, was fairly consistent, but very disappointing on first Saudi start last week.
Jama Al Mohammedia is horse number 5, 1 from 10, and not shown much this season, but has been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, local maiden winner at Riyadh over this trip on debut. Weekend late behind Milani last week. Showed up pretty well there, better than it looks, but this is a very quick turnaround.
Al-Tahab with a very impressive winner at Riyadh last season, but didn't really go forward from that.
No, won a mile, 1600 metre maiden at Riyadh last season. That looks good form. Disappointing so far, but it was a Jcsa race last time out, so this is a drop in class for him.
Yes, horse number 7, as it was for the Harry Styles fans.
Yeah, seems to be acclimatising, ran his best race last time out at meeting 31, went fourth. A dual Navan winner in his time with Andy Oliver, for those who like their Irish form.
Azam Badawi, the horse I quite like the look of, but I'm just concerned doesn't have that top class.
Yeah, can race off the pace, will plug on, but you just wonder whether he get a bit too far behind. He was in a tough race last time out. That was the Ministry of Transportation Cup. This is easier for him as well.
Motafared is horse number 9.
One second time out over 1600 metres. Bit of a question mark whether the drop back to 14 seemed to need all of that trip, but has been highly tried. So again, this is an easier task than most of Motafared's runs have been.
Amarillo Gold is horse number 10 in shot now.
Yet another dropping in class. He was pretty ordinary in the UK, was rated 53, was a winner over a mile at Brighton for Jimmy Osborne, is a better horse in Saudi, and was running in a Jcsa award race last time out, was a good third, meeting 23. Not quite so good since, but may bounce back.
Rosa Vesica, horse number 11.
Rosa Vesica was a winner over a mile at Thirsk for Sir Mark Prescott back in the day. She's quite well bred, a daughter of Ulysses. She should keep progressing. Sons and daughters of Ulysses tend to progress well, and she is gradually improving herself.
Miyagi, horse number 12, ran at Newmarket.
Ran at Newmarket for Kevin Philippart Defoy, has won over 7 furlongs this trip at Riyadh in February, but has struggled since.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye?
As I said in my intro, this race for me is all about Sophia Cat. She looks so beautiful. Honestly, if she was in a lineup, I'd love to buy her myself. But another horse that stood out to me in this race is In No Time, horse number 3. He's really well put together, obviously, and I wouldn't be disappointed to see another Wigberto wiggle. I feel like we haven't seen those in ages.
Absolutely right, Shamila. We've not seen a wiggle in a while, and I'm a big fan of In No Time as well. I thought In No Time was a very imposing horse in the parade ring. Talk to me about Sophia Cat, Rory. What do you make of this runner? Winner last time out.
Well, she failed to win, given plenty of opportunities for Rafe Beckett in the UK, but she's run very well here. Was a winner at meeting 22. She's bred for speed, but she needed all of a mile to win her maiden. Just back to 1400 metres, 7 furlongs here.
Bashawat is a horse who's got plenty of form in the book and looks mightily strong in the parade ring.
Yeah, Bashawat's a nice sort. Needed experience when given a couple of runs in the UK last season in these colours for John Gosden and Kevin Philippart Defoy. Was a very good second last time out. We'll see some video form later on from when he won his maiden. Well bred and seems to be going the right way.
They've hit us with the zoom in and zoom out, which is always a sign. It's Mahalik, horse number 18, the final runner in the race.
Starts well, and I'd expect that Mahalik may well be able to lead, even though he's drawn out in stall 18. But he fell in a hole last time out. I mean, it looked like he was going to take a big part in the finish and stop very quickly. Yes,
that Mahalik footage was fascinating. We sat in the hotel room watching it last night. We're always very prepared here on the channel. And it was really interesting to see, because as he turned for home, he's absolutely swinging and then stopped so quickly. It's like something went wrong, because he fell out the back of the field from an impossible position. He was in second, turning off the turn, ended up finishing down the field on that occasion. It was 8th in that race, so surely he's better than that.
He is. I mean, he was a 7 furlong winner for Carl Burke on, I think, his racecourse debut. But he's a horse he might just be a turf horse at this trip. But yeah, plenty of speed, but for whatever reason, unable to sustain it on dirt.
We didn't get to talk about Good Connection, who won over course and distance and penultimate start.
Yeah, he was only 8th last time out, but that was in a JCSA award race. So this is an awful lot easier. And as you said, he was course and distance winner prior to that. So comes into the equation on the ratings on that run. Bashawat, who we talked about, didn't mention really at the time, his good runs have come over the 1200. So the step up to 1400 is just a little bit of a question with him in terms of stamina, because he does look pretty quick.
A little bit of a concern. There's so many horses we want to talk about. Hill Cove for already winning connections, the jockey, owner and trainer already having a winner. So there'll certainly be ones to watch in this one, surely.
Yeah, Hill Cove's been disappointing so far. Well held on similar events of late that have been limited to fillies. But she was a dual winner for Johnny Portman over 6 furlongs on the Polytrack at Kempton.
Yes, and those are just some of them. Miyagi, horse number 12, and Masaya, horse number 13. I think it was Masaya we sort of missed there with the coverage. So what do you make of this horse? A rating of 81.
Second a winner a second time out over 1200 at Riyadh, and second in a not to 90 at March. It was a good run.
We're going to have a look at some inserts, and this is In No Time, who has thrived under Wigberto Ramos, and he's absolutely powering away to win on this occasion. This was in early August.
Yeah, this is a 1600 metres maiden, a weaker race than this, and obviously over a slightly longer trip. But In No Time was travelling best from the home turn and has come clear to win in pretty good style. This will be tougher, but clearly comes here in form, and that's worth bearing in mind.
Beat a nice horse in the shape of Zircon on this occasion, who's always a good form liar. So I think that's a very good race to look at. Bashawat is the next horse we'll look at. This is second in late August, so a quick turnaround, but couldn't get anywhere near this really smart winner.
No, the winner this day is a very good performer, who you raved about last week. It's not so much a drop in class, but it's basically you don't have a standard. I think the winner was rated 109 this day, I think. So Bashawat had no chance, and you see him being run down in the closing stages, but this would be an awful lot more to Bashawat's liking.
Yes, I think Bashawat ran a very good race on that occasion, just couldn't match the leader. And Good Connection, this is Good Connection, win before struggling in better company, but this was an impressive win coming 3 wide.
Yeah, you see Good Connection coming 3 wide into the turn, looked to have a winning chance at that stage, and goes on to win in pretty nice style. Again, this is probably a tougher race into an open race for Colson fillies, but you have to say the horse is coming into the race at the top of his game. Wasn't a bad run last time out by any manner of means, and this is an indication of what Good Connection can do.
In that JCSA contest last time, Good Connection was ridden to get a good position. I don't think they rode the horse to win the race because it was an absolute burn-up early on, and Good Connection wasn't quite able to land a blow early, and sort of the jockey decided we'll sit back and we'll let them come to us, and that worked because it wasn't a bad race from Good Connection, though.
Yeah, essentially ridden to achieve the best possible position in a race that it couldn't win.
Oh, this is such a good little contest. I'm very excited for this. Who are you liking just after we've seen them, we've discussed them? Who's your eye catch here? Because there's so many that I can't really make a choice so far.
I've made so many notes in this race that I'm struggling a little bit.
And I'm going to put a gun to your head. You've got to make a selection.
I'm going to go for Azam Badawi, but not with an awful lot of confidence, because he'll be coming from off the pace. He was well beaten last time up. That was in a cup race, having won the time before that. So his form at this sort of level is pretty good, but he'll be doing his work late, and he needs to get a bit of luck from stall 8.
I know Shamila has highlighted In No Time, who the horse we put up in the menu, so I think In No Time will run a very good race. But Bashawat, I think the only concern is the draw. But for me, Bashawat, if that horse can repeat the form he showed last time out, I think it'll be very hard to beat. Because Bashawat, actually, you watch the video form, finishes a mile clear of the rest of the field. And you know the problem is that the winner's just so good, it almost takes it away. But it wasn't a bad performance in his own right. Yeah,
the question is whether he's had too hard a race with this coming up fairly quickly. But if you took the winner out of that race, he'd have been an impressive winner. He'd have put more distance between himself and the rest of the field that day. So a repeat gives him every chance. I'm just worried about that quick turnaround and the step up and trip.
And the wide draw.
The wide draw, I think he's got the speed to get away with that. I don't think the draw will actually bother him here. I think it's the turnaround, because we've seen plenty of horses here who run really well, and when they're turned out within a week, it's generally not long enough. But given that he didn't show much last season, when he was raced early in Newmarket, I think he's coming on leaps and bounds. So with a bit more of a gap between his races, I'd be reasonably confident. But that is a worry for me.
Great to see everyone getting involved in the YouTube chat. We've got Kelsom, so good. They had to name them twice, just commenting red, and more red. I'm not quite sure who that's after, but I'm sure you'll let us know when that horse crosses the line, hopefully in victory. Great to see everyone continue to watch the stream. Remember, like, subscribe, turn on your bell notification so you never miss a meeting where myself and Rory are here to take you through all the racing at King Khalid Racecourse. And then eventually, when we get out to Riyadh later this year, all very exciting. So just to take you through some of the selections, because we have covered a large amount of them in this, in no time will be for Shamila and the video team. Rory quite likes Azam Badawi, horse number 8. I quite like Bashawat, horse number 17, but another shout out as well for the video team who also like Good Connection as well. So certainly plenty to keep in track of, and there'll be ones to watch all the way around. Or are you sticking with Azam Badawi? Are you sticking with it? I know you had your doubts.
No, I'm sticking with Azam Badawi. As I said, he needs a bit of luck in running, given where he is, because he did a concertina a little bit, and if you're drawn in the middle and you've got no pace early on, you can lose your position a little bit. But as long as he gets a clear run, he'll be finishing off really well at this trip.
I can't believe no one's talked about Haas, who has got such powerful connections, but just in a race this hot, we're not talking about this horse at all.
No, as I said, he was able to dominate on his debut, but he's been poor twice since at this trip. Whether he either needs 1200 or he needs to be able to boss his rivals, I'm not sure. But again, he's only had the 3 runs, and it's been a little bit of a culture shock for him the last twice, so he might just be acclimatising to things.
And this horse is the winner in Meeting 1, and we've been quite open about the fact that the Meeting 1 form isn't particularly the strongest as we get further into this Taif season.
Indeed, and as we're getting stronger and stronger as we get closer to Riyadh, essentially. And of course, starting out the season, we've had a break since Riyadh in the spring, and not all the horses are up to speed at that stage. So that's something to bear in mind with horses who looked impressive early in the season. And
one of the key things to remember is a lot of these horses are travelling over to get to Taif from Riyadh or from other bases as well. So they have to get over the travel as well as the training, as well as acclimatising themselves to everything. So it's clear to see that some horses get it early and other horses are given plenty more time, because the real aims are all in Riyadh. Yeah, and the valuable races are late in the year, as we would see it. And I suppose if you want to get cheap winners, you keep them on the go at the end of the Riyadh season and strike early, knowing that those will be slightly weaker races. But if you've got good horses, you tend to want to be patient with them, bring them on gradually, know that, after Christmas we've got some very, very good races coming up, and that's where a lot of the trainers are looking for the better class horses that they have. Rory has only been here a week, ladies and gentlemen, and he's already got his trainer hat on, and I love to see it. So just to go through your selections again, in no time for Shamila and the video team. Azam Badawi for Rory. Bashawat for Callum, and Sophia Cat as well, one of Shamila's early mentions as well. So plenty to get excited about. Let us know in the YouTube comments. Are you team Rory? Are you team Callum? Are you team Shamila? Are you team the video team? Plenty of options available, and the man to take you through it, I should say, is our commentator up in the sky, Darren Owen. Over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, this is over 1,400 metres, race number 4 here, field of 18 going into the stalls. First ones going forward. Jama Al Mohammedia was one of the first ones to load. Wanham is in stall number 1, that one in the green jacket, as it was in the orange colours. Number 7 is the next one to move into place. So that one goes in now, as we look at Azam Badawi, number 8 in the green and yellow hoops going forward. Now number 9, Motafared, as the blue and yellow stripes. Motafared is in. Motafared safely in place. Good Connection, number 15. Drawn to the outside, Good Connection. Alongside Hill Cove is in stall 16. So getting through the loading up process. So this is Messiah, number 13, dark green jacket for Messiah. Messiah is safely in place. Number 6, Altahab, now going into the starting stalls. I've just noted Amarillo Gold is loaded. So Altahab is in. Well, no, there's Amarillo Gold. Heading towards the starting stalls now, Amarillo Gold in the black and white jacket. Last half dozen going in. Matching socks Then the red and white colours moves into position. Haas, number 2. And on the wide outside, Mahalik in the lighter green jacket, number 18. Haas goes in, just 3 more runners then to load. In fact, number 3 in no time will be the last one to load. Wigberto Ramos in the saddle aboard in no time. 1,400 metres then, this is race number 4. So 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs if you prefer. Last one going in. And they're all in. Stand by. We are ready to go. A few shouts from the jockeys. Flags up. They're ready. Looks as though Haas is getting a bit worked up in stall number 2. Perhaps that one's causing a few issues. Stall handler there aiding the jockey. And Haas, there's an issue there with Haas, number 2 on the card. And Abdullah Al-Farouz was out of the saddle, back in the saddle now on number 2, Haas. Hopefully Haas calms down. They are ready. And they're off. Amarillo Gold began okay in the centre. Miyagi's not too far away, and from a wide draw, Bashawat is racing prominently. With that one is Mahalik as they form their early order, and it's Miyagi who's dashing over to the inside running rail. So they form their early order, they go on down the back. Then Amarillo Gold now has grabbed the fence. Amarillo Gold, the leader, from Mahalik in second place, and right there to the outside of Messiah in third, being followed by Bashawat in fourth. Good connection, and Haas, they're running together. They're being followed as they swing away from the back straight by Miyagi, who's now roughly in mid-division, and then being pushed along is Jama Al Mohammedia, and they're going a pretty good pace here as well, touching around about 38 miles per hour. And on the inside running rail, it is Amarillo Gold who's got the advantage. Amarillo Gold narrowly with the 2 shades of 2 runners in green colours. The wide outside is Mahalik, and then between horses is Messiah. They're being stalked by Bashawat as they run now towards the final bend in the last 400 metres. Good connections, trying to get competitive. Best of the rest is in no time, is followed by Haas, and then comes Jama Al Mohammedia, and they're homeward bound, and kicking at the top of the straight is Messiah. It is Messiah now edging to that far running rail from Amarillo Gold, but don't rule out Bashawat, who's still running on as they run down towards the last 100 metres, and it's Messiah by about 2.5 lengths. Bashawat trying to cut down Messiah's lead. Messiah though not for stopping. Messiah from Bashawat, they're 1 and 2, and Amarillo Gold takes third. So it is gone to number 13, Messiah. And this horse was always on the sharp end there. Right up there with the leaders. Bashawat will look dangerous. Bashawat was a stalking horse, ran on inside the closing stages to take second, and Amarillo Gold began very sharply, grabbed the inside running rail, and has run in third. So it's 13, Messiah, the winner. Second, number 17, Bashawat, and third, number 10, Amarillo Gold. 13, 17 and 10 are the first 3 horses through the line, and best of the rest, that looks to be in 4th place. I'd say number 3 in no time. 2 lengths was the winning margin. 2 lengths the winning margin. Messiah's time there 1 minute 30. That's 30.52. A horse that was prominent throughout. Number 13, Messiah, takes the honours in our 4th race of the day. 13, 17 and 10, the numbers in the frame.
Messiah under Mohammed Al-Daham has bounced right back from a disappointing run in meeting 20 to take our most recent race in taking fashion as well.
Yeah, it was a very likeable performance from Messiah, who clearly just needed that run after a break at meeting 20. His form last season at Riyadh actually ran pretty well, as I said. He was a winner in the second start over 1200, and then he was a very good second in a 0 to 90 handicap behind a course called Jamran. That's form that's worked out well. Disappointing at his final start, and clearly just in need of the run in his return. We're beginning to see that with Riyadh horses coming to Taif towards the end of the season, maybe a little bit short of a run, but second time out, often the time to catch them.
Yes, they're building up their fitness, and we can just see Messiah is being brought in just behind us into the winner's enclosure. And certainly not a bad-looking animal as well. Has filled in the frame. You can see a lovely behind on the horse as well. Still quite narrow up front, though. Small shoulders, not the thickest of necks. So I still think there's some room to grow physically.
Yeah, he's definitely got a bit of scope. He can get stronger, but the promise he showed last season, fully vindicated here. This was a good performance from the 81 rated son of midshipman, and he can go on to better things.
Looks like we've got another jockey as well there. That's Al Farouz, who is with the winning horse as well. He's got a ride in the next. He's on Hanuf Al Zamila in our next contest. So that's great to see that the jockeys are all out there celebrating their comrades as well. So that's great to see. Bashawat, if you can action the Bashawa, what more can you do?
Well, again, this is another good performance from Bashawat, who's putting together some nice performances. Aside from winning a tough race 2 starts ago, 2-1, 2-2, the form figures for the son of Dark Angel. I think he's best at 1200. I looked like he was going to throw in a big challenge, just petered out a little bit late in the day. Clearly stays the trip, but I think he might be a more potent force over the shorter trip.
Yeah, it looked like he was going away from his rivals in that last bit of video form that we watched. This time, not quite so much sort of get up and go towards the end of the race, I thought. In third place in this contest was Amarillo Gold, who I thought stepped up massively from a very disappointing run, albeit in a much stronger contest last time out.
Yeah, it was a Jcsa contest last time out. Those are always red hot. So I put a line through that. And prior to that, Amarillo Gold had been running pretty well. A good third over 1200 at meeting 23. And one of those horses who's clearly better in Saudi Arabia than he was in the UK. His rating was only 53, and he was pretty highly tried of that sort of rating, but running really well off a mark of 78 here.
We're seeing Brighton form come to the fore here at King Khalid Racecourse, which is something I did not think I would say when I came out here. One of the things I think it's crucial for us to mention is we said Jcsa races quite a bit. Now, for those who are just joining us maybe for the first time, or for those who just simply don't know, a Jcsa contest is a race designed for local bred horses over varying of distance, allowing the local bred horses to run for good prizes outside of the group races, which gives them an opportunity, really. So it's just an opportunity to just further invest in local bred runners, and I think we're seeing that now. And Shamila is in the winner's enclosure. Who have you got for us, Shamila?
I'm with the winning jockey, Mohammed Al-Daham, who wins race number 4. Congratulations, Mohammed. Tell me about the race.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. This is a race, good race. Have some horse good, not my horse, that's it. And Alhamdulillah, my horse, this I ride before 3 times. I win and second, and one day, nothing. And today come back again and he win, alhamdulillah. The horse come good, and inshallah I hope to go more, inshallah.
Was the trainer confident before the race? Did he give you any instructions?
That trainer, he tell me, you know the horse, you go to the gate and good break and you see the race, you know what you do after that. Just keep the horse safety, no too much fast and no stay too back.
And it's a big weekend this weekend. Are you looking forward to any horses in particular that you're riding?
Yeah, inshallah I have some horse. Inshallah I hope to win some cup. No easy race, all the cup race, good horse. Inshallah win one cup.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Thank you indeed, Mohammed, as we watched him jump away, and it was Warnem on the inside. A winner at Catterick on debut in the UK really struggled out the gates, and his chance has gone. And I noticed this, there was not much pace from the inside rail, was there? A lot more of the pace came from out wide.
It did. The only horse who really broke badly was 1M, but you see very quickly, unfortunately, my selection, Azam Badawi, as I was worried about from so late, just got squeezed. Broke okay, but was outpaced fairly early, got a bit squeezed out, and never got into contention at all. Was always out the back after that. But we had the right sort of horses coming to the fore here, and I think, you know, on the ratings, the winner might just have been second. Azam Badawi had the highest rating coming into it, but as we said, Musawi's form at Riyadh was very promising. Also a lightly raced colt, so likely to improve as well. So if you put a line through that last run, you'd have had him on your minds.
Yes, it's crucial. If you were an in no time supporter, you ended up coming fourth. You were just a little bit off the pace involved. You just see dropping out of shot there. That's in no time, just dropping out of shot. As you see, the front three are already involved here. And at this point, you're thinking Bassawat is just going to go and win the race, but isn't able to find any more pace and just about gets past Amarillo Gold.
Yeah, Amarillo Gold was always handy on the inside rail, having come from a double figure draw, used up plenty of horse to get there, and has run right back to his best. And as you can see in the last 150 metres or so, the runner-up's just not getting any closer to the winner. If anything, the winner's beginning to go away again later on, which sort of backs up the idea that Bassawat might be more of a sprinter.
I love this shot here because you can just see all the horses involved from high draws. And let's talk about Mahalik. Has done exactly the same thing the horse did last time. That horse has something wrong. There's an issue there, isn't it? Bang up there all the way and then just stops very quickly.
Yeah, so stops as if he's got a breathing problem, something like that. So we obviously haven't heard any post-race reports like that, but the way he shapes suggests that there might be a breathing issue there. I don't think he's bleeding, but it's just going from top gear to back to second or third very quickly and backing out of things.
Would you consider maybe 1,200 metres for a horse like Mahalik, or is it not the trip that's a concern, it's going into top gear?
If you're stopping that quickly, it's a problem. It's not a stamina issue.
No, not at all. One thing that wasn't an issue was the high draws. We've got a horse drawn in 13 winning. We've got a horse drawn in 17 coming in second. We've got a horse drawn in 10 coming in third. And our first single figure draw was coming from stall 3. That was in no time. So you could just see horses on the inside 1M absolutely fell out. But as we can see from the outside, look at Mahalik's up there, Bassawat's up there, Amarillo Gold is in shot. Your eventual winner is also in shot. If you wanted one of those horses, you knew where you were very early on. No coming from off the pace here.
Yeah, you were well positioned with the top horses. The wide draw is not really an issue here. It's all about being able to have the pace to take a position. And as I said before, the good thing about this track, you're not disadvantaged by being wide. You're not on slower ground out there. No. As you see, when they harrow the track, they double harrow it out wide to make sure that the inside isn't getting artificially quick. And as we said, we don't really want to see a golden highway. You want to see a fair chance wherever you're drawn. And time and again, we're seeing that at this track.
Yeah, so not only harrowing, they're also watering just before the tractors came through as well. So they're clearly keeping the moisture in the course, which is great to see. They never settle for anything less than top quality here, do they? I think it's very clear to see that they want to make sure the racing is fair. They want to make sure you've got chances from all over. And I think this race just proves it once again.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about dirt surfaces in the last few weeks. But the surface here is magnificent. It's quite deep, but they keep it in really good condition. And I said, harrowing halfway through the day, putting a bit of water down, and the surface seems to suit most of the horses, and they all tend to come back sound, touch wood, from the vast majority of the races.
Yes, we keep talking about it, but we came here only a couple of days ago here on a Tuesday and watched a lot of the horses work out. And it's great to get right up close because you can see how deep the dirt is when they're just working out, but it clearly then gets harrowed when it comes to race day. And again, dirt racing has been in the spotlight a lot over the past few weeks. There's no point in trying to not talk about it. There's no point trying to get away from it. It's been talked about a lot in regards to equine safety. We see full runner fields, and I'm talking 18 runners in most of the races, and the accidents have been so few and far between. I've been here for 2 months. I've seen one fall, and I've seen one horse go wrong breakdown-wise. So I think over the actual space that you see, those are results that would make anybody involved in racing, any connections, owners, trainers, jockey, feel like they're running on a safe surface.
Yeah, and the climate here must help us as well. The fact that it's a very reliable climate. We get the occasional shower, but we don't tend to get extreme weather conditions. We don't see much fluctuation in the temperature either, and that must make it easier for those who are maintaining the track. And the surface is exceptional.
Yes, it's been the Clerk of the Course here would be an absolute dream, I feel. Plenty more to look forward to throughout the rest of the card, though. Could we go flying on to race 5. This is over 1,400 metres. This is an Arabian Horses Fillies maiden. And this, despite the fact there's only 8 runners in this contest, it still looks like quite a tricky affair because there's a few horses in here that I think would have a very good chance. Although the Al Khalidiyah horses are the ones that jump out at you at first, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's always where you tend to go in the first place. Although, to be honest, there's one here that looks a standout to me. That's Barja Al Wasmia, who was second on debut last time out, showed lots of speed, and then managed to keep going pretty well to finish second to Oja Al Khalidiyah, who is a horse who's now rated 81. So finishing second to an 81 rated horse on debut over a trip that might actually have been a furlong too far as well, is a very, very good performance. Obviously, there are those with higher ratings. Tarbeya Al Naif is rated 68. Mawazin is rated 68. Barja Al Wasmia doesn't have a rating so far, but getting beaten, about 3 lengths by an 81 rated performer last time out suggests that he's actually, or she, I should say, the 5-year-old mare, is the best of these already after one run. The only question is, with a fairly quick turnaround from meeting 31, is she able to show the same form again? I thought she looked really promising there.
Number 6 is a horse called Kulthum. Now, I know you are very keen to talk about what this name means and what this name means to Arabic culture as well.
Well, yeah, because you need a little bit of an education.
I need a lesson. I do.
In cultural affairs, particularly going back a bit. We had a filly called Kulthum in the UK a couple of years ago as well. He was very useful sort for Richard Fahey. Kulthum, a legendary singer in the Arabic world with a career lasting about 60 years. She died in the mid-70s, but a genuinely legendary figure in world music.
Someone else who is a legendary figure in racing here is King Faisal, and the King Faisal Cup is the highlight of a belting card on Saturday.
A dramatic evening of cup racing awaits, culminating in the King Faisal Cup, a fitting tribute to the beloved former Saudi ruler. Which horse will follow Flying Grey Asfan Al Khalidiyah in achieving ultimate glory? Don't miss all the action. Saturday, September the 2nd, live on the Saudi Jockey Club YouTube channel.
Saturday, September the 2nd, and it can't come soon enough. The King Faisal Cup, certainly a race I will be looking forward to. Plenty of other good racing on the day. We were lucky enough that the cards were coming early, so we got to have a good look at some of the horses in there. But more pressing concerns are the horses that are running in our 5th race. And Darren Owen has the runners and riders.
Cheers, Callum. Yes, we're looking forward to the 5th race for the Arabian-bred fillies here, and it's over 1,400 metres. Number 1 is Mansoura Al-Gaya Abdullah or Deeb takes the ride. Number 2 is Hanouf Al-Zamilia and Rahid Al-Feroz. Number 3 is Tabeya Al-Naif. Abdulaziz Al-Yahish takes the ride. Blinkers to be worn by number 3. Number 4 is Shinat Al-Khalidiyah. Number 5 is the grey. That is Barja Al-Wasmia. 6 is Kulthum. 7 Mawazin, this one wears cheek pieces. Number 8, a debutante, that is Moga. They are the 8 runners. They're going over 1,400 metres.
Thank you very much, Darren. And the runners are already in our parade ring. Only 8 going to post. I think Barja Al Wasmia is your selection, Rory, but I certainly think there's plenty of others that we may need to give a mention to nonetheless, because it's not all going to be about Barja Al Wasmia. As we've seen in these Arabian races before, sometimes the form just poof, disappears out the window. So we need to give a shout out to all of these. Any others catching your eye immediately?
Shehanat Al Khalidiyah also doesn't have much form, just a 1 run to date. Showed early dash before fading over 1,400 metres at Riyadh back in November. Fitness might be an issue here, but the Al Khalidiyah horses tend to thrive here. I thought, although you couldn't rate that form highly at all, I thought she was the type to improve markedly. She's very young in the context of Arabian racing. She might need more time, but I thought she was an interesting one.
Yes, one of only a few 4-year-olds in this. Mawazin is another 4-year-old who's had plenty of experience, and Mansoura Al Gaya is another horse who's 4. She's a filly. She's a 4-year-old with 6 runs, but 4 of those came last season, so hopefully that horse will come forward. We can just see the jockey who'll be on Kulthum in those colours. Very, very famous if you're a fan of Joe Tizard. We often see those in the jumping game, those colours.
They're very similar to the, in fact, they're identical to the brocade racing colours that we've seen successful in the Cheltenham Gold Cup.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not sure whether they're quite as involved in this runner, but great to see those colours that we have grown to love so much as well. We'll start off with number 1, Mansoura Al Gaya. This horse was rated 55, 0 from 6. It hasn't shown much this season, but again, we'll be looking to improve as time goes on.
Yeah, all runs so far have been in maidens, and the best she's managed is 6. So she's definitely got ability, but there'll be easier races for her, I think.
Hanouf Al Zamila is horse number 2. That jockey was seen with our winning connection in the last race, so hopefully he's caught that winning bug and they can continue with another winner today.
I'd be very surprised, I'm afraid. She ran in a 0-60 handicap last time out and was well beaten.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye, Shamila?
She's beautiful. She's 5-year-old filly. She's tiny. She's absolutely tiny, like compared to the rest of the field. But that just means that maybe she'll be able to get in and out of the other runners really quickly. She's sporting blinkers today and a shadow roll, so hopefully that'll have her locked in.
I'm sorry there, we just missed you at the beginning of that. Would you mind just giving us that selection again? Who was it that caught your eye?
Horse number 3, Tabeira Al Naif.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Always the professional. Thank you for giving us that one. That is Shamila's selection. Tabeira Al Naif, certainly one that I wouldn't have put on my shortlist, but if it's catching the eye in the parade ring, always one to keep an eye on.
Well, in terms of the ratings, she comes out joint top with Mawazin. She was a little bit disappointing at meeting 26, but she was very wide that day and chasing a fast pace. I didn't think she was seeing the best effect. Prior to that, she'd been 3rd twice in a row, and she arguably sets the standard, really.
Barraj Al Wasmia is a horse that in that race, you just see in shot now, Barraj Al Wasmia. That horse didn't make the early running and was able to just get out wide and then put the pressure on a horse that was much more fancied during the day. In that performance, are we going to see a similar performance to that today? Are we going to see sort of a horse sitting off the pace and getting into it later?
Well, she didn't lead early, but she pressed the pace quite quickly. And I thought she just showed natural speed. So I'd be very surprised if she doesn't go forward again. She didn't have to be asked to make that effort. She travelled on the bridle through the race.
Moga is one of our debutants, horse number 8. And I was quite interested in see how Moga looked. Quite an athletic type, taller, quite imposing, very different to our other debutant, Kulthum, who is much more smaller, petite, typical Arabian type, I would say.
Yeah, Moga's got a bit of size, but very hard to weigh up otherwise.
Yeah, hard to give any form as well.
He is from an Al-Khaladia dam line out of a mare called Shahika Al-Khaladia, so certainly bred for the job.
Certainly bred to do very well indeed, as we can see horse number 1, Mansoura Al Gaya, going down to post. That's by a stallion called Alam, not a stallion that I know an awful lot about. But the Al-Khaladir horse, Shehanat Al-Khaladir, is by Jaloud Al-Khaladir, which is certainly something to watch out for. And it's out of Manira Al-Khaladir, so they've kept that. That's as homebred as you can possibly get.
It certainly is, and as I said, although she probably wasn't really ready for that debut last season, she showed a lot of ability.
This is the horse that we both like. This is Barraj Al Wasmia, and this is this form last time. Really, really good effort on this occasion.
Yeah, she's already come to take the front runner, and unfortunately, as we join in, she gets swamped by a very decent performer. As I said, that's a performer who's rated 81. And really, the second and third set it up for the winner. They got involved in a battle. But I really like the way that Barja Al Wasmia put distance between herself and the third and kept chasing the winner. I thought that was a good performance. You'd have to give her a rating north of 70 on this. And to do that on your debut suggests she's got a big chance here.
This is Mawazin running to finish 2nd in August the 10th. Couldn't quite land the blow here, but you can just see Mawazin. You don't get blown away by this performance because it's sort of rolling and leaning all over the place, but it's not an awful display at all.
No, Mawazin's pretty consistent. I know she was only 6th last time out, but she's probably run to a similar level as she has here. And She was ahead of both Mansoura Al Ghaya and Tarbeya Al Naif on beating 25, or 26 rather. So she's got an edge over those two already. Got a rating of 68. She's consistent. She's one-paced.
Yes, this is Mawazine in shot here. British bred, which is great to see a British bred horse in these Arabian contests. Very rare.
Yeah, she's out of a mare called Nej Al Mori. You get quite a lot of horses called Al Mori in the old days running in Arab races in the UK.
So we're saying old pedigree, I'd like to say that, and Al Mori pedigree, suddenly a little bit deeper. Taken over by the Al Khaladirs now, though, so that's certainly not so much of a blow here today.
Well, you're looking at two different countries there, but yeah, quite a lot of horses with the Al Mori suffix running well in Arabian races in the UK and France over the years.
So we know Shamila likes Tabeya Al Naif. I know I like Baja Al Wasmia. I'm imagining you're on the same plane as me there, Rory.
Yeah, I'm very much with Baja Al Wasmia, and I think although you've got a couple in Tarbeya Al Naif and Mawazine with ratings that say they should go fairly well, I think the danger could be Shahanat Al Khaladiya, who's the one with arguably the most potential of those without a rating that we haven't seen.
Yes, and it's good to see that we cannot keep away from the Al Khaladirs because they are always dangerous in these contests. Great to see people still being involved in the Jcsa YouTube channel. The viewers just keep climbing and climbing, which is fantastic to see. Let us know in the comments if you're with us or against us. It's totally fine if you are or not. And remember to turn on those bell notifications as well so you never miss an episode of this coverage, which is just so brilliant, I have to say. I think it's clear we have to keep mentioning 32 cameras. The hardest working team in the business. They are here, there and everywhere. Our team not only on the ground but also situated around the racecourse. Great to see, and such a fantastic production crew to be involved with.
Yeah, and it gives you great pictures to look at post-race. I love the drone shot after the start as well. And occasionally we get a chance to see the drone camera footage all the way through a contest. But to have that choice is a real blessing.
Yes, just to have the option of the drone footage is crucial, and it just gives us a different angle into the race. You can see who beats traffic, who doesn't, who's had a clear run, who's had to weave their way through beaten horses. It's just a great option to have.
All you've got to do is watch a football match to realise how much incidents can look different from different angles. So to have the choice of multiple cameras to show certain things that happen on the track must give you enhanced coverage.
Talking about football matches, we were lucky enough to watch Al Nassr at the hotel a couple of nights ago. They were mightily impressive, weren't they?
They were. I think they were dropped in class, as it were, I think, judging by how well the opposition played that night.
Yes, it was a big game, a derby, but certainly a massive class difference between the two sides. Although some of the boys that we watched the game with were really banging the drum for the opposition, but they just couldn't land a blow in that contest, could they?
I think it was Al Shabaab, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They tried to play good football rather than parking the bus,
yeah.
as they say back home.
It's great to play out from the back if you can string 6 passes together. If you can't do that, it's very difficult to play out from the back. But back here, you can just see the horses circling around at the start. A key thing we must mention is the horses circle around before going in. Any horses that you see in the middle are getting a tack adjustment. It's certainly nothing to worry about, it's nothing to be concerned about, it's just getting attack adjusted. If it was a veterinary adjustment, it would happen away from the group. So this is not a veterinary adjustment for number 2, Hanouf Al Zamia, who is just getting some tack adjusted. And again, great to see more comments coming up in the track. We can see the love hearts coming through. We can feel the love right here in the studio. Certainly plenty to look forward to. Out of the 8 in this field, is there anyone that you're concerned about who can be Baraj Al Wasmia?
Yes, as I said, I think Shahanat Al Khaladiya could improve out of recognition from that debut effort, where again, like Baja Al Wasmia, she showed speed in probably a deeper contest than Baja Al Wasmia ran last time out. So I do think she is a big danger.
And Mawazine not giving any support to that runner, I think, comes here with a rating of 68. I know the ratings we think are going to be blown out the water by horse number 5, but surely had a chance.
She will be the guide to how good the form is. She tends to run to her rating most of the time, but she lacks speed. She's been placed at up to 2,000 metres, so 1,400 metres would be very much a minimum for Mawazine. And I think she's going to run on into 3rd or 2nd perhaps, but I struggle to see her winning.
We've got some writing here in Chinese as well, which is great to see. More viewers from across the plains. Plenty of people tuning in to watch. It's just fantastic to see. Keep getting involved. Keep watching the racing. As the horses begin to load up, we can hand over to our commentator, Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, we are focusing on the Arabian breds here. Fillies, maidens, 4-year-olds and upwards. Field of 8 going 1,400 metres. And we are well through the loading up process, as you can see. Hanuf Al-Zamilia is one of those still out of line. Shihanat Al-Khalidia, number 4 there in the white colours with the black chevron, is also still to go in. So runners then moving up for race number 5. Most of them appeared to be in the starting stalls. Notice the jockey was out of the saddle from Hanuf Al-Zamilia. The horse was actually quite edgy as well in the prelims, number 2. But this is number 4, Shihanat Al-Khalidia, about to move into place. And this is Shihanat Al-Khalidia, and still on its toes is Hanuf Al-Zamilia. So these two then to go forward. So the 2-horse Hanuf Al-Zamilia has been really edgy there in the preliminaries. Last one goes in, Hanuf Al-Zamilia. All in. 1,400 metres, and they're racing, and away smartly is Baja Al Wazmia. That is the grey in the centre, and then up along the outside is Mawazine. On the extreme outer, Moga, the debutant, tries to take a prominent role, with Mansoura Al Gaya and Tabea Al Naif also showing up there. So going down the far side, around about 34 miles per hour, and on the inside running rail, it is Mansoura Al Gaya with a narrow advantage. To the wide outside is Shihanat Al-Khalidia, and between horses Baja Al Wazmi, and also right there is Tabea Al Naif. And the front wave of 4 have got a few lengths then on Mawazine, who's alongside Moga, and then comes Hanuf Al-Zamilia. The one who just can't go with them is Kulthum. So up front it is Tabea Al Naif now is trying to stride on and passes the 600-metre mark with a narrow advantage. Between horses is Baja Al Wazmi, the grey. 3 wide is Shihanat Al-Khalidia as they approach the final bend. So coming under a bit of pressure now to hold on to the lead is Tabea Al Naif inside the 400 marker. Shihanat Al-Khalidia is in second place, and those two now have kicked away from Baja Al Wazmi in 3rd, and then comes Mansoura Al Gaya. Down the outside, Moga is beginning to stay on, but it all could be too late inside the last 200 metres, and Shihanat Al-Khalidia has gone on, leads by about a length, but all credit to Tabea Al Naif, who is rallying for pressure and is coming back at Shihanat Al-Khalidia, and it's Tabea Al Naif who pulls it out of the fire. So Tabea Al Naif has won it. Shihanat Al-Khalidia in second place, and they were a mile clear of Moga in 3rd. So Tabea Al Naif, number 3, has pulled this out of the fire. I thought this horse, with 200 metres to go, was going to have to be content with the silver medal, but has rallied and has regained the advantage close home to beat Shihanat Al-Khalidia, number 4. So 3 beat 4, and they had a private battle all the way to the line, clear of Moga, the debutant, and Shamila there tipping the winner. The 3-horse has won. That was very game, because this horse was under pressure as they approached the turn into the straight, lost the lead to Shihanat Al-Khalidia, and has rallied and was won by, I'd say, about a neck there. Well, they're calling it quarter of a length. That was, if that was back home, we'd call it a neck, quarter of a length, neck, whatever you prefer. Number 8, Moga, back in 3rd place, and that one was well clear of the 4th, Baja Al Wazmi. It did show up in the early part of the race before fading. Well, I've got to say, that winner was game. 3, 4 and 8 are the numbers in the frame there. 3 beat 4 and 8. In truth, it was a private duel in the closing stages. Tabea Al Naif, the winner, number 3.
It's Abdulaziz Al-Yesh has just earned his riding fee in one of the toughest performances I've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse. Rory, what do you make of that? Tabeya Al-Naif, Shamila's paddock selection, has just gone in and outgutsed it in the finish.
Yeah, she's kept on very gamely to regain the lead. It looked all over from this home turn that Shihanat Al-Khalidiyah would win, but she wasn't able to get away. She wandered a little bit inside the last 200 metres as well. I'm inclined to say she got tired on her first run of the season. That's the kind way of putting it. And as I said, you know, this is only her second start as well. So I'd look for the positives with her rather than the negatives. But Tabeya Al-Naif, she did too much racing very wide last time out. In a more conventional race, you've seen a better effect. She'd been third on her previous 2 starts. Before that poor run last time out, and was turning the tables with Mawazine, who was ahead of her that time. But she's certainly seen a better effect the way this race was run.
Yeah, talking about doing too much, Baja Al-Wasmiyah was doing far too much early on, pulling, yanking, leaning all over the place. There was a few of them. I think Hanuf Al-Zamiyah, just lucky to get that horse loaded. That horse showed nothing once without the stall, pulled and was again running all over the place. Again, this was the problem with the small fields. They didn't get any cover. Those who were pulling weren't able to get in behind anything. They were left in front.
Yeah, not normally an issue here because they tend to have big fields and go strong pace. But not so much the case here. For me, Baja Al-Wasmiyah just found this race coming too soon. Her debut was just a meeting 31, and here we are, meeting 37 for an inexperienced filly. I think that was too soon.
Yes, may have been too much too soon, but certainly wouldn't write her off just yet. I'd be happy to give her another chance, would you?
No, the form of her debut effort is solid. It's a lot better than this form. It's not like she's stepping up in class and disappointing. She's in the same grade, and she just wasn't in the same form.
I think we can see how tired the runner-up got just by the way that she begins to drift off a true line in the straight. And I think that's what loses her the race. She just can't stay straight, and I think she ends up getting punished for not staying straight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, she's gone a length up and looked like she was going to win by a good margin. But as soon as she's got there, she starts to flag a little bit.
Just look at the full race here. We can just see horse number 2, Hanuf Al-Zamiyah, was running around all over the place. One of the other debutants as well, Kulthum, was another one who struggled early on and could never land a blue. Look at the jockey on board, Baja Al-Wasmiyah, who is just looking around and looking to see if anyone's going to take the lead off him, to be honest, because he's in that position. He's just like, I don't want to be in front. I don't want to be here. And no one came to cover, and I think that horse ran her race so early on.
Yeah, she ran herself out. To be honest, if you watch directly after the stalls, she takes a little bit of a bump or gives a little bit of a bump to Shahana Al-Khalidiyah, and that seems to light her up. And listen, she was keen enough on debut as well, but she sustained her speed. Here, she's just working against herself all the way through the race.
Mansour Al-Gaya jumped out of stall 1 and ended up being gifted the rail, but just couldn't maintain her challenge. And here our eventual winner, Tabeya Al-Naif, is in front, but looks like she's rich for the taking, rich pickings, you would say, for Shahana Al-Khalidiyah.
Yeah, she got herself there in fairly soft fashion, and as we see now, Shahana Al-Khalidiyah gets within 3/4 of a length before they come out of the home turn. And the writing's on the wall here, you think. She's gone half a length up. The runner on the rail, Tabeya Al-Naif, is now hard under pressure, a length and a half behind. The race is over, surely, but the leader gets tired very quickly. She now comes under pressure, and I think she's blowing up at this stage. Then the eventual winner sees her chance again, rallies, gets alongside with 100 metres to run. The runner-up drifts out to her right, and the race is over.
Yeah, I think the drift is not helped either. We see them breaking away, and it's the first time I've seen a race like this where horses are looking for cover. It reminded me of a jumps race back home, especially those small field bumpers you see at the end of the car where everyone's saying, I don't want to be in front, I don't want to be in front. But you can just see here, you mentioned the bump and the horse is getting lit up, and this is UCR Grey gets lit up from there.
Yeah, it was an awkward enough start, particularly for Khalid Al-Mimoni on Kulthum. She broke rather awkwardly from the stalls, and he's almost come out the side door. He corrected himself after that, but she was never able to get herself out of the rear division.
Moga ran a very decent race on debut to finish 3rd. I think that's a horse I'd want to keep in my Arabian racing notebook.
Yeah, this isn't the strongest maiden you're going to see, but to do this well on debut for Moga is promising. Again, as we said, you wouldn't want to see her throw it into another race very quickly because this could have been quite a punishing one. But she was looked after, I thought. So maybe she'll be able to back up a little bit quicker.
Yes, hopefully she will. But I just can't believe this performance. Do you think the runner-up is more tired than an attitude issue, isn't it? It's not that she stopped trying. She just got tired.
I think so. Listen, it's her second start. It's her first start for quite a long time as well. So it's much more likely that she gets tired than she doesn't want to go on. It may well be that she turns out to be the type to idle in front, but I prefer to look at the positives with her and make excuses for the fact that she seems to have thrown away victory here.
Absolutely. Someone who never needs any excuses is Shamila, who tipped this one up, which is great to see her paddock pick coming through for the selection. It would have been one of the under-the-radar choices as well. Certainly wasn't the first one to jump off the page to me.
No, again, she had the joint best rating in the race, but she was coming off a disappointing effort behind another one of these runners. You had to ignore that effort to give her a good chance.
Mawazine, that horse that she finished behind last time, that horse has run no race today, has it?
No, that's very disappointing from her. This is the wrong trip for her, and the slow pace wouldn't have helped her either. She's pretty slow.
Yeah, so she needs to step up and trip at a stronger gallop, and then she's coming on late. No, that's totally agreeable there. I think we've gone through all of them. I was intrigued by Moga. I think Moga will be a better horse than that performance, and I think one to watch. But again, just a little bit of a concern when the horse is coming back so quickly. So we don't want to see Moga anytime soon. We want to see Moga away for a while.
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks at least is the ideal for a horse having his first start.
Yes, and again, thank you for all getting involved in the YouTube. We've got more and more comments as well in various different languages. I'm beginning to wish I concentrated more at school in my language classes, because there's plenty coming in all kinds of different languages. Wherever in the world you are watching, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching, please continue to get involved in the YouTube comments, in the YouTube broadcast, and please continue to like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications as we sprint forward onto race 6. And race 6 is time to talk to Darren Owen.
So let's have a look. Let's have a look at the field end of this mile race. 1,600 metres. Big field here, 18 of them. Fillies, maidens, two-year-olds. Number 1 is Maktuba. Number 2 is Awabar. Number 3 is Meaia. Number 4 is Heels, the 5-horse Bondok. Number 6 is Modahima. 7 is Motanamia. 8, Hiroshima. Number 9, Salfar. Number 10, wearing blinkers, is Nakawiya. 11, debutante, Princess Yara. 12 is Jcsa. 13 is Mosta Hedhar, and this horse wears blinkers, that's number 13. Number 14, Wamd Al Barouk. 15, Saiba. 16, Sarkat Haja. 17 is 8th Barat, and 18, also wearing blinkers, is Awash Al Kushayat. 18 of them going to post. Could be some green horses here. Fillies, maidens, 2-year-olds, going a mile, 1,600 metres.
Thank you very much, Darren, for taking us through the runners and riders. And yes, this could be a bit of a fact-finding mission. 2-year-olds going over the mile. These fillies, not much experience to hand, but certainly ones that we're likely to see later on and come forward when they're 3.
Hopefully for the best of them, yes. Some of them haven't shown an awful lot of ability to date. The mile could be the making of a few of them, though.
Yes, and we just see some of them come into the parade ring. Bondok, horse number 5, is the horse I really want to discuss, because that horse was running a mighty race after a slow start before getting absolutely slammed on the rail on the last start, and then ended up being eased. But I think was making really eye-catching progress before that incident.
Absolutely. He completely blew the start last time. That was over 1,200, and they've gone fast enough for him in the race. But he has made relentless progress and was just pushing up to probably share 4th place when he went for a gap that didn't really exist next to the rail, was badly hampered, lost a lot of momentum, but still kept on again afterwards. He looks like he will relish the longer trip. He doesn't want to be starting slowly, though.
No, and the horse that you see there is Jcsa, who is horse number 12 on your race card, just coming through, and we can just see horse number 16 as well, which is Sarkat Hajir, also coming through. And then Ace Barat, horse number 17, a horse I'm very keen on. Rory, I think this horse could have a massive chance.
Yeah, missed the break on debut, meeting 28, but made eye-catching headway when finishing third to Taj Al Anaya. That's a good run, and we'll get a chance to see it later, I think.
Yes, Yusuf, thank you for getting involved in the YouTube comments. If you look at the top one, this is Mokhtabar.
Yeah, Mokhtabar was always in rear on debut and is going to be well beaten here unless she's able to jump a lot quicker.
You've got all the faith in Mokhtabar. Awaba is horse number 2, 0 from 1 and 13th last time out.
Yeah, trailed throughout on debut, and again, you'd need to think there's a bit of early pace from these inside runners. There's very little on show, though.
No, we're getting a good look at Mokhtabar. It's a lovely looking type, looks perfectly in shape for this trip with a high back end, but I think there's some other horses with even better chances. Mayaya, horse number 3, 0 from 1, but that was the 7th last time out, so not totally disappointing on debut.
No, made some late headway behind Judea, who was an impressive winner of the first race here today on debut over the 1200. On pedigree, it wants a little bit further. Doesn't want to be getting behind in the early stages, though.
Someone who's not getting behind in the comments is Yusuf, who's hit us with another one straight away. Good to see you, Yusuf. Good to see you getting involved. Hopefully you can find some winners as well as everybody else watching. And it's good to see we've got some royalty in scene. This is Prince Bidhip in shot here, who is greeting the riders as they come into the parade ring. And again, it's great to see some royalty here at Taif. We've seen the governor was here as well. We've seen Prince Bandar as well. We've seen plenty of high-profile members of the Saudi royal family being involved here in racing here at King Khaled's Racecourse.
Yes, always good to see.
Yes, always good to see. Always good to have dinner with as well, I think. One of the good things about that. Horse number 1, Mokhtabar, is our opening horse we're going to have a look at. We're going to have another look at this horse because the Arabic channel are clearly keen. So that's one thing we have to take note of because they're usually not wrong.
They obviously like her, but she was always in the rear when 12th on debut. Awaba, trail throughout, was behind Maya Year, first time out at meeting 25. And Maya Year we'll see next.
Yes, this is Maya here. The first one really caught my eye. Nice looking animal.
Yeah, she made good late headway on that 1200 event, so it needs to step forward, but the longer trip could well suit her.
Heels is horse number 4, 0 from 2 in over 10th and 12th place finishes.
Yeah, did show a little bit last time out, but started very slowly and then made laboured late headway.
Bondok, horse number 5, the one we've already spoken about, fell out the stalls last time but made eye-catching progress.
Yeah, and was badly hampered when coming with a strong run as well.
Yeah, a really lovely looking animal as well. Strong, powerful type. I think Bondok's going to run a much better race, a career best on the horizon. Mudamiha is horse number 6. 0 from 1. That was a 10th place effort. You'd need to see more today, surely.
Yeah, she needed reminders after the start. She broke okay, but didn't get into her stride quickly, and then ran okay to finish 10th. There might be a bit of ability there.
Motanamia is horse number 7, 0 from 3. That run on meeting 25 would surely put her close here.
Yeah, that was a 4th behind Judea, which meant that she was ahead of Awaba and Maya Year in that contest.
Hiroshima is horse number 8, 0 from 3.
0 from 3, showed a bit at meeting 34 last week. Well placed, but faded late in a race won by Bint Kasura. I'm not entirely sure the mile is what Hiroshima wants.
Salfa, horse number 9. What do you make of this one?
She was disappointing last week behind Safa, but she'd shown a lot of ability when 3rd at meeting 31. I'm inclined to think last week's race came too soon, but we've got the same conundrum now, running again another week on.
Nakwaia is horse number 10, another one who's not from 2.
Yeah, ran badly on debut, but showed a lot more up to this trip last time out, making late headway to finish 6th. Definite ability.
This is Princess Yara with Berto on board. He'll be keen for a winner.
She is a debutant, but a full sister to a 5-time winner called Belmore Summer.
Jcsa is horse number 12. We spoke about this horse earlier on. Another who's not from 2, but 2 9th place finishes weren't totally disappointing.
No, she broke okay last time, but she got taken off her feet before plugging on into 9th. She clearly wants the trip, and she should be competitive here.
Mostadea is horse number 13, 0 from 2. 4th place on debut, 6th place after that. Would have a chance here.
Yeah, wide throughout when 6th last time out, so could have done better. And the step up to 1600 definitely looks to suit.
I know you don't want to hear any more from myself or Rory. You want to hear from Shamila, who's in flying form. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
Well, I was absolutely delighted with my last winner. I don't know if I'm going to get you a winner in this race because I'm going for a debutante number 11, Princess Yara. And I don't have a great track record with choosing debutantes from the parade ring, but she just looks so well in herself. She's one of the biggest horses in the parade ring, which can be good for these fillies races. Like, the bigger they are, the stronger they are, the more, defined they are. It can be a good outcome for them in the race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yes, Wigberto Ramos on board as well, so certainly not a bad pilot as well. We were just looking at Wamad Al Barak, who is horse number 14. That's another who's not from 2, and they were really disappointing efforts.
Both disappointing efforts. It just looks very limited.
Wash Al Kreisayat is horse number 18, the last horse we'll look at, and Ace Barrett is horse number 17. Let's talk about Ace Barrett. That's one that's really fascinating.
Yeah, missed the start, but made eye-catching headway, as I said, went third to Taj Al-Anaya in a good race last time out. Big chance on this.
This is Ace Barrett, and if you watch this, Camille Ospino is disappointed with this ride. I think he'd want this back because they met traffic problems after missing the kick. Had to come all the way wide, and it's the 2 horses in front that actually pull away and win. But Ace Barrett ran a good enough race in 3rd.
Yeah, it doesn't get any closer from here, but you can see he was hoping to get a run up the rail, but there was a wall of horses in front of him. He had to peel out wide, and then, having made a big effort, it's rather flattened out from this point. But the front 2 were good, and he was looked after when he was beaten in 3rd, as you can see.
Yes, certainly looked after and given plenty of time to rattle back and get back into form. Wash Al Kreisa, we didn't get a chance to talk about that horse, 0 from 3, 17th, 11th, and 11th, last 3 starts.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be going anywhere very quickly, so hard to fancy in this contest.
Sarkat Haja, another horse we didn't get a chance to see. You're not totally against this one, are you? You had some positive for it.
Yeah, it's one good run. Had the run of the race when finishing 6th and meeting 16, and I think it's just one of those. If she gets close to the front, she could run okay, but she seems to drop the bridle when she's passed.
Yes, one of those other ones who struggled in last 2 starts is Saiba, horse number 15, 0 from 2, and those 2 runs haven't been overly impressive.
No improvement from what was a very poor debut last time out. So again, one of those is very hard to fancy.
We know Shamila likes Princess Yara. I must admit, Maya, number 3 on screen with a real eye catcher for me as well. But I am going to stay with Ace Barrett. But I think that horse is much, much too good for these. And I think if Ace Barrett gets a nice draw and gets Camillo in a rhythm, this horse could be very hard to beat. Again, my only concern would be drawn out wide. But we're going over the mile here. So again, the draw shouldn't be so much of a concern.
I know, I think it's almost a benefit. I think the ones drawn low are in trouble because you don't want to get too close to the inside rail early on over a mile here. And that 4, Maktuba, Awaba, Mayer and Hales haven't shown early pace. I can see them getting detached in the first furlong or so.
And remember, the key thing we have to mention is the fact that they got the cutaway. So in the 1 mile start, you come down and there's no rail to your left. So a lot of the inexperienced horses will really struggle because they'll see all this space outside them and go, well, why aren't they going left? And they have to be forced to keep straight.
Yeah, they tend to get distracted and they tend to lose ground there. So that's a negative for those. Bondok in 5, he doesn't want to get tied up with that group. He wants to get himself towards the middle of the track early on. But I think he should start, or she rather, should start better than she did on debut when she blew it badly. And I thought that was just inexperience. But she showed loads of ability in the middle of that race. Hopefully the longer trip will suit. That's a bit of a gamble. But yeah, she looks a very interesting one.
Yes, Bondok certainly one to shortlist for sure. I think you can hear by our opinions on Bondok, we really hope that horse runs a very good race because it was a serious eye catcher when we were going through the form. Salfar, not to get confused with Safar, who beat Salfar last time. She'd need to improve from that last start, but the 3rd and penultimate start was a really good effort.
Yeah, the penultimate 3rd was a good one. The run last time was an odd one because she was eased on the home turn. Looked like she was going to sort of come out among the back markers. And then she seemed to pick up again very late and was ridden along, picked up a couple of places. But it was an odd run, and she's again turned out quickly, which I'm not sure what to make of that.
Yeah, it's slightly concerning, isn't it, the quick turnaround after a poor performance. She's wanted them to go back to the drawing board and maybe give the horse time to recover. Talking about time to recover, you guys on YouTube certainly aren't giving us any time to recover. You're flying along in the comments and in the views. So great to see you guys continuing to watch, and we see these beautiful shots of the sun setting here at King Khalid Racecourse here in Taif. And the great thing about this racecourse is when the light goes down and the floodlights come up, it just becomes even more picturesque, and we can see some of the local nature making its way through the sky here at Taif. What have you made of it? You've been here a week now. You've surely got an opinion of the place, and I'm sure you'd be stuck with me, so I can only apologise for that. But what have you made of the environment as a whole?
It's a little more scenic here than it is at our hotel, it has to be said. And yeah, I love the racecourse. It's got a great feel. We came here on Monday just to watch them do a little bit of work, or Tuesday rather.
Tuesday, yes.
To see them do a little bit of work on the track. It doesn't get too warm. It's really pleasant now. It must be in the 20s at the moment. It feels like it here. But yeah, the temperature earlier on was perfectly pleasant. A little bit cooler now. Lovely sky. Weather set fair. You've got to love it.
Yes, absolutely. You've got to love it. It is so good out here. We have to keep saying it. So, just selection-wise, as they begin to circle around, I'm going to go for Ace Barat, horse number 17. I know Shamila is looking at Princess Yara, one of the debutants, horse number 11. Rory, who are you looking at?
Well, just a quick one on Princess Yara. We haven't mentioned her much, but she's a sister to a 5-time winner by Mastery, who's a good sire. So she might have picked a bit of a torture here, Shamila. I'm going to go with Bondok and hope that she gets away well. Her race could be run by the cutaway, obviously, but I loved how she shaped on debut, and if the mile suits, she could go very well.
Yes, Bondok, I think, will run a very nice race. Princess Yara, you mentioned Mastery. You know about this sire, don't you, Mastery? What do we know about this one?
Well, there are a couple of sires called Mastery. You've got to make sure you don't. That we have Mastery who won the St. Ledger, but this is the US bred Mastery. Who was very good, sort of a 1.25 miles, rather than the UK-based Mastery, who was a 1.5 to 2 mile horse.
Yes, and I think it's crucial to see this because we are getting this website made up and this database made up by Weatherbees, which will hopefully make this easier to work out who's who, and the stud book is a crucial part of that.
It is indeed, and this does look a good pedigree in Princess Yara, and we'd love to see Wigberto Ramos get a winner, wouldn't it? It's been a while.
Yes. It's been a while since we've seen a wiggle, as we just saw a beautiful sunset shot there from the hardest working camera team in the business. So selection for the final time, just to remember which team you're on. If you're Team Rory, you're looking for Bondok. If you're Team Shamila, you're looking for Princess Yara. And if you're Team Callum, the big team, Ace Barat, ladies and gentlemen, horse number 17 for Team Callum. So it's 17 for me. It is 5 for Rory, and it is 11 for Shamila. And Darren Owen, it's over to you. Do you have a selection? Are you taking us on?
I'm not going to take you on. I'm just intrigued. What are the scores on the doors at the moment after 5 races? We'll get an update on that. Right, runners going into the start. Go on, Callum. What are the scores on the doors?
Right, Darren, but I'm glad you brought it up. The scores on the doors are currently Callum ahead with 2 winners, Rory Delagi languishing in behind, but hasn't done badly, have you? And I think your strength is going to come later on in the card.
I've got one, yes.
You've got one, and you had Rook Al Sayed as well, who was a very nice selection. Shamila's got one as well, so we're all on the board. We're giving you plenty of winners. But Darren, has Darren had a winner yet?
Do I have to play? Right, let's concentrate on what's going on at the start here, guys. Right, 1,600 metres. They're going a mile. Fillies, 2-year-olds, and going into the starting stalls now from one of the outside draws there is Saiba, number 15. Here's number 4. This is Heels. Heels there in the blue and green halved jacket. Heading towards starting stalls now. Just shying away there, number 4, Heels. Got that nice long run down the back straight. They start this race in the chute over on the far side of the course. Now they have a nice long run before they get to the turn. Going in is number 6, that is Modehima. Here's number 7, here's number 9, Salfar, black with the white diamond white sleeves. Number 9, Salfar, moves into place. And can't be many more to go forward now. Moving into stall number 10 there is Nakawia. Nakawia goes in, has the yellow blinkers. Number 2, Awabar has just loaded. And going into a wide berth is 8th Barat, number 17. So standing by for a start. Looks as though Maktuba is to go in. That one drawn in stall number 1 on the inside. 1,600 metres here for race number 6. I think we're about set. So they're all in. So that long run down the back straight before they get to the turn. Some inexperienced horses. Modhaima in stall number 6. He's just getting a little bit worked up there. Modhaima. Where's the black and white colours? Comes out of stall number 6, getting very fidgety. All the others seem to be standing okay. It's a long hold for some of them. Flags up, ready. And they're off racing. Maktuba began sharply on the inside. Our Bar is just being shaken up to go forward as they form their early order. Also right up there with the leaders is Motanamia. And not too far away over on the far side is 8th Barat, who's coming from a wide draw. 8th Barat coming over now to take on Our Bar for the early advantage, and now shifts over to the running rail as they link onto the main track. So it is 8th Barat who makes it by about 2 lengths to Our Bar, who's just about holding second place, with Motanamia in 3rd, who's up along the outside, with Zakat Haja on the wide outside. Leaders are being followed to the end of the back straight by Salfar, who's in the black and white jacket, and then another couple of lengths away to Wand Al Barouk, and as they leave the back straight behind them, Jcsa has a pitch to the outside. Back in mid-division as they run to the turn is Princess Yara, the newcomer, but they're well strung out, and the one setting a pretty good pace is 8th Barat, has reached about 33 miles per hour. 8th Barat followed by Motanamia in 2nd as they approach the last bend. Those two are being followed in 3rd by Salfar, who's now just been driven along to get on terms as they approach the final turn. Well spaced out behind. Princess Yara is best of the rest as they come on down the straight, but the clear leader, this is 8th Barat, really set them a merry dance, came from a wide draw and got a really good lead. 8th Barat is in front. Now they're trying hard to close. Down the outside is Princess Yara, has moved into 2nd place from Salfar in 3rd, but in splendid isolation is 8th Barat. Here's the line. 8th Barat from Princess Yara. 8th Barat the winner. Princess Yara 2nd, and they are clear of Salfar. Wow. That was pretty lightning from 8th Barat, number 17 on the card. Callum will be doing another victory dance. I think it's 3 wins now for Callum from 6 races, but we won't say too much about that because we won't be able to get him through the door. 8th Barat has won it, number 17. But what about that move? What about that move? Came from stall number 17 down the far side. When they linked onto the main track from the 1 mile shoot, the 1600 metre shoot, this horse went over the running rail, set them a merry dance, went clear. Good effort there from Princess Yara, who stayed on down the outside to try and get on terms the newcomer. 2 1/4 lengths the winning margin, by the way. 2 1/4 lengths for number 11 Princess Yara. 8th Barat, number 11 Princess Yara in 2nd place. 3rd was number 9 Salfar. So it's 17, 11 and 9. 8th Barat the winner. It's really set a lightning pace, 1 minute 46 and bits there, 1 minute 46.64 the winning time. 2 1/4 length winner, it was number 17 8th Barat on its 2nd career start, and they were well strung out from a very early stage there.
Camillo Ospina is back in the winners' enclosure. You can never write this man off, especially when he teams up with the sons of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. These are powerful connections. They know what they're doing, and Ace Barrett, a filly by Premium Tap, and we all know about Premium Taps by now. They come on from their first star. This horse has done just that. She has come on from her first star, and she has truly blitzed them with some fantastic early speed.
Yeah, very interesting ride from Ospina to go very wide and get forward. She missed the start on her debut, didn't miss the start this time, but used her speed, keeping wide, keeping out of trouble before making a sweeping move to the rail. And that was a race-winning move.
Yeah, put length between herself and her rivals and was very dominant. Camillo, that was a very confident riding. You mentioned earlier on before, it's amazing to see horses go forward underneath him. He sits right on their withers and they go forward without really expending too much energy. None of it's wasted on board him. And I think that was a prime example in this race today. We'll see with our many camera angles, you'll just see how well Camillo sits on board and just lets the horses do the running for him.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to watch this race again from the start. But a big early move on Ace Barrett, who was arguably the most interesting horse on paper. Your question was that very wide draw, but not much speed up the inside, and he used the speed that she had, which she wasn't able to display on debut, to get her into a winning position very early on. Bundok, unfortunately, who shaped similarly on debut, was tailed off at halfway, and then ran through Who-Beaten Horses again to finish 7th.
Princess Yara, Shamila is on fire. That's her selection that she found in the paddock, coming second on debut. That was a very good performance, and Shamila's ready in the winners' enclosure. Over to you, Shamila.
What a brilliant filly and what a brilliant ride by Camila Ospina. Congratulations. What did you make of it?
Thank you very much, Shamila. Thank you very much to Prince Mita, because this is good winner, because he's here today, and we are so happy to see him here in Taif. And thanks God, that's really the first time I got a little bit problem, she brought a little bit back and then don't have way, and she finished third. But today, thanks God, she brought very good, and she went in front quiet, and then she's coming very good.
How long does it take these 2-year-old fillies to mature a little bit in their racing?
No, that's filly, she ran the first time, but today she mild, the first time is 7 furlong, and in the last meter, that's really she stole a little bit, but thanks God she can do.
Do you think Abdullah Al-Badha now will keep her at the same distance?
I think so, yeah. I think so. Maybe she finished and they left to the Riyadh, because the season is almost done, and then we'll see. It's a nice filly, and I hope keeping sound, and then we'll see.
And it's a huge weekend. Saturday is a very big day of racing. Is there any horses in particular that you're looking forward to riding?
Yes, I have very good horse this week, inshallah. I hope run well, I have good chance, inshallah. I hope if God willing, get lucky, and then we'll see.
Thank you so much, Camila.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Camillo mentions luck, but he showed no luck here. Just watch him, green cap, second from the right of picture. Gets in front, but doesn't come across yet, Rory. He's holding for that cutaway to come away.
Yeah, the important thing for him is to make his move towards the rail to enhance his angle into the turn.
He's actually pulling the horse right.
Yeah, the horse wants to go left at that stage, and he wants to keep it right now. Now, when we come into the bend, he makes that move so that he doesn't have to decelerate at all going into the opening turn. That's really crucial. If you're going up the inside into that bend, you've got to decelerate a little bit just to get round it, whereas he's taken it at a natural angle, and he's gained maybe 3 lengths from doing so.
Awaba is broke from stall 2. That's the only horse from the low draw that I can see is up with the early tempo. You were absolutely right. No pace down the inside.
Yeah, Mutana Mia from stall 7 probably jumped best of all, just in front of the winner, and is in second place there, but couldn't match the winner for mid-race speed at all. The race is blown apart at this stage. You see Salfa moving up into third place there, and would eventually finish third, and you've got to look further back in the field for Princess Yara, who has run a blinder on her racecourse debut.
Yes, I think Princess Yara is certainly one to take out of this. Spotted up earlier by Shamila and ridden by Wigberto in very good fashion. You can't even see the horse coming into shot. She'll appear just about or maybe not even now. That far clear, our winner Ace Barrett has actually got away. There was a little bit concerned when Princess Jara managed to get loose from the rest of the field. I thought she might pose a threat, but she was unable to catch Ace Barrett, who, I do have to mention, this selection is purely justification for Tom Collins, who selected this horse on debut, made a really big claim for this horse, said all the right things, and the horse just met traffic problems and didn't get into the race.
She just lost it at the start, didn't she? And as I said, you watch her running that race, you put her in the notebook straight away. But fair play for Tom for picking her out in the first place. Just watching the replay of the start, Princess Yara had one behind her after 100 metres. She really has run an enormous race, and she clearly has lots of physical scope as well. So very much another one of Rory's runners-up.
Yeah, another Rory's runner-up for you, and it's a good one as well. Princess Yara will certainly be one to look forward to next time, but she was unable to close the gap on Ace Barrett, who still looks just a very pretty face on Ace Barrett. You don't often see that with these premium types. They tend to be much sort of stronger Roman nose type. She's a very attractive filly.
She's got a very interesting bit there as well, which I don't recognise. I wonder whether Shamila might be able to shed some light on it. It looks unlike most bits that I've seen used here.
Yes, and I think with the longer time we spend here, the more we'll see what bits are used, what aren't used, and what various bits, because obviously we've already seen about the straps on the nose. We've seen they're able to be used here and not in other races. We spoke to Prince Bandar last week about the use of strings on the colts, which isn't allowed to be used anywhere else in the world, and is slowly beginning to be phased out here in Saudi Arabia as well, which is met with a little bit of a backlash, there's no doubt about it, but for reasons why horse welfare comes first.
Absolutely. And yeah, you have to respect Prince Bandar's vision for this sport in Saudi Arabia going forward. He knows exactly what he wants to achieve.
Absolutely, he's certainly got a vision for the sport. I think he's got some very positive people around him who are trying to enable that vision. But one horse that did have a vision was Ace Barrett, who absolutely bolts up here in our fifth contest as we move on to race number 6. And we just keep ticking along nicely. And this is another interesting race 7. We're even further ahead. Everyone's getting on me in my ears. We're on race 7. Everyone's already flying along. We have absolutely rattled through this card. Darren has done magnificently early on. And this race is a 1,600 metres maiden. Another very similar contest. It's for fillies and colts, and for 3-year-olds. So there'll certainly be more experience in the field than before.
Yeah, and also open to imported horses as well. So perhaps a little bit more depth. In saying that, you've got a real mix of ability. You've got the likes of Night Moon, rated 42, Al Fatima, rated 45, but also Morsha Nebra, Kahalan, rated north of 70. So it's a decent enough maiden, and we'll get an idea of where we stand regarding the race times as well.
Yes, Sib Algara is another horse that I'm quite keen on. Horse number 7 on your race card. Powerful owners indeed, so certainly ones to watch. That horse has a couple of 6s to its name so far this season, but last season was a very striking horse on debut. Finished 2nd at Riyadh. Surely, if we get that form back, we'd have a chance.
Yeah, that was a career best effort for the son of Cityscape. That came over 1,800 metres. Generally speaking, it's been running over 2,000 since. I would have thought on pedigree, the drop back and trip could very much help Sib Algara.
We're just looking back at a replay of the last race, and again, we'll see another race over 1,600 metres here. How crucial is it for horses to get a good break if you're wide and be able to make that come across move? Or can you win from off the pace if the pace is a little slower?
You can win from off the pace if the pace is faster, of course, as well, if that pace begins to collapse. But you need to be able to pick your way through rivals, and it's very difficult to do that if you're keeping to the rail throughout. So if you're coming from off the pace, you've got to take a wide trip or weave between runners.
No, thank you very much for that, Rory. I think the wide trip is crucial and is really good to see. And I think one of the things we have to mention here is the inside draws. I think we made it very plain to see in the last race that you need speed on the inside, and you will get punished if you've not got that speed, because everyone's coming across and you have to quicken into that bend.
You end up having an unnatural line into the bend if you're stuck on the inside, and obviously if you're behind horses as well, you're not in control of exactly what your passage is. You're beholden to other horses. That's exactly why we saw Camilo Espina stay very wide on the track. He wanted to control that race. He wanted him to be the master of the contest, and whereas if you break badly, you sort of sit in the midfield, you're just looking for gaps where they appear, and you're reliant on others' mistakes and others allowing you a gap at the right time. Whereas if you're able to sit a little bit wider, make your own path, choose your route into those bends. That gives you a big advantage.
But we talk about a horse like Ace Barrett has been able to dominate here. Now, she won't have it all her own way for the rest of her career. Is there a slight concern that when these horses who are so good when able to dominate, especially for these colours and for this jockey as well, when they get headed, is that a concern for you?
Yeah, for any horse who is able to win easily without learning much, a step up in class is necessary for their next start. And they may find themselves against horses with a lot more early speed, a lot more track craft. It becomes more difficult all round. But it's character building as well. Often it just takes them 2-3 runs to acclimatise to the higher class of race, and then they can go forward again.
Someone who hasn't taken time to acclimatise to how we do things here on the Jcsa YouTube channel is Darren Owen, and he'll give us our runners and riders for the 7th race on the card.
Very much the leading tipster, Callum. Let's have a look at this 7th race then. They're going to go a mile, 1,600 metres for the maiden 3-year-olds, local and imported thoroughbreds to look forward to. 18 runners will face the starter. We do have a few changes. Let's go through the field. Number 1, Zaid. Number 2 is Lay Oyun Rakan. Number 3, Night Moon. Instantly, number 2 wears blinkers. Number 4 is Blue Uda. Number 5, and this is a jockey change as well, Al Fatamir is partnered by Ayad Al Turisi. Number 6 is Nail Al Ays, wears blinkers. 7, Thebe Al Agara. 8 is Azal, also a blinkered runner. Number 9 is Tawaj and Camilo Ospina. That's wearing blinkers. Number 10 is More Ginebra and Nawef Al Mudiani. 11 is Kahilan. 12 Mudhim. That's a great. Number 13 is Sodi Al Wade. 14 is Saudi Magic. Number 15, just to confirm, is the non-runner. Number 16 is Dr. Hisham in the cheek pieces. Number 17, also wearing cheek pieces, is Saudi Pride. 18, Al-Kar Warizmi. And number 19, the reserve, in that one is being called in. This is Atomic Impact, and Wigberto Ramos takes the ride aboard number 19. So non-runner number 15, 19 comes in, 18 strong lineup, going 1,600 metres for race 7.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to this contest. And the first horse that catches my eye, and I know, Rory, you've got plenty you want to talk about here, Atomic Impact, who sneaks in at the bottom, horse number 19. Wigberto Ramos was already declared to be the jockey on board, which I always think is a sign that they believe that they've got a chance if anything withdrawn, because often you see these horses who are reserves not have a jockey booked on.
Yes, so it seemed they were banking on getting in here. That's a pedigree that'll be familiar to some by Dandy Man, out of a very smart mare called Mace Causeway, who was trained by Barry Hills. He hasn't lived up to his pedigree thus far, but his best effort today came when 3rd last time out, behind Good Connection, which is a good piece of form.
Yes, a good piece of form indeed. We can just see Wigberto Ramos is going to be aboard Atomic Impact, and he'll be desperate to get himself a winner. He's now banging on the door, a couple of seconds as well today, so hopefully he can get his head in front. But he's always cold as ice, Wigberto, before he rides. Never looks like he's under any pressure whatsoever, as we see some of our other riders making their way out to the track. I think that's the rider of Nail Al Ays, who is horse number 6 on your race card. As we see horse number 9 on your race card, Tawaj, make his way around. What do you make of Tawaj? 12th last time out.
Showed plenty of early speed on debut last time out, over 2,000, but unable to sustain it. That trip was almost certainly too far, and Tawaj drops back in trip to something that should suit better.
Seed is horse number 1, not from 2, and they haven't been too impressive.
Yeah, travelled up well last time, but didn't find much off the bridle. Said definitely has ability, not harnessing it yet.
Lay Oyun Rakan is horse number 2, and this horse has been busy.
Been busy, but never better than midfield in his career to date, and hard to fancy.
Night Moon is horse number 3 in picture.
Best effort came over this course and distance, but poor in 2 other runs. But yeah, has ability. Maybe this is just the ideal track and trip.
Blue Oud is horse number 4.
Has started slowly, both starts to date, and been well beaten.
Al Fatimia is horse number 5. Now we know we got the new jockey on board there. One to watch. We see horse number 2. This is Lay Oyun Rakan. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves. That horse was a little bit late in the parade ring. And I quite like this horse. It's been busy but failed to play. Finished 10th over 1600 last time. And we go straight to number 5, Al Fatimia.
Yeah, no show today. It was well beaten in 2 starts at Riyadh and only 13th on Taif debut last time.
Nayal Al-Aid is horse number 6, 0 from 2. All those runs came last season. This is seasonal debut.
Yeah, 17th on debut, only 10th next time. But actually it was badly drawn that day and showed up a lot better than it suggests. So I think this horse has ability.
Looks very fit in the parade and got a strong poverty line on show, so certainly be one to keep an eye on. Seeb Al-Gara is horse number 7, a horse I'm interested in. Showed plenty of early promise with that second on debut. Has struggled later but drops in trip today.
Yeah, hasn't gone on since that good debut, but been running respectably, and maybe the drop in trip to 1600 will suit.
Not exactly catching my eye going around the paddock either. Looks quite heavy-footed and looks like it's not really taking it all in, but we saw a horse win like that earlier on last week. Horse number 9 is Tawaj. We've already talked about this one.
Yep, shows early speed, doesn't get home thus far.
More Ginebra is horse number 10. Nice-looking animal, glistening in the paddock.
Yeah, very similar. All runs to date have come in on the away from UAE generally, Abu Dhabi. Shows speed, but doesn't get home. I think wants a sprint trip.
Yes, Carleon is horse number 11 on your race card, this dashing grey. 4th on debut over this trip last season, but has struggled since.
Yeah, 4th first time, 5th on second start, gone backwards since then.
Yeah, certainly one to probably best watch. Horse number 12 is Mudhim, but Shamila is in the parade ring, and she'll talk about one that's caught her eye. Shamila, who is it this time?
Number 7, Threeb Al-Gara, has really caught my eye. He's a stunning colt, ridden by Asil Al-Sahani, who is a fantastic apprentice as well, and underrated in my opinion. But just looking at the horse going around the parade ring, he's looking like Frankel, absolutely pointing his toes out. He's ready to go.
Like Frankel, I think that's a very ringing endorsement from Shamila, who's been flying so far as we see horse number 16, which is Dr. Hisham. This horse is an intriguing runner.
Yeah, started very slowly, but weaved through the field to finish 5th over 1,400 metres at Riyadh in December. Could be good.
We'll see video of that form. We won't see Saudi Prince, who I think has got a massive chance today.
Yeah, Saudi Pride was 2nd over 1,600 on debut, 3rd in an open, and also ran in a Saudi Derby trial last season. Well bred, looks the best of these to me on paper.
Al-Khwarizmi is horse number 18, 0 from 7, but has been improving steadily. And horse number 19, Atomic Impact, the one we spoke about earlier, sneaks in at the bottom.
Sneaks in, looks well, ran its best race last time out, definitely of interest.
Yeah, certainly of interest. Saudi Pride, let's talk about this one, because we didn't get a chance to really dig deep into that. Him and Dr. Hisham are both drawn alongside each other in 16 and 17. Wide draw isn't a concern, and both of them, I think, have got a massive chance here.
Yeah, the worry with Dr. Hisham was the fact that he started very slowly on that debut, but that was only one run. Should have learned from it. Both making their reappearance here. Dr. Hisham last seen in December, Saudi Pride running a little more recently, but both having the first run of the Taif season. But the pair of them are of above average ability.
We just saw Adel Al-Faradi, who'll be riding Saudi Magic with his trainer. It's good to see him in the saddle. He's one of the best jockeys out here. Saudi Magic is an interesting one. You'll see in the video form, comes up the rail, but isn't blowing anyone away. But we said it before and we'll say it again. The video form guys know what they're doing.
They do indeed. That run for Saudi Magic was over 1,200, which is almost certainly an inadequate trip. And he was staying on late on the day. Doesn't look like eye-catching progress. Simply a horse who looks like a longer trip is needed.
Yes, a horse that will probably thrive off a longer distance. This 1,600 metres, though, is exactly that. So certainly, it's got the, on paper, it would win this race. But remember, races are not won on paper. A couple of the horses we didn't have a look at. Mudhim, horse number 12. I quite like this runner. Disappointed last time out, but meeting 14 with a very good run.
Yeah, meeting 14, he led until about the 200-metre mark. And then was just reeled in and finished 3rd. Looked like it was going the right direction, but then was disappointing next time out. Maybe that came too soon after a hard race. Certainly showed a lot of promise. And the son of Pioneer, the Nile, is certainly bred for the job.
And Mudhim actually beat C. Balgara back in meeting 14, so that's C. Balgara, Shamila's paddock choice, finished behind Mudhim back in meeting 14. Now, we're not saying that form's going to hold up, because we obviously know earlier on here in the Taif calendar that the racing isn't quite as strong and horses do come on from that, but I think it's crucial to see when horses take each other on, we do have to highlight it. Sok Al-Kaweed, number 13, 0 from 2, none of those runs being this season. Any chances?
Midfield in 2 runs in March at Riyadh. Definitely has ability, but looks a bit of a slow burner.
Yes, I think we're going to see Saudi Magic, Dr. Hisham and Saudi Pride all drawn next to each other. When people are watching this race, I think those are the stalls you've got to look at. So it'll be stall 14, stall 15 and stall 16. They won't go with the numbers because Azian is a non-runner, but they're certainly horses to keep an eye on. They are very talented runners.
Well, that throws Atomic Impact into stall 15 as well. So
of course, yes.
If you're making the point about the talent being concentrated in a few boxes on the outside, you may be right.
Yes, Atomic Impact will still certainly have that talent as well. Of course, you're right. They don't shuffle down. The Atomic Impact's a straight swap, isn't it? That is totally my bad. This is Saudi Magic, who we can see right now. And we're going to see some form from Saudi Magic. This is a 5th place effort in June the 17th. And this is right down the rail. Can't miss it in those yellow blinkers.
Yeah, wearing the yellow blinkers with a white cap. He's in about 8th place at this stage. And all he does is, it just plugs away and picks up a couple of places late on. You see him coming up the rail here, but he was actually drawn quite wide. He had to move across to the rail. He didn't have the best of trips. So the combination of a poor trip and a distance that doesn't really suit him means you can mark the run up.
Yes, and no blinkers on today either. The other horse we're going to look at is Dr. Hisham. This is a horse that I know you're really interested in by Rory, and you think this horse, look at where he's come from.
Well, you say he's come from a long way back here. He was dead last on the turn in this race at Riyadh, and this is a remarkable performance to get as close as he does. He's going to drop out of shot now for a while, but you'll pick him up again in the last 50 metres, and he's closed right up on the placed horses. We see them now coming to the line, and he's running on really well into 5th. That was a very eye-catching run, but of course it's going back to December last year.
Yes, that's the only concern, is it is going back to December last year, but wouldn't put you off Dr. Hisham, who would have a very good chance today in the video form. Guys, we've said it before, we'll say it again, they know what they're doing. But despite all of that, Rory, who do you like in this one?
I like Saudi Pride. I mean, I think this is a good race, but Saudi Pride was really highly tried last year. Goes well fresh, was second on his debut over this trip. 3rd in open company after that, and his only poor run came in a Saudi Derby try, and it wasn't a poor run, just an unplaced effort.
Yeah.
So he only has to repeat the best of his form from last season. So 17, you might have looked at the card at the start and goes, tricky draw, but he's got the early toe to get a good position, and again, it helps with the way you come into that first turn.
Yes, I think Saudi Pride has a massive chance. You've certainly won, I asterisked it, so that's Rory's selection. My selection will probably be Mudhim. I think Mudhim, coming out stall 12, has race fitness on side. I think the drop and trip will be absolutely mustard for this horse. So I think he's got a very good chance. So I'm going to go for Mudhim, number 12. And I know Shamila has liked Sieb Al-Gara, who is horse number 7 on your race card. So Shamila likes that one, who finished behind Mudhim before, but I think Shamila, she's in flying form right now, so it was hard to go against her. Of some of the others, Tawaj is a horse that I keep looking back at. I know we saw him early, looks very race fit. I don't know anything about the pedigree, but I think Tawaj will definitely step up from that debut performance, and it's interesting that they're running in this sort of race, this maiden, who we always know maidens are massively tough here. You'd almost be better off going for an open race with bigger prize money and often lesser competition.
Yeah, I think this trip is going to suit Tawaj more than the 2400 where he started off. That's a long trip to be starting off on your racecourse debut, and he just couldn't sustain his speed. I thought he travelled okay through that race. He should benefit from a drop back and trip, and he's one to bear in mind.
Atomic Impact, Wigberto Ramos sneaks in, rating of 70. One of the few horses in here that brings in some good solid form this season. There's a lot of these horses who are either making their first runs of the season or in some cases have just been quite poor this season.
Yeah, but his early efforts are nothing special, Atomic Impact. It's that improvement last time out when third to Good Connection. If he can build on that, then he'll be thereabouts.
Alqua Isby is the other horse, number 18, drawn wide of the ball, not a concern here. Surely would have another chance as well. 4, 7, 6 last 3 runs, bang up there.
Yeah, he dropped to 1200 last time out. His best effort this season came over this track and trip, but dropped back to 1200 and ran on late. Didn't impress with his head courage that day, but showed that he needed further, and he should be, well, he will be suited by the step up and trip again.
One who was late in the parade ring but will hopefully be first past the post for Connection is Leo Unirakan. That's horse number 2 on your race cards, breaking out from stall 2, so we'll be interested to see how that horse's chances fare up. This horse is going to be race fit. The last run was disappointing, there's no getting away from that, but the runs before that surely had some ability and showed some level of ability and will again have race fitness on side.
Yeah, but qualifies for not to 60 handicaps, and I thought that would look a lot more suitable than this. Has raced up to 2,000 metres.
Yes, Night Moon is another one that qualifies for those lower graded races. Came 8th in Meeting 1. We discussed how Meeting 1 isn't always the best meeting to go by because finished 17th, second last in Meeting 11. Hasn't been seen since. Again, another one who might find this all a bit too hot.
And also well beaten on debut last season, so just one standout run. A rating of 42, again, is probably lenient, but not good enough to win a race like this.
One of a couple of grades in this field, Kailan, 0 from 5, 14th last time out. Beautiful shot that we can see above the racecourse here. King Harlot Racecourse under the lights. Such a pleasure to see. It's such a pleasure to work here. And you can just see from this shot, we can see that little cutaway at the end of the shoot. Why they take a while to come across to the rail, because you know you can get really caught out at that stage. We've seen horses try and bolt down that side of the track.
And they're also not that far from the stable block there as well. So a few of them think they might have a chance of going back home.
Yeah, I think James Jerkins had the block round the corner there, doesn't he? He's a little bit further away than everybody else.
He's down the far side, yeah.
He's down the far side, so they'll go battering past James Jerkins' stables and then swing in for home. And it's we discussed this earlier today. It's not 2 bends, it's 4 bends this course, isn't it? Because that turn in is a bit of a tough finish, isn't it?
It depends how you define a bend, of course. Yes.
Yeah, so it's certainly not like greyhound racing. They'll be up in arms at that if you mentioned it as a T-bend. Horse number 6 coming through shot now. That's Nayal Alays. That's 0 from 2. Still hasn't got a rating. Horse number 13, unlucky for some, but with a winning draw a few starts ago. Salk Al Wayed, another horse who's 0 from 2. There's a few of these that might find this a bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, we see the ratings of anything rated sort of 55 or lower are set to struggle. A few of those who haven't had enough runs to have a rating could easily improve. You mentioned Nail Al-Ez there. He was badly drawn, went 10th last time out. He could easily do better.
So just to go through them again, it's Thebe Algara for Shamila, it's Mudahim for Callum, and it's Saudi Prince for Rory.
Saudi Pride.
Saudi Pride for Rory, Saudi Pride for Rory. Those are our runners that we're fans of. It's over to you, Darren.
Obsessed with Saudi Princes.
I am.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. Right, they are going into the stalls here for race number 7. We're going over the 1,600 metres, the mile journey, and the field then moving into place. Having a good look there at Al Fatimiyah, number 5, as they move into the starting stalls. This is number 3, Night Moon, moving in. Thebe Algara in the green with the red epaulets is the latest one to load. That's Thebe Algara, who's gone forward. So still got a few more to go. And over on the far side, Al-Kawarizmi, number 18, moves in. One coming from a wide berth. Number 17, Saudi Pride, is loading. Still to go in is Sot Al Waid, number 13. Going in stall number 10 now is more Ginebra. And number 9, Tawaj. In shot there, Tawaj. Goes in. There's Tawaj in. And Sot Al Waid, number 13. So race 7's over 1,600 metres once again, racing down the far side of the course. They are all in, ready to go. Flags up. Standing by for a start here. Holds them, and they're racing. So they race over the mile journey. Soaked Al-Waid began sharply, as did Atomic Impact, who's racing down the centre of the course, and showing up brightly is Nail Al-Aiz as they form their early order. Dr. Hisham from a wide berth, and Al-Khawarizmi is also coming over as they make the run through the first 400 metres, going on down the far side of the track. The one right at the back is Lay Oyun Rakan, can't go with them. So grabbing the inside of running rail is Tawaj on the inside of Al-Khawarizmi. Those two followed by Dr. Hisham in third, and then 2 lengths behind the front few is Nail Al-Aiz, who's trying to improve now up along the inside as they go towards the end of the back straight. These are being chased up by Zaid, who's up along the fence, followed by Atomic Impact, and out wide Saudi Magic is currently racing 4 wide, and to its inside is Saudi Pride, the other Saudi, and then a gap then of a couple of lengths to Mudim, who's coming from mid-pack. They're inside the final 600, and it's Tawaj who's got the lead and has got the slip on the field, followed by Zaid in second place as they approach the turn. These are being followed then in third by Nail Al-Aiz, and then Mudim, who's trying to get on terms. They're well strung out. Mudim's now moved into third place, heading down towards the last 400, and the leader is Tawaj. Tawaj in front by 5 lengths. Mudim is giving chase second place. Zaid in third, waiting for things to happen behind. Blue Oud is also staying on. 100 metres left to go, and all eyes on Tawaj. Tawaj has pulled them apart, leads by around about 5 lengths to Mudim in second. Tawaj going to the line from Mudim in second place, and they are a country mile clear of all the others. It looks though Blue Oud may have taken third position from Zaid in fourth. So victory there goes to number 9, Tawaj. Tawaj there really putting them to the sword in the home straight, the 9 horse, and has won emphatically in that run to the line. Mudim gave chase, and it's a double here for Camilo Espina, and that was a win again with authority. Number 9, Tawaj, the winner. Second was number 12, Mudim. Mudim tried to close, but couldn't get any closer than 3 lengths. 3 lengths the winning margin. Number 4, Blue, just to confirm, got up to take third with number 1, Zaid in fourth place. So it's 9, 12 and 4. 9, 12 and 4. 1 minute 44.47. 1 minute 44.47. But look at that gap between second and third. It was a country mile between second and third. Number 9, Tawaj, the winner of race 7 for the maiden 3-year-olds.
Khayal Camilo Svena. Well done, Camilo. Tell me about the race.
Oh, thank you very much for Abdulaziz bin Kale Mushiri for giving me the chance to ride this horse. That horse today, he's without jockey, but he called me yesterday in the morning, Camilo, you want to ride this horse? Okay, go ahead, brother. And thanks God, he's a nice horse. He broke very good, and then he keeping going and in front, and thanks God he can win.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Camillo Ospina doing it again and again and again from the front, dictating the tempo, setting a stall out early and playing catch me if you can, and they just can't catch him.
I think that puts him joint top of the jockeys table now with a double on the card. Another superb front running ride on the son of Golden Sense. You look at the race card, he was 12th on debut, suggests he's got little chance, but if you watch that race, shaped an awful lot better than the result over a very long trip to be making his debut. Benefited enormously from a huge drop in trip here for his second start. Showed all the speed he did in debut and carried it through the line. He's another by the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, this time Golden Sense. That's becoming a bit of a feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winners coming to Saudi Arabia. Your progeny does awfully well. Tawaj making the difference in front. Mudhim, second place, ran a very nice race. I think the drop and trip, you were absolutely right. The horse suited by that massively. Was really doing well. Was never able to really reel in the other horse, but had to do a lot of late work round that bend, passing beaten horses. Meanwhile, the winner has got a nice untroubled passageway and is just saving energy again with that typical Camillo ride where the horse are just giving for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's the most likely jockey to get to the front when you're looking at early speed and guessing which horses will have it. Sometimes it's the jockey that has the speed. And for whatever reason, they just move so smoothly for him in the early stages, and another winner as a result.
And a very good spare ride as the selfies come flashing in. Happy days indeed as the Camillo looks to get weighed in for the second time. And we've been very swiftly told that he cannot be a highlight today because we've had him already. He's been part of the show already. We can't show favouritism. But if he gets rattled through this card, which he could do for the remaining couple of races, it'd be very hard to say no to him.
Well, I think this is probably furlong by furlong the fastest time of the night so far. Perhaps the track gets a little quicker as the evening goes on anyway, but 1:44.47 for the 1600 metres is 2 seconds faster than the previous race.
Yes, quick indeed. And Jamila is with our winning jockey.
A double for Camillo Ospina. Congratulations. And you only got the call up for that horse yesterday.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Kale Muchiri, Abdulaziz bin Kale, for giving me a chance to ride this horse. That horse just is without joke in the program, but he called me yesterday, I have good horse for you. I told him, go ahead, no problem. Yeah, but this guy is good horse, very good pedigree and very good conformation. And she brought very good. I left him in front, he's coming comfortable. And when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good.
And when last time out, her first race was over 2,000. It was probably too far for her, don't you think?
Yeah, no, he told me about that race, the horse, he told me that still not 100% and green on the first time. And he was a little bit nervous with another horse, but thanks God today she was quiet and thanks God do very good.
Well done, Camila.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camila. As we see a full race and we can just see where he breaks from. He's right up there early alongside the horse that is inside, which looks to be Atomic Impact.
Yes, I think you see More Ginebra go forward briefly, but as we see More Ginebra always shows speed, that filly, but doesn't sustain it. And we see a couple going up on the outside, including Al Khawarizmi, widest of all. But now we see Camillo Ospina head into that rail. He's unable to take the same route as he did earlier on, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But this horse has got lots of natural speed, and it was surprising to see him try it over as far as he was first time. On pedigree, he should be a 1600 to 2000 metre horse, and he's shown that this is an ideal trip for him at this stage with a very impressive display. As you saw when he came back in, he's quite an impressive physical specimen as well, and he's just going at his own pace here, but he's got most of them in trouble from quite an early stage. I thought Dr. Hisham was going to run well early on because he managed to go with them this time when he missed it badly, but he's backpedaling at the bottom of your picture now, and only 4 are in the picture from here on in, and really only 2 finishing, with the winner going further clear and Mutim running on well to get a place, just getting through on the inside at this stage to grab second, but never had a chance of laying a glove on the winner, who's very impressive.
Youm Saeed with the horse you just saw getting past for third. That horse ends up getting beaten for third because Blue Oud is the horse that comes through to nick third from that runner. But we're just talking about the dictating of the race. Camilo Ospina is just magnificent to watch. He just cruises into that lead. The horses run for him. He gets that speed off the bend, and he's able to just put length between him and Mudahim, who is just trying to weave through beaten horses at that stage and wasting valuable energy, and isn't able to lay up a challenge. And the gap never really closes down the entire last couple of hundred metres.
No, last 50 metres you see the gap closing, but at this stage Camilo knew that he'd won the race and he was able to ease down a little bit, so it's probably flattering to the runner-up.
What do you make of the time? 1:44.47, obviously the quickest time of the night and the quickest race we've seen tonight, but that's only 4 seconds off the track record.
Yeah,
they were flying.
These track records, I was going to say tend to stand for a while, but actually it's a fairly recent track record, the one set by Shukran, of 1:40.24. As I said, I would have thought when it gets cooler, the track starts riding a little bit quicker, and therefore the times are not always the easiest to compare. But that's certainly 2 seconds faster than the previous maiden. Looked a slightly better quality race, but that is a pretty impressive performance visually and on the clock.
And put that in perspective, the previous maiden was another front runner going the clappers as well. We saw Ace Barrett was going very quickly, so it's not like they crawled along in the previous contest either. So it's just another boost to this form. And Tawaj, a horse with very little experience, could go a very long way. I think this horse has plenty going forward.
Yep, it's a smart pedigree, as we said, by Golden Sense, Breeders' Cup, third mile winner out of Indian Wildcat. And he's got the look of a horse with a lot more to offer.
I just love some of these shots we get. That one where you look under the stalls and you just see them spring like coil springs. They go back on themselves.
Look at that stride. Look how he points his toe. He's got a longer stride than the vast majority of these runners, and he really shows it as well. He's got a lovely galloping action.
Yeah, that'll be one certainly for the highlights package at the end of the show for sure. That is a beautiful stride, the way it gets out there and gets the rail. And there you see Dr. Hisham, who has come from wide, is up there, as well as Al-Khwarizmi, who is horse number 18, who's also up there. You then see some of our other runners coming through. It's interesting, number one, the horse Yoon Saeed, who had really struggled at this point, but then eventually gets into the race much later on. And there's Mudahim as well, the horse who was your eventual second. The rest of them are all beginning to struggle. And again, with that speed up the inside, those horses from wider draws can get an untroubled passageway across.
Yeah, and also, you know, when you see horses struggle at the back, it's because of the pace the race has been run at, and they're taken out of their comfort zone, whereas the winner is always going well within himself and posts a good performance. Listen, it's a good run from the second as well. As you said, he hasn't had the clearest of runs. He's had to run through horses to get that position. But he's had 4 runs under his belt. You see on the bend, Saudi Pride ends up being pushed very wide. He ends up being easily on, but still finishes about 5th. That will set him up nicely for his next run, but he wasn't really ready for this.
Yeah, first time up at King Khalid Racecourse takes some doing as they continue the harrowing process behind us. They never rest here, the ground staff at King Khalid Racecourse. But yes, Blue Oud, I thought, stuck on nicely. That horse has shown much better form than recently. That now form reads 10th, 13th, 3rd. Certainly an improvement from the last few performances we've seen from Blue Oud, but they just weren't able to get anywhere near this eventual race winner, who is streaking away. That's Mudahim. That's how far clear the race winner is. Look how close to the camera that is. That's a gorgeous shot. You can just see this winner pulling away, and Camilo Ospina looking very relaxed. Blinkers on, but nothing to worry about at all.
No, we don't worry about blinkers here, do we? It's a very British thing to worry about blinkers being a badge of dishonesty.
We did see Saudi Magic have the blinkers taken off in this occasion, and that clearly didn't help.
No help to Saudi Magic. That was last run was over 1200, so stepping up in trip, I'm guessing they thought the blinkers weren't needed there.
Yes, thank you, Rory, for going through that race with me. And again, thank you to the guys out on course for those fantastic shots, and everyone behind the scene doing a magnificent job as we swiftly move on to Up and Ultimate Contest, Rory. We are going like the clappers. Just keeps on coming and coming and coming. Good to see everyone still getting involved on the YouTube chat. Don't be put off by Yusuf getting involved and don't want to get underneath that Yusuf comment. Please continue to get involved. Plenty of people still watching, and I know we all tend to spike as the races approach. The race that we've got to look forward now is what I would say is the feature race in the cards, Rory. Do you think so?
Local bred open for fillies and colts. Looks a strong race on paper. Now, it'll be interesting. Well, We got no time comparison, unfortunately. But this looks a strong race on paper. Some very highly rated horses. Notably, we have Abu Al-Nawamis rated 101, who's the pick on form. Just a question again on first run of the season, whether he'll be ready to go. But he does have a good record fresh.
Yes, I think that is a horse who's going to be very dangerous. Ampty is another horse I'm very excited to see. Another horse from the powerful sons of King Abdullah bin Aziz, who are very, very powerful connections. They've had a winner already today. This horse was second last time out in a thrilling finish. Bajira was the horse that beat it, and we saw Bajira absolutely hose up last week by a very long way. So I think that gave that form a massive boost. I know everyone at home will certainly have plenty of selection for us as well. We'll give you Shamila's selection too, so there'll be plenty to talk about and plenty to get involved with. Let's go to Shamila. She's in the parade ring and she's got some news for us.
I'm with the winning owner of the previous race. First of all, congratulations. What did you make of the race? It was really impressive.
You cannot imagine. This horse meant a lot to me, and I was really nervous during this week because, you know, it is his second race out. We couldn't find the proper distance for him. It was the last time he raced 10 furlong, which is, we told the jockey, just let him learn and please with the bridle but beside the 600 sign. Today, we have to discover what type of horse we are getting. He's out of Golden Sense by Into Mischief, out of Indian Charlie Mare. He was the cheapest price I paid last year. So hopefully he would be the best among our horses. So I do not know how far he would go, but it looks like he's still green. He needs a couple of races to see the real, his real level. But anyhow, he went by a few lengths. You cannot imagine how excited I am. And I congratulate the trainer, Abdulaziz, and his colleague, the whole team. They're working very well. Thanks God. It was just exciting, you know.
And I just want to ask you quickly about the jockey as well. Usually Fawaz Wanas would be riding for you. He's currently on a ban. What more do you know about that?
I think he rode one of the in a good race in the Arabian horses, and he was coming second strongly, and he get overexcited, and he whips the horse more than the numbers that they allowed. So he was banned 14 days. Hopefully he will make it up. But I assure you, he's exercising every morning, so he's fit. So hopefully we'll see him sometime soon.
Thank you so much, Khalid, and congratulations.
Thanks, see you. Appreciate it.
And back to Darren.
So let's take a look at the 8th race then. 2,000 metres for locally bred horses. Number 1 is Motasame. Number 2, Mazrood. Number 3 is Mohassan. And note the jockey there, that is Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. Cheap pieces on number 4, Mod Beck. Number 5 is Moshabar. Blinkers carried by that one. Number 6, Florette, also in the blinkers. Number 7 is Ma Yadari. And 8 is Aino Zain. Number 9, Hakim Al-Naya in the blinkers. Number 10 is Al-Sakeb. 11, Roman Al-Hamar. This is also a blinkered runner, as is number 12, Kayed Al-Fasan. 13, Abu Al-Nawamis. 14 is Al-Jamani. Scratch number 15. Number 16 is Al-Kadram, who wears blinkers. Number 17, Amte. Bringing in numbers 19 and 20 here, these reserves. We need to get jockey confirmation on number 20. Number 19 is Nash. Number 20, the blinkered runner, Kabar. So note the changes. 19 and 20 run. Numbers 15 and 18 are non-runners.
Thank you very much, Darren, and thank you, Shamila, for giving us that update. Good to hear that the whip bans are coming in place. Again, another talk about welfare. 14 days, that's a tough brand there.
Well, again, we talked about Prince Bandar's vision for the sport. There were no whip rules when he took over as chairman of the Saudi Arabian Jockey Club. He brought in a rule, first of all, I think it was 10 strokes
now down
initially,
to 8.
Now down to 8. That's going to be reduced further next season, I would have thought. He's a man with no great love for the whip. And it'd be interesting to see how the jockeys deal with those bans that come up.
Yes, so we just saw horse number 13 here, which is Abu Al-Nawami's, who is the real form horse to look at this. This horse, if it's race fit in Riyadh, this is the one to beat. This is one of the best local bred runners in all of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it was Al-Jamani we just saw, but Abu Al-Nawami's 2 wins over 2,400, including the National Day Cup last year. This trip, arguably short of his best, it has to be said, but he's a horse with some very, very solid form, and he does tend to win first time up, so fitness shouldn't be a worry for him.
Yes, Amti also just went through shot there. Again, we mentioned that horse second to Jcsa last time out, and number 19, Nash. This is a pacemaker, surely.
Yeah, Nash will probably be up there early on, but looks like chief speed in a race like this.
Yes, and finally 20, Kabar, the last horse we'll have a look at. 1 win from 10. Last time out wasn't wildly impressive.
No, only 9th last time out. A rating of 61 shows the mountain he has to climb.
And we're yet to see Kabar in the parade ring, so we'll just make sure that horse does run, and we'll let you know if it doesn't later on, because there's always a little bit of confusion when it comes to the reserve horses, whether they take their chance or not. We've just covered only a smattering of these. I think there's so many more we want to talk about, but Rory, who's the one that on that first page, the first 11 runners, who catches your eye the most?
Well, the one that caught my... listen, there's about 4 or 5 of these caught the eye. You do have to start with Abu Al-Nawami's. We've already touched on him already. Al-Jamani is one that's worth looking at as well. Forgive his run last time out when turned out too quickly. Prior to that, he was 4th in the King Abdulaziz University Cup over the 1,600 metres here. That's a good run. I think he'll be more like it last time after running a little bit cold on his latest start.
I understand your point there with that run at Al-Jamani. I'm a little bit against it. I think when you look also like Akhtar, who won last week, had Fekalen and those type of runners who are running in those local bred Taif University Cup race was last week. Yeah. That was the type of race that this horse would be seen in. Normally didn't run obviously in that contest. But that horse Al-Jamani hasn't shown up in those sorts of races, and I think this is a tougher assignment today. And I think those horses, the Hadfek Alaz and the Akhtars, would really struggle in this sort of company. And I think if Al-Jamani can't win in that type of company, won't have a chance in this type of field.
Oh, I mean, it depends whether Abu Al-Nawis is on his A game, because in his A game he's going to be exceptionally hard to beat. This isn't his ideal trip. That's worth bearing in mind. And when horses are started over a trip short of their best, you always wonder whether it's just a prep run for something bigger later on.
But this horse is a performer on first time up in a season.
He
before.
is.
Two times he's come first time up, and both times he's won. The other concern we had is the trip. This horse is much better over a further trip, isn't it? It's safe to say 2,400 is the trip they want to see.
Yeah, 2,400 is definitely his best trip, but he has won at 1,600. He's won at 2,000. He tends to start off at this level, and he tends to be good enough to win at this level. So, you know, you're picking holes for no reason if you're against him, really.
Yes, and Amti, another one who's only won over 1,600 type trips, but has run with so much credit in other races, but often leaves himself with too much to do, the 5-year-old gelding.
He was second in a Jcsa award contest over 2,400 last time out. His wins have come in a local maiden and a known winners of 3, so maybe he's got a little bit of a class ceiling, but he was only just beaten after a strong late surge last time out against a good horse in Bajira. We'll see that run on the VT shortly.
Yes, Roman Alama, horse number 11 on your race card, the Prince Faisal bin Khalid runner. I really like this horse, but has no early speed, absolutely none. Will just come absolutely flashing home late on in the PPC. Wigberto in shot there. He'll be biding his time in this one.
Yeah, son of Dubai Destination, got a really good pedigree, and his form ties in with some of the best horses here. As you said, he's got a tendency to finish well from off the pace. It's not the ideal scenario here. He's more likely to be running into a place than winning, unless they go too hard here.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, who has caught your eye now?
Number 13, Abu Al-Wana is, rated 101, has caught my eye in the parade ring for this race. He's a chestnut, and he just walks around the parade ring like he owns the place. He's run 25 times, so one of the most experienced horses in the race. And he's chomping at the bit a little bit, but that's not like a lot of horses do that, so that's not strange to see. It just means he wants to get on with things.
Thank you very much, Shamila. I think you picked out a horse who he does look like he owns the place. There was only a brief shot of him as we were scanning through some of the latter runners in the field, but that horse certainly is a massive, massive eye catcher in the parade ring, and he's ginormous as well. He's not a small type, he's big and fills the eye.
No, he's not locally bred. He's out of a mare called Chokurai, she wasn't top class, but she was a multiple winner for Clive Cox in the UK back in the day.
And we're seeing better and better horses come out to play as the season moves on here at King Khalid Racecourse. It must be great for you to see, Rory, because you've only been here for the week, but again, we're just seeing horses slowly come to the boil here and better horses on show.
Yeah, seeing horses rated north of 100, and these are not Mickey Mouse ratings either. The horses rated 90 plus are well worth their place in similar company in the UK, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd 100% agree with you on that. Modbeck is horse number 4 on your race cards. He landed a local bred 0-70 handicap here in meeting 6, but this looks like it might be a bit too much for a step up in class, or are you happy with Modbeck's place here?
No, he's a reliable sword, but he looks in a bit too deep here. He's only rated 67. It'd be a massive surprise if that's good enough to get in the frame here.
KL Alpha San is another similar one in that horse number 12 on your race card. That's got plenty of form in the book, but that's in 0-65, 0-70s maidens. It's nothing to scream home about, surely.
Yeah, you look at the form figures, 3rd, 5th, 2nd, 4th, 4th, solid form, but it's in a much lower grade. That's, as you said, locally bred maiden races.
There is horse number 20, Kabar. He will be running. That's good to see horse number 20 in the parade ring. And we're just seeing horse number 3, Mohassan. This is another horse that I'm quite intrigued by. Although it's still a maiden, has had 2 runs this year. Well, hopefully, Connection will be hoping to come on from that, because why on earth would you enter into this race if you didn't think you were going to run a career best effort?
If you need to run for fitness, you might as well run at a good race. He's got a rating of 66, son of Roaring Fever. We touched on the sire already. He needs to improve a lot on what he's been showing.
Motasame making 40th career start today. He's a regular at the top table, but not often got the class to see him through. And then he seems to find himself at his best in those 0-80 type handicap type of races.
Yeah, he's one for sort of the high-ish end handicaps. He's a pretty solid performer, but 2 wins from 39 starts suggests that he's going to struggle again on this company. Could run into the place.
There's one more Prince Faisal horse. It's Abdullah Alorfi on board looking for a double. That's Masaba, who is horse number 5 in your race cards, rated 83, 2,000 metre specialist who is always competing in races just like this. His last win, though, came in August 2021. That must be a concern.
Yeah, he's won 4 from 26 altogether, but as you said, almost 2 years since the win, and that's very off-putting.
Any others that we haven't mentioned that you're a fan of?
Mayadari, number 7, is a winner of a maiden at this trip, rated 76, reasonably lightly raced.
The horse that we can see in picture is Amti, I should say. This horse is coming second last time out. It's not the horse in the green cap you're looking for, it's the horse in the red cap. Just watch how this horse flashes home.
Yes, this is over the longer trip, 2,400 metres here, and Amti finishes very well from a difficult position. If you roll back a bit further, he was even further back in the field. And you see he's got the owner mate, if you like, in front. That's a decent horse in Bajira. And he looks like he's going to run Bajira down briefly. Bajira finds a little bit more when challenged, and there's a head in it at the line. That's a really good performance, but bear in mind, it was over 2,400. This is a little bit tougher.
Al Jamani is the next horse we're going to have a look at. This is a 4th place finish back in mid-July.
Yeah, and he's coming from well back. He's the horse in the black cap in about 10th place here. He just keeps plugging away. But this is a better race, and he didn't get a particularly good trip from a wide draw in this contest. So expect him to be competitive here. I know you're not massively keen on him. I thought his last run was forgivable. You see him come into the shot now to finish 4th. I thought that was a better race than this. So a repeat would put him there or thereabouts.
I think the opposite. I think this race is a better race than that, but one is a good thing. This is Abu Nawazmi, who is the winner here and winning by a streak. And it doesn't do his damage here. He does it on the top turn.
Yes, this is Riyadh form again. This horse blew the race apart on the home turn, over 2,400. But you'll see he gets closed down in the last 100 metres. He definitely gets tired there. But his best efforts last season were an open win, and that win in the National Day Cup over this trip last season. That was the open race.
Yeah.
the drop and trip is a little bit of a worry to him, but he has won over shorter in the past.
The National Day Cup was a hugely impressive performance, wasn't it? Because you just saw the way he was tucked in, made his way out wide, and then the jockey just said go, and it was over. Yep. On the turn, the race was over as they turned home, and as they go down the straight, he's not really doing any more.
In regard to the drop back and trip, although he's shown his best form at 2400, he's not won it by staying in those races. He's blown those races apart with a turn of foot on the home turn, and then he sort of idled a bit or got tired later on. So you'd say that 2000 is probably ideal for him.
Would you say he's going to be Amty here? Would you take the race fitness horse Amty, or would you take number 13, the horse that we were talking about earlier?
Normally I would hum and ha about race fitness, but as we've pointed out, Abu Al Nawamis was a winner first time out last year, a winner first time out the year before. He lost his form very late on last season after that hard run, but he should bounce back fresh.
Yes, then a couple of tough races as well, and then found himself in a really hot handicap right at the end of the season, which I think was one race too many.
Yes.
You can put a line through that. They've given this horse a nice break, and I think he's going to have a massive chance today. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, this is our highlight. Let us know in the comments who you are a fan of. Let's talk about who we're going to select here. I'm going to go against the horse that was the winner in Rio. I'm going to go for Amty. I was really impressed with that run last time out, and I think the form has been boosted by Jcsa. I like this connection, and I think this horse has a massive chance. So it's Amty for me. Who are you going to go for, Rory?
I think Amty is going to struggle more with the drop back and trip than Abu Al Nawamis is, and I think Abu Al Nawamis will outclass these.
So Shamila and Rory are going for horse number 13. I am taking them on with horse number 17. And please let us know who you like in the comments. Who team are you on? Are you on Team Rory? Are you on Team Callum? Are you on Team VT? Are you on Team Shamila? Or are you going to be eventually on Team Darren? Because I'm sure he's going to have a selection for us as well. But there's plenty more I want to talk about. Some of these horses that are maidens in this race. We see a horse like Al-Qadam, who is horse number 16 in your race cards. This is a horse that I feel like you mentioned before. They can't find a race for him. They have to come here. This is a maiden. Surely can't win this.
Yeah, listen, he's got half decent form going back. He's rated 69. His recent efforts have been poor, though. And it's just a case of throw him. It's a good race to run in. Why not?
Nash coming from a wide draw on this 2,000 metre start, and the great thing about those who aren't here, one of the things about this 2,000 metre start, they start right at the top of the home straight, so they have a long run down to the first. Don't be surprised to see Nash, who's drawn on the stand side rail, fly out and then get across early to try and take the early speed, make the early pace.
Yeah, Nash has got plenty of speed, but he won't be able to sustain it through this contest, but maybe your early leader.
So just going through his selections one more time, it's Amty for me, and it's Abu Al-Awalmis, who is going to be Shamila's selection and Rory's selection. So 13 for Shamila and Rory, and 17 for me. Darren Owen, are you with us or against us?
Well, I'm convinced by the class and the ability of the 13 horse here, Abu Al-Nawamis. A good case has been made about that horse. So the runners then down at the start, they'll be slotting into position shortly for this race over 2,000 metres. So in excess of a circuit of the track to cover for this race for the locally bred horses. And it looks as though they're now about to load the starting stalls. They are loading here. There in shot is number 10. That's Al Sarkeb in the very luminous fluorescent colours there, the green and pink. That's number 10. And there is number 13. That is Abu Al-Nawamis. There with a black cap at Mazrood, black and green colours. Number 2, Mazrood. And number 12 there is Qaid Al-Fassan, has the blue and green jacket. There are some duplicated horses in terms of ownership here. Note number 11, Rahman Al-Hamar, wears a white cap. Number 11, Rahman Al-Hamar wears a white cap, and also a white cap on number 16, Al-Qadam. So they are still circling. In fact, they're now going forward, going into stalls. So Abu Al-Nawamis is at those 6 wins for 25 runs, is moving forward to stall number 13, I think. Some very arty shots of the moon as we're on the 8th race. So runners going in, as you can see. Great shot there, an aerial shot of the start. They've got that run, what is it, about 400 metres thereabouts to that turn out of the straight. In the green and white jacket, that's Ma Yedari, number 7. And the dark blue and white of Ainoze, number 8. What is one of the reserves, Kabar, number 20, in the light blue and black jacket. So we're probably halfway through the loading up process. This race over the 2,000 meters. Next one to load is Al Sakeb. There's a tongue strap. Quite a few of these are wearing the tongue strap. Green colours on Ma Yedari, number 7. That one's just gone in. And then the blue colours, that's Aino Zain. Another shot of the moon. And so, just a few more to go forward. Six to go in. Kabar goes in. There's the flagman down the track, waiting for the button to be pressed. So I know Al Sakeb is still out of line. Also, number 5, Moshabar, is still to go forward, as is number 11, Roman Al Hamar. Number 14 goes forward, Al Jamani. It's Al Jamani going in there, number 14 on the card. So this is race 8, 3 to go for this 2,000 meter race. There's a perfect shot of the straight. And then they have that turn out of the straight. So over a circuit in front of them. 2 to go, Al Sakeb and Rahman Al Hamar, numbers 10 and 11 respectively. They are the ones to go in. And I'm also told that the 5 horse is out of line as well. So, and there are more. 3 to go. So we've got 5 Moshabar, number 11 Rahman Al Hamar, and number 10 Al Sakeb. They are the 3 to go in. All the others standing in place. As it looks as though the stalls team are trying to work on Rahman Al Hamar. Where's the white cap? Red colours, white epaulets, white cap. And that horse about to go in now. So 2 to go. Al Sakeb and Moshabar. Moshabar drawn in stall number 5. Al Sakeb drawn in stall number 10. And Al Sakeb pirouetting there behind the stalls. Has the blindfold. Al Sakeb goes in. No, doesn't. Halfway there. So, waiting on the last 2. Oh, Al Sakeb's just kicking out here. Number 10. So number 10, Al Sakeb's kicking out. They've just loaded number 5. Moshabar's gone in. Number 10 is not in this field at the moment. So standing by for a start. It looks as though they're going without number 10. They've gone without number 10, Al Sakeb. Al Sakeb refused to go into the starting stalls and has been withdrawn. So 2,000 metres in front of them, and Mazrood began smartly with Mohassan right there with the leaders, and so too is Mod Beck. And from a wide draw, Nash is coming over, chased by Kabar as they work their way down the straight. Al Jamane is just in behind those as well. So the running being made by Nash by about 3 lengths, being followed by Kabar in second position. As they go round that turn, just in behind them, Mod Beck is sitting in 3rd, followed by Al Jamani in 4th place. And then further back to Abu Al Nawamiz, who's now getting a nice position behind the leaders, getting a nice tow from them, being chased by Kayed Al Fassan. And then to the inside running rail is Mohassan as they now start their run down the back. Mid-division to Aino Zain, and quite a few of them taking that wide course down the far side. Amte is also further back, that one back in mid-division as well. Looking towards the rear end of the field, Motasame is one of the back markers, also Also towards the back is Moshe Bar, and the back marker is Rahman Al Hamar. And now coming through is Abo Al Nawamis. Abo Al Nawamis now moves on by 2 lengths from Kabar in second. 3 lengths away to the third placed horse, that is Modbet. They're going around about 32, 33 miles per hour as they spin away from the back, and Abo Al Nawamis looking comfortable at the moment, but they are closing with Al Jamani now moving into second place, and that one heading now towards the turn. Also making progress is Maya Dari, who's in the green and white jacket, moves at about 4th. They're heading now towards the top of the straight, 400 to go. Abo Al Nawamis coasted into a nice lead down the back and is now kicking off the turn, chased by Al Jamani in second position. And then comes Mazrood with the black colours, black cap, black sleeves staying on, heading down towards the last 200. It could be a long way home. Abo Al Nawamis is the leader by 5 lengths, followed by Al Jamani in second. Now Mazrood takes second place. Abo Al Nawamis running on the spot. Here comes Mazrood, and Abo Al Nawamis holds on. Abo Al Nawamis holds on to beat Mazrood into second place, and Al Jamani has taken third. Wow, it was a long way up the straight for that 13 horse. Abo Al Nawamis, who was in front, a fair way from home, going down the back, posted into the lead. His ability just took him into the lead, and then it was uncontested. But that final 200 metres probably took an eternity, or felt like an eternity for Asil Al Sahani, the jockey, as Mazrood closed in. Just to confirm, we got the 14 horse as well. Al Jamani, as we mentioned in commentary, in third place, and it's won by a neck. If you prefer a quarter of a length, but it's won by a neck. 13-14. 13-14, 2 minutes 16.13. 2 minutes 16.13, but take a bow, Abo Al Nawamis.
Asil Al Zahani has just ridden what I would call one of the perfect pressure rides I've seen here at King Highland Racecourse. He's not the biggest name on the circuit, but certainly knew how to ride when under pressure there. He took them along at a nice pace. He decided the pace wasn't quick enough for him. He took them up, he slammed on the brakes at the top of the turn, and then kicked on again. Very impressive ride.
Yeah, what he's done is he's ensured this horse doesn't have a hard run before a bigger target next time out. And clearly he's heading for cup races again. As a rule, slamming on the brakes is not the way to ride dirt races in this strip. And what you've had, they've queued up behind him again. Ajamani, probably his biggest danger, has got into a challenging position, but he's done him for speed again. Now, the confusing thing about this race is that Mazrood has finished second. Yeah. Mazrood does not have any form that entitles him to finish there. But when the brakes were being slammed on, he's been able to close up from the back of the field, and it's made it easier for him. Everything else has been compromised by slowing the pace at that point, including the winner.
Yes, I think there was a lot of horses in behind who just got absolutely stuck up. If you were a fan of Roman Almar, horse number 11, you knew your chances were gone as soon as the brakes got put on, because that horse needs a pace collapse to be able to profit in this sort of race.
Exactly.
And straight away, that was out the option. If you were on my selection, Amte, you knew very early on you'd have to come very, very wide down the straight. It all got a bit car parky at the top of the bend, and then the winner's just gone away and kicked. And it was Masroud came on very late for second, and that was a very good run from Masroud, but you're absolutely right. Masroud has no right to finish second in a contest like this.
And it's one to be against next time as a result, I think. He hasn't suddenly improved chunks. He's just had the race run to suit.
Yeah, the race literally suited him down to the ground. Al Jamani, we were just talking about the fact that you were struggling with some selections, but you are absolutely fine now, because you mentioned Al Jamani as well as one of your other selections today alongside horse number 13.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the forecast as it were, but those are the two I thought would dominate the finish, and they've done that. In fairness, you've got the first circuit forecast, haven't you?
Yeah.
Nash and Kabar would show speed to lead on. So they've led past the post on the first circuit, but then faded out of it. Nash particularly quickly.
Imagine being the jockey on board Nash. You've come out, you've hit the front, you've turned away for the stands, you're going along thinking, okay, I can get into a rhythm now. I know we haven't got much of a chance. And next thing you know, up comes this horse that's a cup horse, absolutely blitzing by you, saying, no, we're not going quick enough, sorry, mate. It's just unbelievable. The horse has got so much ability, and I don't think it was shown in the finish so much, but I think the real ability is shown midway through the race, where he just takes the race by the scruff of the neck.
Yes, the finish of the race doesn't give you the idea of his superiority. He would have been lacking race fitness here, but he showed the gears to win the race. And then his jockey has tried to, whether he's trying to be clever or whether he's tried to make sure the horse doesn't have a hard race. I think the latter will say. It's allowed others to close up from deeper. He's then been able to outpace those who want more of a test. And he's been closed down late just as he begins to tire, because the way he's been ridden meant that he had to quicken twice. If you quicken twice, you will tire later on.
Tough to do that on dirt. I was just watching the horse's ears there as you got these beautiful camera shots coming up the straight. Was he tired or was he idling? But look at here. So we just see where Nash comes from. He's going to get that nice break on the inside just because he's a reserve and stuck into the race. He's got more of an inside draw. But watch Nash just power away here. He's going to get to the front. Kabar is on his outside in second as well. That's trying to get into the race. The horse that didn't was my selection, Amti, which just missed the kick completely.
Yeah, whereas Al Jamani was actually first out of the stalls and then allowed the two cheap speed horses to come past him. He then settles back in about 5th place here off the first turn. Just got a little, maybe got brushed by the one that is inside.
Yeah.
But he's sitting where he wants to at this stage. But it doesn't take long for you to see just a place behind him. The winner begins to move up. He travels really well. Again, a horse with a big stride, a powerful stride, and he moves up now into 4th, challenging for 3rd. The two in front of them, he doesn't need to get after them. They're going to drop out. And for me, arguably, this is a misjudgment by the rider to go to the front so far out. And obviously, when he thinks he's won the race, he then eases up to sort of concertina the field, knowing he can quicken again. But I'm not sure I'd want to. If I was the owner of the horse, I wouldn't necessarily want to see this ride every time the horse runs.
No, certainly.
It worked today because he's different class.
Got away with it today, won't be getting away with it in cup races. Mohassan, horse number 3, broke from stall 3, got absolutely physically assaulted on the bend, didn't have a chance. But again, we talk about the inside being so valuable. You've got that long run down to the straight, but if the speed is coming from outside and they're all concertinaing in, you were just going to get crushed on that rail.
Yeah, and again, we can see the run into this bend very clearly from our position. You don't want to be running in there behind horses on the rail. You've got to check up to get round, and it's going to harm your position in the race.
But look at the way the winner's gone away here. Just spun off the turn and kicked for home. And at this point, you think, easy, nice, easy win. But suddenly, Masroud comes from nowhere and starts picking off rivals. And Masroud is still closing with every stride here.
Yeah, Masroud is the one horse in the race who's been able to maintain the same speed throughout. So he's flattered by being able to finish so close. But to be honest, he's going on very strongly at the finish. Because, as I said, the winner's compromised himself by having to quicken twice in the race, whereas Masroud has had the ideal setup for a horse of his ability.
Is it the fact that this winning horse is just too classy for these rivals? We talked about class speed earlier on when you were here last week, and we talked about the fact that in the Arabian races, sometimes if you haven't got the speed to keep up early on, you can actually use your speed in these lower class of races because you're just naturally quicker animal. Is that what happened? Is that the case in this race?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
As I said, he's got form over further, but he's a horse who comes to hand early, and he's been able to show the speed. I've seen him in races over this trip, higher class races, where he gets a bit outpaced, and then he kicks in from the home turn. But in this sort of company, he was never going to be outpaced. He's been able to move up from about 7th or 8th, coming out of the first turn. But his jockey, Asiel, wanted to move him up as soon as he could, keep him out of trouble, make sure nothing went wrong.
You can just see the horse in the noseband just getting outshot. That's number 3, horse 3, Mohasan. Now, Mohasan gets so unlucky on the rail and never quite gets back into rhythm after that. I would put a line through that run. After the bump in the rail and meeting, getting caught in the sandwich, Mohasan just drops right at the back of the field, and I think that horse will be better next time out. You might get a great shot of it here, actually. This is the coming to third, but watch Mohasan on the rail. Watch the door get absolutely slammed on him here, and he just gets squeezed up. These beautiful shots. You just see him. He's got nowhere to go. Another thing, same with Masroud. The horse coming out of the stall too, with another horse that got caught on that turn as well. They just concertinaed on the rail there, and they had no chance. But we could only see that thanks to the fantastic effort of our camera crew, who are getting these wonderful angles.
It's really good to see the replay from various different angles. Listen, Mohasan would have struggled whatever happened on that race, but that killed this race straight away. He's
you
still
see him at the back there, just head cocked to the side, never happy at that stage.
Yeah, he's still eligible for maidens, of course, so he'll have a lot easier opportunities.
Yeah, so you'd certainly get better opportunities than that. You just see Nash flashing past as well as Kadar. They made their bid for home early, and that was pretty much over and done with. The maiden winner, Mayadari. We didn't talk about that horse that much after mentioning him early on. Never really got involved. We had a nice posse, showed that nice speed, but couldn't quite get into the race. And that was another horse I was concerned about his action. I thought he looked very slow. He quite rounded and all over the place and unbalanced. And in this type of company, he wouldn't have had a chance here.
No, exactly. I mean, and we also saw Ante. We know the Stall 17 isn't necessarily a bad draw, but it's harder at this trip. That's a tighter bend here, whereas over the 1600s, you've got a lovely sweeping bend, and you can stay wide in the track and take it naturally. Here, you've got to have a good position close up in the field, otherwise you're losing ground around the bend.
We talked about Roman Alama. Again, this is the horse that you just see empty coming out of there. And there's Roman Alama at the back. The 2 for his final horses, Moshaba as well, both struggling. Roman Alama did not have a chance. They went so quick early, was thinking that was going to be fine. As soon as the brakes got put on and they concertinaed, he actually caught up with the field, and that's not what he wants to do until the home straight. And suddenly it's like, well, your race is done because you're too far ahead of where you need to be.
Yeah, and you see him getting pushed very wide off the final bend, and Wigberto Ramos had pretty much given up at that stage.
Yes, and not the ideal night for Wiggy. A couple of seconds and no chance. The race just was not run to suit there. Now, we talked about the jockey changing the pace. Could that have been a tactic? Would you have said, like, the owner going right, go hard early, get into a position and then slam on the brakes and let them concertina, and then we know we've got the class to go again?
Yeah, I mean, that could well have been a plan. And you never want to assume that a jockey has gone out on his own account to ride a race in that way, but you can see he looked between his legs off the turn, just trying to check where they are. I'm not a big fan of looking between your legs, because all the other runners are upside down. But anyway, he worked out where he was. He quickened again off the bends, but you saw he almost got run down by a much inferior animal.
Yes, and it would have been a shock of the day if he had got run down indeed. But not bad performance from Azil Al-Anazi, who is our race-winning jockey, who is a very good rider, and I think has taken advantage of the opportunity. I think these jockeys who are less on the circuit, less of the established names, when they get a good horse, the pressure just goes up a gear again. They can't afford to get this wrong, because the owner could quite easily go, well, you know what, I don't really fancy you anymore. I'm going to go for somewhere else, and I'm going to look for another opportunity.
That's an interesting viewpoint on things, Callum.
Are you quite a lot? Would you be a loyal owner?
I don't know. I'd like to think so, but again, we never see what loyalty is tested. Often you see owner and trainer changing jockey, but we don't know whether the jockey has listened to instructions before. So there's a lot of things that aren't known, and I think I don't want to make that call.
No, certainly not. There is a big weekend ahead, and it culminates in Saturday's cracking action, and I can't wait to get into it.
A dramatic evening of cup racing awaits, culminating in the King Faisal Cup, a fitting tribute to the beloved former Saudi ruler. Which horse will follow Flying Grey Asfan Al Khalidiyah in achieving ultimate glory? Don't miss all the action. Saturday, September the 2nd, live on the Saudi Jockey Club YouTube channel.
Ooh, the King Faisal Cup is just around the corner, and it is an Arabian race which links perfectly to our lucky last today, Rory, which is another Arabian contest, 2,000 metres this race, only 8 runners. I'd like to explain to the viewers why we have such small fields for these Arabian races. This is the first time that we're seeing 2 Arabian races per race meet here at King Khalid Racecourse, so we'll see 6 throughout the rest of the week, and the man to take us through for the final time, Darren Owen, over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, so looking forward to the final race then for the Arabian maiden horses. Number 1 is Watheb Al Khalidiyah. Number 2 is ZQ Zilzal. Number 3 is Arsalan. Number 4 is Taya Hassan. Number 5, Omran Al Reef. 6 is Zahi Al Jazra. Number 7 is Shaheen Al Her. And number 8 on the card is Murba Al Khalidiyah. They are the 8 for the final race here. So for 2,000 metres, the Arabian breds, 4-year-olds and upwards, but they are maidens, and they're going 2,000 metres for a final race. There you can see the runners now in the paddock for our final race. There in shot is Ali Al-Mimoni, who rides Zahi Al-Jazra. And there's the first horse we see. This is number 1, Watheb Al Khalidiyah. So, 8 runners. Let's now sink our teeth into the 4.
Thank you very much as we move on to the field. Watheb Al Khalidiyah, quick one by Laith Al Khalidiyah, who had 14 winners and 10 seconds from 58 runners this season. Watch out for these Al Khalidiyahs on debut. Second horse, Zilzal. Third horse, Arsalan. This horse came from the clouds last time. You go, Rory.
Yeah, it seemed to improve, dropping to 1,200 last time out, but it's been well held twice over course and distance, and I'm not in love with him here.
Yeah, not me neither. He is very slow. Taya Hassan, a horse that we've seen previously, rating is 62 though, not from 9.
Yeah, well beaten on his only start at 2,000 metres, consistent at a mile.
Omran Al Reef is a horse making debut today.
Yeah, by Munjis out of Shayla, making his racecourse, well, making his Saudi debut certainly.
Yeah.
As an 8-year-old, he must have been seen somewhere before.
Exactly, they have sometimes run all over the place. They are Al Jazra, not from 7, but 4th penultimate start.
Yeah, 9th to Wakura Al Khalidiyah last time out. Had been running okay before that, but I think others will be stronger.
Shaheen Allure is horse number 7, not from 3 in 12th and seasonal reappearance.
Yeah, was a fair 6 to a smart performer, Dananir Al-Khalid, not Al-Khalidi, I don't think, last time out, but good performer. That was at Riyadh in December 2021. Long layoff.
Yes, long layoff and comes back. Murba Al Khalidiyah is the last horse we look at. That's number 8, who was just in a picture there. And that horse, for me, is the one they've all got to beat. But I was confident about one last time, and we got let down. So, do I go in with the same level of confidence again? Absolutely I do. Murba Al Khalidiyah wins this. Naif Al Anazi for the double.
Yes. The key to this race, 4 of these met in week 32. Murba Al Khalidiyah was 2nd, finishing like a train. ZQ Zilzal.
Stop it. You know it's Zilzal. Just accept it and move on.
Darren Owen is never calling this horse Zilzal. Was 4th. Tyre Hassan was 7th. And Shaheen Al-Hur was 12th. They meet again. Obviously the last names was coming back from a very long layoff, so could do better. But Mirba Al Khalidiyah was miles the best of the 4 that day, and looks to have very strong claims here.
Yes, I think Merba Al Kaladir could be the one to watch. Wasab Al Kaladir, Waseb Al Kaladir is horse number 1. That's making debut. Always got to watch out for those runners, haven't you, surely? And the stallion is clearly quite prolific. Laith Al Kaladir, prolific animal.
Yeah, also out of an Al Kaladir mare who's already produced Jcsa award winner Wathabat Al Kaladir, who we saw race last week.
Like I'd like to explain to you again, viewers at home, don't think we don't take these Arabian races seriously. We are all over the form in these contests, and thank you for sticking around and watching. We still got plenty of people watching the YouTube coverage as well, which is great to see. Please get involved in the comments before our lucky last, and thank you for keeping involved throughout the day, and hopefully you've enjoyed this evening's action as much as myself and Rory have, because we've had a cracking day.
It's been an absolute stormer, hasn't it?
Yes, and I think it was made up for in the last contest. I think, Rory, you're beginning to close me down in the tips contest, though, aren't you? Because I'm on 3. Are you on 2? Or are you
3-2, yeah.
3-2. So it all comes down to this, and you're going to go with me on this one, or are you going to take me on?
Shamila's been hitting her straps as well.
Yes,
tonight.
We can't forget about Shamila sneaking in with a couple
selections.
of good seconds as well from her selections in the paddock. She had a winner in the last race, and she's in red-hot form. Shamila, over to you.
Well, I don't know if you're going to like this one, Callum, but I've gone against Merba Al Kaladir. I really wanted to go with him, but the horse that looks best in the race to me is Watheb Al Kaladir, number 1. He's just stunning. He goes around the parade ring so nicely. He's everything you want in an Arab. But my heart says Merba Al Kaladir because I'd love to see Naif Al Nazi get a winner.
We would love to see that too, Shamina. She's already made her way over to our little presenting position as well. She's flying ahead of schedule here with old Shamina. She's on good form, and hopefully she can get herself another good runner today. I hope she doesn't have a winner, because I really hope I have the winner. Merba Al Kaladir for me. I hope that horse shows its class and builds on that very promising second last time out. But again, I was confident last time in the last Arabian contest and was very swiftly let down.
Indeed. Well, it's interesting that Shamila goes for Watheb Al Kaladir. We mentioned the pedigree, obviously making debut here, but clearly paddock pick. Fahad Al Faradi on board. This could be a useful newcomer.
Yes, and Fahad Al Faradi is one of the top riders out here as well. Sometimes is in the shadow of his older brother Adele, who is one of the top jockey around here, especially at King Khalid Racecourse, flying along. How's he getting on in the Jockeys Championship?
He's joint top jockey at the moment.
Joint top jockey now, because Kamir Ospina has come through and levelled with him after a double today. But I think Fahad Al Faradi is certainly a jockey not to be messed with, so he'll hopefully
he beat Adele. They were first and second in the race the other day.
Yes, they were. Yeah, they gave each other the good old fist bump afterwards as well. Certainly in the Al Faradi household, they're all supporting each other's successes. And yes, Farhad had a treble a week before you came as well. So the guy certainly knows how to ride. I'm looking at any of these other ones. ZQ Zilzal, I'll give it that name just for you. ZQ Zilzal was a promising horse, rated 73 from the same owners who had a third in our last Arabian contest. I'm sure they'll be looking for this horse to run a better race than last time, because he was pumped last time. Let's not beat around the bush.
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing last time behind Mirba Al Kaladir. No obvious reason why he'll turn the tables on these terms, but ran his best race when second over 1,800 metres at Riyadh last November. Travelled okay last time, just didn't find an awful lot. And I actually thought that Tahir Hassan, who was 7th that day, might be able to turn the tables with him.
Yes, I think you're right. He's another one of those, some of these horses are quite typical in the way they travel, as they travel really nicely into the race and then fail to pick up and go again. And I think we've seen it earlier on in one of our thoroughbred races. You see a horse that travels really nicely, but if it doesn't pick up, they're always vulnerable to something else.
Yeah, but I mean, ZQ Zilzal has definitely shown enough ability to win one of these. I will leave it. I will leave it to Darren Owen to explain why he will not call this horse Zilzal.
I personally think we should call it Zilzal and we should just get over ourselves. However, I do understand that it's almost like calling a horse Desert Orchid, isn't it? I imagine it's in the same sort of category. Yeah. So, and I would be the same, I'd be like ZQ Desert Orchid. Not going to share names as the jockeys get the leg up here. Merba Al Kaladir, tactically wise, last time had to come wide and late on the scene on that occasion. Do you see a similar tactics today?
Yeah, obviously smaller field here, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. Drawn so late. I think he'll just keep wide. I think Naif Al Nazi will stay wide on the track over this 2000 and look to take it up off the home turn. That was an improvement on a good effort on debut, went 4th in meeting 20, and as I said, he looks to be heading in the right direction. Has the beating of his main rivals already. What's not to like?
Absolutely. Arsalan, horse number 3. If you're looking for something a little bit under the radar, a little bit more of a strange choice, Arsalan would be the one for me. I'm fascinated by this horse. He is so slow. Arsalan is probably one of the slowest horses I've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse, but he just keeps going at that pace. Here is Merba Al-Qanadir, and we'll have a chance to look at this horse come second in August the 18th. Look how wide Merba has to come, and still only just beaten.
Yeah, he's in the black cap. I don't know whether you call them the first silks, because there doesn't tend to be particular logic as to who wears what. He comes home strongly against the stable companion here. And this is a good race as well. We see back in about 5th at this stage of ZQ Zilzal. The others dropping out of the picture. And this is a really strong finish. Looks like he's going to get up. Just denied late on. Very good performance. Easy to see the merit in it. So he only needs to reproduce that to be the likeliest winner.
And as we see the horses cantering down to the start past the stand, we see people enjoying their time at the races. You would have noticed a stage that's been lit up. That stage has just been recently installed. That's for Saturday's post-race entertainment, a little bit of housekeeping. We will have 8 races on the Saturday rather than the usual 9. We will finish with the King Faisal Cup, and we will then go straight for the entertainment. And I'm sure, Rory, who will be flying home in the early hours of Sunday morning, you'll still be partying away, won't you, with us after the racing?
As long as I got a lift to the airport, I'll be happy.
Exactly. As long as he can get a lift to the airport, he'll be fine. So he'll definitely be staying around and having a good old boogie with myself, and I'm sure a lot of the production team, because they're all a little bit loose in that group, so they'll have a good time. No doubt about it. Now, for me, the horse that I'm most interested in is Merba Al-Qanadir. That's what I'm sticking with. Horse number 8. Rory, who are you going for?
I can't be against Merba Al-Qanadir in this company, but I'd imagine that Wathab Al-Qanadir could well be the biggest danger of the newcomer.
Well, don't worry about that, because Shamila is going for Wathab Al-Qanadir. So it's Shamila for number 1, it's Rory and I for number 8. And for the final time, we throw over to Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, I'm with Rory. It is definitely ZQ Zilzal. I am not calling it Zilzal because Rory and I are of a certain vintage. We do remember the original Zilzal, who was champion mile in the late 80s, brilliant winner of the QE2 Stakes and Sussex Stakes. Anyway, to the business at hand, we have got the Arabian horses down at the start for the final race of the day, 2,000-metre journey here. And this is a race then for the 4-year-olds and upwards. They are officially described as maidens. So who's going to break its duck here in the next few minutes? We'll see the runners go into the starting stalls shortly. Nave Al-Anazi rode our first winner. He's looking to bookend the meeting. He's aboard Merba Al-Qanadir, number 8. You've heard about the newcomer, Wathab Al-Qanadir. That is number 1 on the card. Comes from the same stable. Yellow cap on Merba Al-Qanadir, you may have already noticed. So there's the scene of the runners circling down at the start. Zahi Al-Jazra, then the black jacket, yellow stars, white sleeves, the yellow and red colours, red headgear on Omran Al-Reef, number 5. One of the greys is Shaheen Al-Hir, and number 4 there, Taya Hassan. And Mohammed Al-Daham takes the ride aboard, number 4, Taya Hassan. Red and white jacket of ZQ Zilzal has had the 10 starts so far. Arsalan has had 3 career starts. Runs in the yellow with the red braces. That in shot there is Omran Al-Reef. So runners then are still circling. We're just a little bit ahead of post time for our final race of the day. It's a great shot of them there around behind the starting stalls. So the most experienced horse in the race in terms of runs is number 2, ZQ Zilzal, at the 10 starts thus far. And of course we've got that debutant Wathab Al-Qanadir. Wathab Al-Qanadir there in the white and the black colours. Great horse there, Shaheen Al-Hir, number 7. Shaheen Al-Hir in the white, green and red. 0 from 3 the stats for the 7. So blinkers are worn by numbers 1, 3, 5, 6 and 8. Number 2 wears a tongue strap. So does number 7 wear a tongue strap as well. So they haven't started the loading up process yet. There in the shot in the yellow and blue is Taif Hassan, number 4. So as with that previous race, they have that run down the straight before they get to the turn and then complete a full circuit of the course. So they haven't started loading yet, but won't be long before they move into position for our final race. I'm sure you've enjoyed the meeting with us over the last few hours. Been some outstanding performances as well. We've had some winners winning with authority here. Really taken with that last winner, Abo Al Nawamis. It was a long last 200 meters, just purely by the way the race was run. It was really taken with that winner today. But it's been a really enjoyable card. Runners then going into the stalls. The ZQ Zilzal is in. Shaheen Al here, number 7, has gone in. Going in now is Arsalan, going into stall number 3. So that's 3 of the 8 Arabian breds in place. Omran Al Reef there moves into place, number 5. Next one to go in is Taif Hassan. So we are down to the last 3 runners then moving into position. Zahi Al Jazra has just loaded. So standing by for a start, 1 to go. Watheb Al Khaladia going to stall number 1 for the final race, race number 9 for the Arabian breds, 2,000 meters. Last one going in. That's is it. Flags up, all in, ready. Yeah, they are in the stalls. Starter holds them, and they're off. Racing over 2,000 meters, and Watheb Al Khaladia, newcomer, up along the inside. The grey broke very smartly and is being followed early by Omran Al Reef. To the wide outside is Mirba Al Khaladia, getting a position behind the leaders as Zahi Al Jazra. But we've got a clear leader, and that is Watheb Al Khaladia. He's got about 5 lengths clear. Omran Al Reef is in second place with ZQ Zilzal red jacket to the inside as they take the first turn further back to Zahi Al Jazra ahead of Mirba Al Khaladia. Then comes Taif Hassan as they move towards the back straight. Arsalan is currently disputing last position with Shaheen Al Hir. Going towards the back straight, must be about 15 lengths first to last, and it is Watheb Al Khaladia being pressed for the lead now by Omran Al Reef. Not a lot between the front two, only about a half length as they move past the 1200 into the back straight. Those two are a couple of lengths in advance of ZQ Zilzal, who's in the red jacket, a few lengths away to Zahi Al Jazra. Yellow cap and Mirba Al Khaladia now starting to make progress, moves into 4th place. Front 3 got a few lengths on it though, so it is Watheb Al Khaladia on the inside of ZQ Zilzal, who's now riding into town. Omran Al Reef just in behind them, and then a break of around about 5 lengths to Mirba Al Khaladia, is kicking away from Zahi Al Jazra's under pressure, overtaken by Taif Hassan, who's clear then of Arsalan. And as they head away from the back, Shaheen Al Hir's a long way behind. So it is Watheb Al Khaladia joined now by ZQ Zilzal in the red colours as they reach 30 miles per hour. They're inside the last 600 metres. A break of 3 lengths to Omran Al Reef, and Mirba Al Khaladia is in the yellow cap just in behind them, staying on for pressure, but is closing as the leaders now prepared to enter the last 400. So it is Watheb Al Khaladia trying to see off ZQ Zilzal at the top of the straight. Trying hard is Mirba Al Khaladia, now moves into 3rd. Omran Al Reef is in 4th place. They're heading down towards the last 200 or so, and it is Watheb Al Khaladia on the outside. Mirba Al Khaladia, the stable companion there, throwing down a big effort. Wandering around behind the front 2 is ZQ Zilzal, and it's Mirba Al Khaladia now has hit the front from Watheb Al Khaladia. runner Stormer, but Mirba Al Kaladir will take it. Mirba Al Kaladir goes on to win. It's a stable 1-2 with Wathab Al Kaladir second and ZQ Zilzal in third. So Naif Al Anazi bookends the meeting, won the first, won the last, and Mirba Al Kaladir under pressure a fair way from home, several lengths off the pace down the back straight, but has come through to wear down the stable companion there. Wathab Al Kaladir has run a blinder first time out, and those two were a few lengths off from ZQ Zilzal, who did a fair bit of wandering around. So it is 8 the winner, 1 second and 2 third. 8, 1 and 2, but you've got to admire this horse's guts. Mirba Al Kaladir, who wins by a length and a half, was under pressure a fair way out, made up an awful lot of ground. You've got to admire his guts. Mirba Al Kaladir, very, very game, wins by a length and a half, and a nice run there from Wathab Al Kaladir in second place, who went clear of the third, number 2, ZQ Zilzal, 2 minutes 29.11, the winner's time there. Numbers in the frame, 8, 1, 2.
Well, Rory, I hate to say it, but we called it. Naif Al Anazi book-ending the card. Impressive winner in the first, an easy ride. He had to work hard for this one.
Yes, Mirba Al Kaladir had the best form in the race, but we thought that the newcomer Wathab Al Kaladir might end up being the danger. Very well bred, and that one has run an absolute cracker on debut. Naif had to be hard at work on Mirba Al Kaladir from quite a long way out to close the gap. Got to the front in the straight and then had to be driven out to get the job done. So not pretty to look at. But an effective performance, and Connections will be very happy to have the 1-2 in that race with a very promising runner-up as well.
Yeah, they'll be happy with the runner-up. 2 different styles of horses, aren't they? Wathab Al Kaladir, plenty of speed, plenty of toe, can get right into the race early. Mirba Al Kaladir, totally different animal, slow, but just continues to pick up and has a good attitude, because when the challenge comes, when the taps are turned, the horse is very good.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him run on really strongly from a poor position last time out. Lacks tactical pace, but sees the race out strongly, and that's what you want to see here. You don't want to blaze speed and then fade at the end of your races. You make the jockey work hard if you don't have that early speed, but as long as you come home strongly, that's much better.
And we were concerned early on. I know myself and the producer were both discussing, oh, we're in a bit of trouble here, we're a bit far off. But you kept saying, Rory, poker face as per usual. Don't worry, it's 2,000 meters, we'll be fine. And you were absolutely right.
Yes, as I said, it still didn't look terribly pretty in the straight, but the result is what counts. And Mirba Al Kaladir got the job done. Naif Al Anazi bookends the cards, and hopefully we'll be hearing from him shortly, all things being equal.
Yeah, it'll be great if we can hear from him, because not only is he a very good jockey, he's a massive character. A lot of people in England wouldn't know who he is. A lot of people outside Saudi Arabia probably wouldn't know who he is. So it'd be great to get him on and have a good chat with him. He also supports the best beard in racing, which I think is a key trait to have.
You are a big fan of the beard, aren't you?
I'm a huge fan of the beard. The fact that I don't have one is, I think, is the reason why I'm so much of a fan of it. But back to his ride in the first, that ride on Judea, completely different tactics. He was really hard out the stalls on that day.
Yeah, I think he knew what he had with Judea, having won. She came with a sort of 4-wide run to win on debut over course and distance at 1,200 metres here. And I think Naif wanted to make sure that she was in a good position early on, so he's rushed her up to try to get to the front against horses that he knew he possibly had the beating of, but didn't want to get in a messy race. But no sooner did he got to the front than Hamoud Al-Khair, round the outside, the newcomer, showed blinding speed to get to the front. Once that horse went forward, Naif wasn't going to be chasing that speed. What he wanted was speed in the race, and he thought he might have to provide the speed himself. Once he saw the newcomer had that speed, and you never know with newcomers, even if they show speed at home, they don't always do it on the racecourse, and vice versa, of course. So once he knew he had a good lead, he was able to sit 3-4 lengths off the leader. Once Hamoud Al-Khair showed signs of beginning to crack coming round the bend, Naif knew that was his cue to go on with the filly Jcsa, and she stretched clear nicely to win. Very much as she did on debut, which she's done this in a quicker time. 1:20.89 on debut, 1:18.60 today. Track riding faster anyway, but that still looks like an improvement in form. And certainly she had the beating of Heya, who's run on well for second, but couldn't match the winner for pace. And the other first-time out winner, or the other winner in the field rather, Malame Al-Majd, just couldn't go with them. She'd won in quite a slow time, and her form doesn't look as good on paper.
And for you, Rory, someone who's only recently joined us here, you were very keen to talk to me about time and how important times were. Are you beginning to see a pattern coming out? Are the horses recording fast times going on to win races?
No, I'm not an expert when it comes. I mean, I use times where I can, but I look to get a guide from people who compile times and then adjust them according to the parameters that need to be adjusted. I'm not particularly good at doing that from square one, but we've seen from the majority of races here, they tend to be run at an end-to-end gallop, and therefore times will be very useful in gauging the level of performance. We don't see many races like the penultimate race where a jockey gets to the front and then slows the pace down. That rarely happens. Jockeys will come from off the pace, but on this deep dirt surface, they're looking to maintain their speed through the race. They don't want to be chopping and changing speed. So therefore, races tend to be run in a similar manner, and the finishing times should be a good guide. Whereas on turf in the UK and small fields, finishing times don't always tell the story at all.
Yes, we've just actually, behind us, we've seen one of the vets doing a checkup here in the horse that's ran. The thing that's key to see here is we always talk about the fact that veterinary checks are so important, and we have to make sure that the horses are okay, all on welfare ground, and we can just see the horse having a little workout. He's going to get jogged up right behind us.
This is Shaheen Al-Hur, who ran in the last race. Now, this is a horse who's been off the track for 2 years before reappearing recently behind Mirba Al-Khalidiyah at meeting 32. So you can see why this is the kind of horse that you want to be careful of, a horse that's had a long layoff and clearly has physical issues. You want to make sure that those are being checked over properly. So that's good to see here.
And the good thing is the horse has now been cleared. The vets have cleared the runner and all is well. So that's very good to see. But again, you talk about the discussion with Prince Bandar, welfare being true to the fore of all aspects of racing here in King Khalid Racecourse.
Yes, and we're able to build from the ground up with that. That becomes your first principle. And although we can talk about it in the UK as being a first, it isn't. It's something we want to build into the sport, because in the early days of the sport, horse welfare was of no concern at all. And we have to build backwards from that.
Oh, I can just see out the corner of my eye, Shamila is come to join us, but she's not alone. She is with Naif Al-Anazi, which is great to see. She's clearly used her wit and charm to get Naif involved, and it's great to see him going to be part of our final wrap-up show. Before he gets here and his head gets too big, what have you made of Naif Al-Anazi so far?
Well, I mean, again, you talked a lot about Naif when I arrived here first, before I saw any racing as a local star.
He comes in, he's straight in, he's joined the show, he's taken over almost immediately. Grab yourself a microphone, Naif. Pleasure to meet you. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, my brother. I am so happy for this. You see you and Rory. And thanks God.
Well, we're happy to see you. You've had a double, 2 winners today.
Yeah,
talk to me about that last one. How hard a ride was that?
Yeah, my brother Calm, he's good horse. He's coming second. But this horse is too much short. And the horse he went all the way. You help him, you step by step coming with him, and he coming last 100 meters more better. I think this horse he coming, inshallah, for the future. Maybe, I think so, inshallah, he coming good horse.
Yes, because he was second last time. Shamila, you know more about these Arabian horses. What did you make of Mirba Al-Khalidiyah? Because he looks very slow.
He was very slow, especially in the beginning, and I didn't think you were going to get up, but I think it was probably your riding that pushed him to the front.
I see the video before the horse. He's too much, like she said, Shamila. He want too much pushing, too much strong whip, but actually he's coming.
Yeah.
Not like horse, when you push him, not come. No, this horse is come. And inshallah, I think he's mind the horses, open the for future this horse.
Yes, he's certainly one that keeps pushing forward under pressure. Now, Rory has only recently come here. He doesn't know much about you. We've been banging the drum about you, telling you you're doing a great job. But that first ride, talk to me about what you did in that, because another horse went so fast in front.
Yeah, this horse, you know, my brother can, all the horses, the front horse for Khaldiya stable, and I have to waiting, no have to fighting with my brother, like my stable, and after maybe me and him lose. This big problem, a big trouble. I come in, I come in behind the horses, Al Khaldiya and another one. From X600, when I pushing the horses, he's coming more better, you know. Thanks God. And I hope so, inshallah, Saturday I ride, because tomorrow I know I ride, because I have in the store lab, just easy problem, I think so.
Okay.
Friday and next week, Thursday, I not ride them. But inshallah, Saturday I hope so.
So Saturday, very big day.
Yeah.
You'll have a day of rest beforehand. Are you going to come racing, or are you going to stay at home?
Yeah, I have to stay on the Friday. Saturday I have, I think, 7 or 8, 7 racing, all the cup. I hope so, inshallah, for me and all my brother jockey. God bless him, and more future for all the jockeys.
The King Faisal Cup is the feature on Saturday. Who do you ride in that?
I ride the horse named Berag Al Hizam. He came in with me before 3 and 3. He's good horse, I think so. But this horse, I think so. He won too much fast horses, fast race. He come in this horse. I hope so, inshallah, for me and all the people with this race. Inshallah, win.
Now, a lot of people at home wouldn't know much about you. Rory, as well, he doesn't know much about you either. Tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you? How long have you been riding here?
I am 28. I starting the horses when me 10 years. Before my brother, he's jockey. He touched me, and I come in with King Stable. First thing, maybe like 3 months. I come in not apprentice. I come in professional, because I take 14 win. After 3 just month when me ride. But thanks God, I hope so, inshallah, perfect future for me and all the jockey, you know.
Yeah, so you're a high riser, you've flown up very quickly. Shamila, what do you make of his riding style? You've been here for the longest. Naif is a very talented rider, obviously, but what do you make of him?
Honestly, ever since my first weekend here, Naif El Anazi has been a star in my eyes. Like, just such a good jockey. You're such a good role model to the younger jockeys as well. I know everybody looks up to you.
Thanks God, that's big proud for me. Thank you, Shamila. And you are all people, you are gentle. You and Carl and another my brother. And Rory, of course, nice to meet you today.
Very good to meet you.
I hope inshallah see you every time, you and Carl, man. You the team, you do it big something in the racing Saudi, talking English with the different, you know, Carl. Thank you, all the team. You do it perfect something.
Thank you very much.
We're very proud, not only for you to say that, because it makes it feel like we're doing something, but it makes us proud that we're doing this Saudi Arabian racing. And thank you for watching. Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Shamila. Thank you, Naif, my brother, all day. Happy days, good stuff. Well done. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll be there. Let's go.
Thank you.